All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm pleased to call this meeting of the San Jose City Council to order for the afternoon of March 18th. Welcome. We will start with the roll call, please.
Kamei? Here. Campos?
Present.
Salas?
Here.
Cohen? Here. Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey?
Here.
Foley? Here. Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Dan Orloff, founder and chief rock officer of San Jose Rocks, and Councilmember Salas will tell us more. Councilmember?
Hello, I moved to San Jose in 1974, and Dan Orloff was around back then. I was already out of college, and he's always been part of San Jose marketing and just putting us out there. But most recently, I was in a Rotary meeting, and he told us the history of San Jose and our rock and roll. And so I said, come on, Dan, you got to tell everybody. It's just a wonderful story. Dan Orloff, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan, and for Councilmember Salas for inviting me, members of the City Council, and fellow San Joseans. I am Dan Orloff, a proud San Josean and founder of San Jose Rocks. When the world listens to music, it often doesn't realize just how much of that music, how much of that innovation can be traced back to San Jose and Silicon Valley. When you listen to the music on radio, think of San Jose in 1909, where Charles Doc Herhold launched the world's first radio broadcasting station just a few blocks over my right shoulder and coined the term broadcasting. When you hear a DJ introduce a song, remember that San Jose is home to the world's first disc jockey, a woman named Sybil Herald, who in 1913, at that first radio broadcasting station, played for an audience beyond the walls of that room. And that station is now KCBS. When you hear a crystal clear recording, think of Ampex in Redwood City, which revolutionized tape recording in the 1940s and 1950s. Think of Ray Dolby, who pioneered noise reduction technology that changed sound forever. When you hear electronic music and synthesizers, think of Los Gatos resident Doug Curtis of Curtis Electro Music Specialties, who in the 1970s designed groundbreaking synthesizer chips that powered legendary electronic instruments from Moog, sequential circuits, and Oberheim, technology that transformed the music industry. San Jose isn't just about how we listen to music, it's about who we listen to. When you listen to the music of San Jose's own rock and roll pioneers, remember the bands that put San Jose on the national stage. In the 1960s, Syndicate of Sound climbed to the charts with their hit, Little Girl. Count Five from San Jose brought the garage rock anthem Psychotic Reaction to the world, and the band People made waves with their hit in 1968 called I Love You. These bands, born from San Jose's creative energy, helped define an era. When you listen to the music of Fleetwood Mac, remember that Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, who became rock legends, honed their musical skills while attending San Jose State University before joining one of the world's most influential bands. When you listen to the music of artists shaped by San Jose State, remember that it has been a crucible of creativity shaping music and culture. The Smothers Brothers, half of Creedence Clearwater, Paul Kantner with Jefferson Airplane, world-renowned opera star Irene Dallas, and Grammy award-winning producer Bill Hare all found inspiration within its halls. When you listen to the music in an intimate venue, remember places that once defined our city. Venues like the Offstage, just a few blocks south of here in downtown San Jose, where Joan Baez, Mimi Farina, Jorma Kalkinen, David Crosby, and Ron Pigpen McKerna of Grateful Dead performed. These were more than just clubs. They were incubators of sounds and social change. And now, thanks to San Jose City Council's Rules Committee unanimous support last week, San Jose Rocks will design, pay for, and will have installed a plaque commemorating the Grateful Dead's first performance of the Grateful Dead. That plaque, which will be placed right here at City Hall on December 4th, the 60th anniversary this year, will ensure that San Jose's role in rock history is never forgotten. And that event, where the Grateful Dead first performed as the Grateful Dead, happened in a living room at a house which has been relocated to East Julian, which stands right where I'm standing now. Make that East St. James. San Jose has always shaped the soundtrack of our planet. The music of yesterday was made here, the music of today is being made here, and the music of tomorrow will be inspired by what happens here. So in the words of the Doobie Brothers, whoa, whoa, listen to the music, whoa, whoa, listen to the music. And the next time I see all of you behind me, and hopefully most of you, we will be unveiling a plaque celebrating the moment when San Jose changed the world of music forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for reminding us how much we have to be proud of here in San Jose. Next time we want to hear you sing it, though, all right? All right, we're on to ceremonial items. Councilmember Kamei, Councilmember Campos, and Vice Mayor Foley, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim March as Women's History Month in the city of San Jose.
I'd like to ask our San Jose Police Department women, as well as our Fire Department women, to join us here, and our City Manager, Jennifer McGuire, and City Attorney, Nora Freeman. Today, we gather to celebrate Women's History Month, a time to recognize the incredible contributions of women, what women have made in our society. From the leadership of trailblazing mayors like Janet Gray Hayes and Susan Hammer to the inspiring dedication of our women in uniform in the police and fire departments to our community. Those contributions extend also to the sterling leadership of women on the dais. City Manager Jennifer McGuire, City Attorney Nora Freeman, Vice Mayor Foley, and Councilmember Campos. Women play a vital role in shaping our lives, whether it's great-grandmothers, grandmothers, mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. We all stand on the shoulders of women who have fought tirelessly for equality, justice, and human rights. As with any celebration of progress, we must also acknowledge the struggle to achieve that progress and the challenges that remain before us. We must and will continue to fight for economic equality, equal opportunities, and equal pay for equal work. Let me say that again, equal pay for equal work. As women, we must continue to empower each other, lift each other up, and create a world where we can all thrive and reach our full and equal potential. I'd like to thank all of the women here and in the audience, and those who are not able to join us in celebrating Women's History Month. Thank you very much. I also want to ask our City Manager, Jennifer McGuire, as our leader, to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. I am really honored to celebrate Women's History Month with all of you. You know, I'm only the third woman to ever lead the city in over 100 years, which is kind of interesting given we're in 2025 and there should be more women leaders. And my goal is to uplift women and show our women in our workforce that anything is possible. It's really great to have different perspectives at the table. I think women are smart, innovative, they're very empathetic, and they are creative problem solvers. And so I really empower all of our women to step up into leadership, and anybody in this city could be the city manager one day, just like I am today. So I thank our sworn females in both our police and fire department as well for joining us today, and also our amazing women leaders on our city council. They're very inspiring to us all. Thank you very much.
So we, on behalf of the mayor and city council, I'd like to give a plaque to the fire department as well as to the police department.
Who's our fire rep here?
Join us. Can you guys scoot in sideways, sideways. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate it. Stay safe out there. Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember, for helping us celebrate the many contributions of our incredible women leaders here in the city. Let's continue on with our next ceremonial. Councilmember Condellis, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Today we're proclaiming March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day in the city of San Jose. I'm also joined at the podium with Vice Mayor Foley and Councilmember Kamei. Every year they do the Disability Awareness Fair here at City Hall, and they're partners in this advocacy. Additionally, if there's any other advocates who want to come, I know Francisco's down here, and please come up. I think every year we have leaders from the Silicon Valley Down Syndrome Network, San Andres Regional Center, the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the San Jose Police Department, and the many self-advocates and family members, including Angela Torrado, the voice of San Jose. I don't think she was able to make it, but she's a fierce advocate. We are fortunate to count on support of these great advocates. To show support for Down syndrome awareness, many of us will be wearing bright, mismatched socks through March 21st as part of the Lots of Socks campaign. I'm wearing different colored socks. My team wrote that in my points. So the idea is to spark a conversation about Down syndrome when someone asks about your socks. Now, for a brief history lesson, the United Nations declared March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day in 2011. Why is that? Well, it's because Down syndrome occurs when there is a third copy of the 21st chromosome in your genes, hence the date 3/21. We celebrate this day to be inclusive and to advocate for the rights of individuals with Down syndrome. It exists across the globe and commonly results in variable effects on learning styles, physical characteristics, and health. Adequate access to health care, early intervention programs, and inclusive education, as well as appropriate research, are vital to the growth and development of the individual. In District 8, we are fortunate to have the annual Buddy Walk at Lake Cunningham Park alongside all our partner agencies that are here today. Accepting the proclamation this afternoon will be Veronica Corral, who is an advocate and a parent alongside self-advocate Deshelle Meyer. Thank you, Veronica, for all you do in our community. Before the mayor presents the proclamation, I will ask to share a few words.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Corral. I am the mother of 3 beautiful children, including a daughter with Down syndrome. The journey of raising a child with disabilities has not been easy, but we've been fortunate to have the unconditional love and never-ending support of our friends and family to help us get to where we are today. Navigating through all the transitions, therapies, doctor's appointments, and IEPs has been challenging to say the least. I am grateful to have had access to services provided by the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the San Andreas Regional Center, and the Silicon Valley Down Syndrome Network, to name a few. I know that parents are often scared and even ashamed when they hear that their child has a diagnosis like Down syndrome. Receiving this diagnosis can feel very overwhelming, not knowing how or where or when to ask for help to ensure that your child is given all the care that they deserve. But the stigma and ignorance around Down syndrome can be hurtful to parents and their children. There are so many outdated ideas and stereotypes about people with this disability that in addition to navigating the services our children need, we parents must fight other people's ignorance about what it means for a person to have Down syndrome. For this reason, a public recognition of World Down Syndrome Day in our city is an essential step to ensure that people become more aware and educated. But also, it is a great step in celebrating the beauty of people with Down syndrome. Like so many other children with this diagnosis, my daughter is amazing. She's funny, she's strong, she's loving, joyful, and a force to be reckoned with. There's nothing down about her. We are blessed to have her in our lives, and we are hopeful that recognizing World Down Syndrome Day in the city of San Jose will be one of many victories to ensure that she grows up in a world that sees her full humanity and where she and other people like her can be celebrated. Before I hand the microphone over to Deshelle, I would like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, as well as council member Candelas for presenting this recognition. I would also like to express my gratitude to the San Jose Police Department, specifically Chief Joseph, Deputy Chief Brian Spears, and Officer Alfonso Hernandez, who have been very supportive in my efforts to raise awareness in our community about this topic that is so very near and dear to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much for recognizing World Down Syndrome Day here in San Jose. My name is Dasha Meyer. I'm a storyteller, athlete, college student, and disability rights advocate. 1 year ago, I spoke at the United Nations about health equity for people with trisomy 21. And I met people from all over the world. We have amazing lives and stories to share. But we still face a lot of prejudice and stereotypes and low expectations from other people. I am majoring in media and film at Foothill College so that I can be a filmmaker and tell stories of people with Down syndrome and other disabilities. I am currently working on a documentary about the history of Down syndrome. We need events like World Down Syndrome Day to remind people that we are more than our disability. Trisomy 21 doesn't define me. I am proud to have Down syndrome and be myself. Our lives are worth celebrating. And on World Down Syndrome Day, we have that chance. People with disabilities all have a voice. We should have a say in society. We can only be the best versions of ourselves. And World Down Syndrome Day is a day where we can really show the world that when we come together, there is nothing we can't do. Thank you so much, and happy World Down Syndrome Day!
Mayor, will you present the proclamation?
Come over here just so we can get a better photo. That was perfect. Here, we'll put you in the middle. Right here. Sorry.
Great speech. That was awesome.
Really well done.
Thank you so much. That was fabulous. Thank you. Great speech. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Wow, that was inspiring. Thank you, council member. We'll go to our third and final ceremonial item this afternoon, which is Councilmember Ortiz, who will join me here at the podium to recognize Nathaniel Lim.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm honoring the decades of leadership and contributions of Nathaniel Lim, an amazing business leader in East San Jose. For 38 years, Nathaniel has owned and operated Wash America Laundromat, first on Alum Rock Avenue, and then opening locations on East Santa Clara and Story Road. He has been an active and vocal leader on those important and historic business corridors, serving for years as president of the Alum Rock Business Association and on the board of the East Santa Clara Street Business Association. In those positions and beyond, he has led advocacy efforts for safety and beautification of both of those corridors, ensuring they receive the proper attention they need to remain the gems of East San Jose that they are. In those associations and elsewhere, Nathaniel has earned a reputation for his inclusive leadership and willingness to share his experience. Nathaniel has always been a civic and community-minded person, eager to offer his properties for community initiatives and events, such as our Cinco de Mayo event coming soon in May. That community spirit was on full display when he eagerly volunteered the wall of Wash America on Alum Rock for one of our office's murals celebrating our local Vietnamese community of San Jose, which is now the largest Vietnamese mural in the Bay Area. I'm proud to present alongside with the mayor, Nathaniel, this commendation signed by the mayor and the entire city council. And now I would like to invite Nathaniel to please share a few words.
Mayor Mahan, Councilman Ortiz, City Council members, and San Joseans. As first-generation immigrants, we've lived and been a part of San Jose for 42 years. We've done business. We've had the privilege of being part of the East San Jose community for 38 years. As immigrants, we have worked hard, we've prospered. And really, on behalf of fellow immigrants, we want to thank all of San Jose for the opportunity of being a part of this community and serving it. Thank you.
Thank you. I ask the mayor to please present the commendation.
Thank you both for your leadership in the community. We really appreciate it. I'm glad the council member wanted to recognize you. Come on over here. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Thank you to my colleagues who brought forward ceremonial items today. We are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I was not notified of any. Okay. We will move on then to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything to report out of closed session today, but the city manager does.
That's right.
Yes, thank you
All
very
right.
much. I'm very pleased to announce the unanimous council confirmation of Jeff Provenzano as the new director of our Environmental Services Department. Jeff will assume the position on March 23rd, 2025. Jeff will oversee an annual operating budget of $471 million, a capital improvement program totaling approximately $1.4 billion, 592 full-time equivalent employees, and 7 core services, including potable water delivery, recycled water management, recycle and garbage services, stormwater management, sustainability and environmental health, wastewater management, and strategic support. The Environmental Services Department is also a vital member of the interdepartmental team leading the Reducing Unsheltered Homelessness City Council focus area. Jeff's 26 years of experience in the private and public sectors with a focus on the environment will ensure the city continues to be a leader in providing world-class environmental and utility systems as we face important challenges related to environmental sustainability and climate adaptation and resilience now and in our future. Jeff began his career with the Environmental Services Department's Regional Wastewater Facility in 2002 as a sanitary engineer. After several promotions, he became the Water Resources Division Deputy Director in 2014. In that role, he provided direction and leadership to both the municipal water system and South Bay water recycling. During that time, he led the city's response to 5 drought-related water shortages, which included drought response plans, leading community outreach and engagement, and developing enforcement strategies focused on communications and awareness. He also led efforts to expand recycled water use, increasing usage by 200% and supporting over 5 billion gallons annually to industrial, irrigation, and municipal customers. He also served as a strong liaison between the city and various government regulatory agencies. In 2023, he became the Assistant Director of the department, where he provided strategic operations guidance and leadership to all core services with the exception of wastewater management. He also led the development of the city's Climate Adaptation and Resilience Plan, guided efforts related to reducing recycled material contamination, and provided leadership to cost-effectively implement provisions of our stormwater permit to prevent pollutants from entering local waterways to align with the Clean Water Act and National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements. Jeff's experience and leadership in the utility world will ensure we continue to provide dependable, resilient, and efficient utility services that protect our public health and environment while minimizing impacts on our ratepayers, especially in our underserved communities. He will also bring his highly collaborative leadership approach to build stronger relationships with our partner agencies, water treatment plant partners, and other regulatory and environmental stakeholders. Jeff holds a master's and Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Civil Engineering from Loyola Marymount University in California. Before I ask Jeff to come up, I want to sincerely thank both Lori Mitchell for serving as Acting Environmental Services Director and Zach Strike for serving as Acting Energy Director since August 2024. Lori and Zach, would you please stand? Let's give them a round of applause. They both did an absolutely amazing job leading and managing the respective departments while this recruitment was underway, so I can't thank them enough. I also want to acknowledge all of the Environmental Services Department employees for their hard work and commitment to our residents, businesses, and environment. Please stand up if you're in the audience. Anybody that's an Environmental Services Department employee. That certainly shows great support for our new department head. Jeff is joined here today by his wife, Natalie, and his parents, Jim and Carol Provenzano. If you could please stand. Thank you very much. And Jeff, without further ado, would you like to come to the microphone?
Well, where shall I begin? I'm deeply honored and humbled to accept this appointment. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the city manager for placing her trust in me, to the city council for your confidence in me, and to my family and the ESD family in the crowd for supporting me throughout my career and here today. I'm committed to fulfilling my responsibilities as director with diligence, empathy, and with good humor, and continuing to provide exceptional utility services to our residents and businesses with increased collaboration to city colleagues and our community partners. Thank you again for this opportunity to do great work and make a difference as the Director of Environmental Services.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, that is the end of my report. Congratulations again, Jeff.
Congratulations, Jeff. That's more energy from any department than we've seen in a while. That was awesome. Good job, ESD. All right. Congrats, Jeff. Awesome. Thank you all for your service to the city, and congratulations to Jeff. All right. We'll let folks exit, and we will move on to our consent calendar. I was made aware of 2 items members of the council would like to pull. We'll start with, and I believe it was comment and question, so maybe we'll wait for a motion on consent as a whole. But let's start with Councilmember Candela's on 2.9 and 2.10, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember, go ahead.
No, thank you. First of all, I'm really glad that this, specifically for 2.9, a stretch of road is going to get much needed TLC that borders my district and Councilmember Campos on Silver Creek Valley Road. It is a hot spot for copper wire theft, but that's not what I wanted to comment on. I wanted to, comment DOT. They've done a great job with repaving our roads and keeping us, literally driving safe. In the previous year's cycle, I had some residents concerned with the quality of the pavement, if you will, and the lack of communication during that winter suspension. So, I know there's outreach that's done prior to the spring paving cycle. I think, when there is a pause because of weather, that's what I wanted to ask a question from someone from DOT. And while John makes his way down, it's obviously important to have proper communication with our residents throughout the process and then in the loop. But I think it's when we have that pause that I have a question of is, with regards to how does the Department of Transportation ensure that our residents are communicated with during this winter suspension period?
Thank you, Councilmember. John Risso, Director of Transportation. You are referring to when we run into weather at the end of the paving year and then we sometimes have to suspend some of the work until this year. What our practice is we do let the council office know about which roadways are going to be suspended, but I'm sure with that question, probably we could do a more robust job of putting that message out more comprehensively, either in the blog or website or those kind of things. We don't know exactly when we start the paving year what the weather is going to be like at the end of the year, so we don't have a forecast.
Right,
which
and
month,
when the
but when it does happen, we should be able to
Thank you, John. And when the weather drops below 55 degrees, we know that it's hard to
Yep.
lay pavement. But I guess for the next year, the reason why I'm commenting on this is we had several members of my district come out to a meeting and say, hey, I didn't get informed of this. And so I think we could do a better job, hear me out, a better job of communicating, not just through our council offices, but directly with the residents, whether it's some sort of like flyer at the location where we're repaving, but I just think there's a mark we're not hitting with regards to communicating to our residents that I think is important and something that I wanted to highlight.
Sure, I think we can look into, when we do run into the suspension, how to do a better and a more direct method to communicate those kind of suspensions of work. Because we do put it out there that we're going to try to complete it all in a year. Some of it doesn't get done. We should be able to inform better.
Fantastic. No, I appreciate that. And you know, it's a heavy lift. There's a lot of miles that we have to pave. But I have full faith in our department's ability to
we will get it done.
Yes, you will.
Bits of it gets delayed. But
thank you. That's all the question I have. And with that, I'll move the consent calendar as a whole.
Let me just make sure on the other item we don't have anything.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to make the motion. Does anybody want to second that? Okay, great. Let me turn, thank you, Councilor Candelas. Let me turn to Vice Mayor Foley. I don't think we need to split out this item. Was it just commentary, Councilmember? Vice Mayor?
I
Go ahead.
did have a question.
No, of course.
Yeah,
absolutely.
On 211. This is
this is on item 211.
Sorry, I'm
please.
Trying to multitask over here, and I'm not doing a very good job. 2.11 addresses the speed cameras that we're talking about. Is there someone who can talk to me about speed cameras? John can. First of all, I'm glad to see that we're making progress implementing AB 43 and lowering speed limits. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, we passed the Vision Zero action plan, and this just furthers what we can do with the action plan. We know that speed kills, and sometimes the speed limits on our streets are too high, resulting in dangerous corridors. It's critical that we get the engineering and traffic surveys completed. So my question, John, is how many priority safety corridors have current engineering and traffic surveys, and how many do we expect to complete this year?
So yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember John Risto, Director of Transportation again. And just to fill everybody else in, we did have legislation a couple of years ago, AB 43, as opposed to AB 465, which is the speed camera. They are linked. And there's an item today that describes how we're working through that. So to actually address more corridors for the availability to put the cameras on. So what the question is about, we always have to keep those speed surveys up to date in order to qualify those corridors. So we're working through, actually, almost all of the priority safety corridors are expiring over this year. So we're working through that, and we should have most or many of them done by this summer. So there will be updated surveys on all of the ones that we'll be able to complete.
Okay, great. And is there anything we can do to help advocate, or what more needs to be done to?
No, it's just a matter of going through them. It does take engineering. What we're trying to do is actually determine what the prevailing speed is out on those corridors and the volume, and so we're just doing the traffic surveys to get them done. We will be bringing those back to council if we're going to adjust any of the speed limits on those. So you may see something this summer to adjust those corridors.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. And just to confirm, you didn't want a separate vote on that item? No. It was just questions. Great. Did anyone else want to pull any items from consent? Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Candelas. Let's go to public comment, if we have it.
I have no cards for this item.
Great, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go on to item 3.1, report of the city manager. Anything else?
Nothing else today. Thank you very much.
You already had a pretty good report earlier. Awesome. We're on to item 7.1. This is actions related to the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Round 2 grant agreement with the California State Library. There's no staff report. Tony, do we have public comment?
Not for this item.
Okay, let's come back to the council. Questions, comments, a motion?
I'll move approval of this item.
Second.
Okay. Tony, let's vote. Thank you all.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 8.1, proposed economic strategy work plan for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. Nancy and others will be coming down to the box for a brief staff presentation.
No. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Klein, and I'm the Director of the City Manager's Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. Gotta find the clicker. Okay. The core services of Office of Economic Development are here before you: arts and culture, business development, economic strategy, real estate, regional workforce, and our strategic support. And these are the core programs, services and programs as you see them in the budget book. It's useful to take a moment to share some context and history about the city's approach to our economic development strategy. The strategy was approved in 2010 with 12 goals grouped in 2 areas. 1, jobs and revenue. 2, enhancing the business and living environment is the second. The strategy was implemented with 2-year work plans that were reviewed by the Community Economic Development Committee and the City Council through the 2018-19 timeframe. OED undertakes a large, complex, and growing workload. COVID-19 necessitated a significant allocation of staff time to provide support to small businesses, particularly in the areas hardest hit by COVID. During this time, OEDCA still supported the arts and cultural organizations, workforce efforts, real estate projects, including the negotiation of the Downtown West Development Agreement, and more. Through the pandemic and then in recovery, OEDCA's work plan has continued to expand with relatively little resources. City leadership, in accord with efforts around the City Council's focus on focus areas, directed our office to prioritize our work on those things that yield the greatest results for the city. Focusing on job creation and revenue generation is essential for our city. To begin the work on an updated work plan, staff reviewed economic development strategies from San Francisco, San Diego, Austin, and Phoenix, and found that those urban cities were doing very similar work on the same 4 objectives. We also undertook an economic snapshot of the city. We wanted to be clear-eyed on our challenges, such as high office vacancies, and to make sure we understood our strengths, such as low industrial vacancies and emerging sectors like AI and quantum computing. We organized our work plan into 4 objectives with the desired key results and the metrics and tactics to achieve those key results. The work plan is based on current staffing and resources, and as it's presented in the memo to council, it's a 2-year work plan with annual deliverables. You have seen this pyramid many times, of course, in your conversations on focus areas and prioritization. In this case, the top triangle includes OED's priorities or focus areas, restricted just to OED. And the remainder of the triangle includes our office's ongoing programs. The 4 areas or priorities do require a large and will require a large share of leadership, staff time, and resources to deliver the work plan objectives. Work will continue on other programs such as workforce, real estate, arts and culture grant finding, and more. But it is the case that the lion's share would focus on the areas and objectives we've identified. Before I get to the objectives, I just want to mention the Pareto principle, which was mentioned in the memo. Pareto suggests that roughly 80% of results come from 20% of causes. Said in another way, the vital few lead to the biggest results. For example, approximately 52% of the city's sales tax revenue come from the city's top 100 employers, 100 out of 60,000. Making time and conducting corporate outreach and engagement with San Jose's largest corporate clients is a critical function for the city's economic work plan, certainly in turn way of retaining and growing revenues. Here are our 4 objectives: growing jobs and revenues with large and medium companies, fostering small business resilience, activating a thriving downtown, and activating San Jose as the South Bay's hub for sports, arts, and entertainment. Just want to touch briefly on Objective 1 with jobs and revenue, a focus on adding, retaining, or expanding jobs, increasing utility sales or property taxes, increasing business retention visits by 25% as activities will be engaged in. Number 2, working on small business issues and working with the small businesses themselves, establishing 2 new business assessment districts, generating a combined revenue of $550,000 annually from those districts, and working to ensure that 100% of our storefronts grants, with at least 30% facilitating a reduction in vacant ground floor retail spaces, is achieved every year. The third, accelerating a thriving downtown, is turning attention to our existing commercial leases, retaining those companies, driving new businesses downtown, increasing visitors to the downtown year over year, and increasing customer service sentiment year over year. And lastly, activating San Jose as the South Bay's hub for sports, arts, and entertainment. And you see many things here, such as keeping sharks and giants, working on policy work, producing or facilitating many activations, citywide events as well. But this is a set of activations that bring people and money. It's all about having community, but in the case of creating that community, having people come downtown, stay overnight, spend money, and then also create jobs. So the goal boils down again to generating revenue and jobs for the city of San Jose and to provide other services through council's actions. With that, staff is available for questions, and I want to thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Really appreciate those focused objectives and key results. Let's go to public comment first. Tony?
Kat Angelou.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Kat Angelov, Policy Manager for the San Jose Chamber of Commerce, here to speak in support for the 2025 through 2027 OED work plan and the supporting memo from Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and Council Members Mulcahy, Casey, and Salas, I believe. We're really excited about this work plan. We know that economic development really underpins the role of city revenues and what that means for city revenues in future cycles, especially in years like this, as we are facing a large budget deficit. We appreciate many of the goals within the work plan, and in the follow-up memo to kind of go beyond those goals. We do hope that those goals are really achievable and attainable for the city, especially as we set department heads up for potentially linking pay increases and bonuses to those goals. So we want to make sure they're very attainable. With that, thank you so much for the consideration of our comments.
Back to council.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll turn to colleagues. We'll start with Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you. Really happy to see this come forth as the chair of the CED committee and see that we're focusing the work of this department. This department has a lot of work to do, and it's one of the few departments that actually can generate income for the city of San Jose by growing businesses and bringing businesses in to the city of San Jose. So thank you for your presentation. I'm glad to see the focus areas. It's really important, and I'm happy to co-author a memo with Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Salas, Mulcahy, and Casey, and with the original key results that show it really challenge us to expand how we're thinking, and that is bring in more businesses that will contribute tax dollars. One of the reasons our budget is where it is that we're not seeing the sales tax revenue, but we bring in more businesses, we'll be bringing in tax revenue. So that's why focusing the work of this department is really important. What they do so much, if you ever go to a CED meeting, you'll hear our reports, and they're quite extensive. I appreciate the memo from Councilmember Campos, and I have a question for staff regarding that. I've always felt, and we still have a focus on Work to Future and other funding sources, and other sources to train employees and help them be successful in our community. But have you seen the memo, and what are your thoughts about the workforce piece?
Thank you very much for the question. And yes, we saw the memo, and I was able to speak to Councilmember Campos briefly. The council asked us to focus, and our job is how can we make the biggest difference in the shortest period of time. It's very hard to prioritize when we do a lot of good work, but prioritize we must, or we'll be spread too thin. And with that, focusing on the 4 that have been identified, knowing that workforce, particularly through Work to Future, Jeff Ruster's leadership, and the dollars that come from the feds will remain the same. So that is not going away. The jobs, the training, which Work to Future does exceedingly well. Over 85% of those served are BIPOC. Over 90% who go into training programs finish the training. So the Work to Future program has excellent outcomes, and those will stay the same. I hope the federal budget stays the same.
Thank you. I appreciate that. While I support the principles in Councilmember Campos's memo, I worry that we risk detracting from the focus that we're trying to gather in the core mission of OEDCA, which is growing our tax base so that we have the resources to deliver on key city services for our residents. It's important that we refocus OEDCA's work on that core mission. And with that, I move the mayor's memo, and I move the joint memo between the mayor, Councilmember Salas, Mulcahy, Casey, and myself.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Campos next.
Thank you to Nancy and the team at OEDCA for the presentation and for the very informative economic snapshot that I enjoyed reading over the weekend. I think that the work that your office does is some of the most critical work to the success of our city, and I completely agree with the idea that we have to be focused on driving new job creation, supporting our small businesses, creating a more thriving downtown, and really setting up the stage for sports, arts, and entertainment that is going to put our city on the map that we know we deserve to be one of those tourist destinations, a thriving city for everybody. And I think that is what I'm hoping is coming across in my memo, the need to be a thriving city for everybody. Because so many of us were at the State of the Valley Conference just earlier this month, and with the support of AV, I hope that we can get some data on the screen. I'm not seeing the data points that we were presented that leaves us with a very sobering reality. Our Latin, Hispanic, and Black neighbors are faring not just slightly worse, but are persistently at the lowest levels of educational attainment, facing housing and food insecurity, and falling through the cracks of economic mobility opportunities. And so in previous years, the work plan has had 5 to 6 objectives, and what this addition of a 5th objective does is demonstrate our commitment as a city that we are looking at these numbers and actually leading and trying in our best faith efforts to make a change. Because as decision makers, as influencers of the city, I think it's important to demonstrate our values and our commitment as leaders in San Jose that every resident in our city deserves the opportunity to thrive and have economic mobility. And I fear that not having that direction in a work plan that is going to go to a new director of the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs is going to be an afterthought rather than at the forefront of the work that we embark on as a city. It is rooted in our city's mission and vision that we are here to support all of our residents. And so I think it's really important to look at the data and understand that we have an opportunity here as policymakers to make sure that this is not the same numbers that we are looking at next year and year after year. So my question is, in what ways do we have the commitment of the city that we are actively moving on addressing our social justice, racial equity goals, and addressing the very real persistent income inequality and racial disparities that are underscored in the economic snapshot?
Thank you very much for the question, Councilmember. OED has a particularly deep commitment to what you're speaking about across a broad array of data points. During the pandemic, our office really did focus on the areas which were most affected by COVID and the small businesses most affected by COVID. We believed it was the right thing to do, and we made a good big difference of entrepreneurship, keeping small businesses, which were mainly BIPOC, with information plus mass plus other things, plus speed in ways, working with the planning department to be able to have outdoor businesses. So a lot of attention to making sure we're addressing entrepreneurship and economic mobility. Our own staffing has been a concerted and determined decision to make sure we were thinking of those issues in economic mobility when we hire. In small business work that we do, we've done a lot in neighborhoods that are predominantly BIPOC to work on training and capacity building and entrepreneurship. And then with workforce, they have been, and Jeff Ruster is here, he can certainly add to this, an excellent set of training, counseling, job placement, and entrepreneurship as people move into opportunities for them to grow, which isn't always being an employee. We've also included arts groups and businesses, as small businesses, and building capacity for entrepreneurship in the arts, which is certainly, as Carrie Adams Hapner has shown with studies, a major contributor, a significant contributor to our city's economy. So we take the notion of economic mobility very seriously, and we are engaged every day. And again, I just want to re-reference a couple of things. Workforce, we're not stepping back from it. We're not suggesting we add more to it, because we have the hard, very hard job of saying, what can we move the needle most with? And the speed and the opportunity in numbers to focus on jobs and money is where we are offering, suggesting to the council we can make the most difference the fastest.
Thank you for that response. It sounds to me that we have been doing the work, and I appreciate the work that has been done. And yet for the past 5 years, we have had this report of the Silicon Valley Pain Index, and nothing has changed. In fact, income inequality, racial and social disparities have increased. So although we have been doing the work, and I appreciate we've been doing the work, the results do not show that we have been doing enough. And that is the whole reason why I think it is so important to include a very specific item that in our work plan is going to reinforce the idea that as a city we have to do better. We have to be more diligent about the most marginalized, historically underserved and under-resourced communities, because it's great to bring the jobs here, but if we are not also demonstrating our commitment to getting youth from East San Jose, from South San Jose, from Washington into those high-paying jobs, this is not going to change, and this frustrates me. To go to events, to be surrounded by leadership, not just at the city, but with our nonprofit partners. And we have an opportunity here, again, to demonstrate our commitment to our goals, our vision as a city, of being a city where everybody thrives, and not to mention the investment that it is on workforce development. We are not just creating generational wealth for families who have been out of reach and out of opportunity for those jobs. What we are also doing is saving money down the road in public health, in public safety, incarceration, rehabilitation, because we are investing in our city, in our community, to ensure that we are creating a trajectory for our residents to have long-term sustainability, generational wealth, and that is what's going to create a more prosperous San Jose for all. So I appreciate my council colleagues for their work on a memo that really uplifts and emphasizes the importance of bringing a stronger economy to San Jose, but our economy is not our businesses alone, it is our people. There is so much people power that we need to work on, especially in those communities that haven't had that opportunity or that would love to see us as a council agree that we have that value and that commitment to our residents. And so I propose a substitute motion to approve the memo that I have submitted that includes a fifth objective that is very geared towards helping us move the needle on this Silicon Valley pain index that is very hard for me to see. And I hope that it also helps encourage my council colleagues to understand that we have the opportunity to change this with our vote today.
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. And just for clarity, because I think my cleanup memo that made a couple of adjustments to metrics came out after your memo, so your memo did not include the update that the blue memo I submitted this morning. Would you be willing to include that in your substitute motion? I don't know if you saw the latest memo.
I would like to vote on my memo, please, and thank you, Mayor.
Point of clarification then, are you just moving your memo and not the rest of the memo? Not the other joint memos, is that correct?
The other memos include all the metrics in the work plan, and I
Okay.
had a cleanup memo this morning that clarified what those metrics are.
Okay.
I understand your memo would add a fifth objective. I understand that, but I think we need the underlying.
Got it, got it. This is the one that came out during this morning. So yes, then thank you. Thank you for the
It would be
opportunity for
included in your
clarification.
substitute motion, and that's
yes.
okay with the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Ortiz next.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to start by also just saying I'm grateful for the great work of OED staff and, of course, your leadership, Nancy. It's been a pleasure to partner with you over these last couple of years. I especially appreciate, and I can't appreciate, the core focus area of fostering small businesses, being a small business advocate myself. And I'm extremely looking forward to cultivating new business corridors and new business associations throughout my district, just like we did with Allen Rock Santa Clara Street, just like we did with Allen Rock Village, and then hopefully, you know, cross my fingers, Story Road in the future. But OED accomplishes a lot despite working with a smaller budget, and I know your office has taken some hits of people leaving as well, so we should always mention that. And I think the proposals from my colleagues to strengthen our key results would yield some great results. But I also want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Campos, for her proposal to include workforce development as a focus area. And as you know, Nancy, workforce development is a major priority for me. It's a key focus of my office. It's where my background came from, workforce development advocacy. And it is a key part of our local economy. As the councilwoman had mentioned, bringing businesses here to the city of San Jose is not enough if our kids are not prepared to take those jobs, right? In theory, if we're bringing businesses here without making sure all of our high schools and all of our workforce development programs are equipping our kids for those skills, we're essentially bringing jobs for other people, for other individuals to the city of San Jose. That's when we see people come from other states, which further exacerbate our housing crisis. And you know, I have a lot of respect for Work to Future. I am now on their board. I'm assigned to their board. But unfortunately, I do not think that Work to Future has been meeting its marks when it comes to a holistic approach of making sure our youth are reaching that threshold of being hired by Google, eBay, Facebook. I mean, I don't know if you guys have metrics on that. You mentioned outcomes for Work to Future. What I didn't really hear outcomes. What I heard was completion of the program. An outcome to me is somebody got a job, somebody got a raise, you know, somebody was hired in a job specific to the skills that they were trained in, right? It doesn't matter like if someone took check training courses and then they get a job at McDonald's. That's not meeting our goals, even though they did just get a raise and they're getting $20 an hour, so shout out to them. So what sort of metrics are you talking about when it comes to outcomes that actually show individuals working in their line of career and also making a livable wage, which I know in some cases can be close to 6 figures here in this valley?
Thank you very much again for the question, council member. And I will ask Jeff Ruster to come down to be able to speak. As he walks down, I will mention that Work to Future focus on 5 sectors that are well-paying with benefits, like working in healthcare or tech, or AI, or some of these others, which Jeff will speak more to the specific outcomes about.
Good afternoon, and Councilmember Ortiz. Yeah, for Work the Future, the federally funded part of Work the Future, we secured over the last 12 months 935 jobs for youth and adults. Of those 935, approximately 85% were what we call high-wage, high-growth jobs, where at least they're earning a living wage. On average, people are earning about $35 an hour, and there are career pathways associated with that, so there's opportunities for future growth. For San Jose Works, which is a program that is funded by the city, it is mostly focused on freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in high school that are coming out of the east side. We secured 800 jobs for youth last year. 375 of those were in what we call subsidized, where the city's money was helping to pay for them to go work at a company where they are learning a skill related to the kind of jobs that Nancy just mentioned. About 93% of those youth do finish the program, their 6 weeks internship. They get leadership training, they get financial literacy, they get a mentor. Many of them get a mentor from Cisco and from other companies as well. 90% are referred by Parks and Recs and the Youth Empowerment Alliance. So we're really trying to reach those youth that are most impacted and really have significant challenges. So we also work with partners as well for referrals and supportive services and things.
So you said 85% of the graduates are making around $35 an hour?
Overall, of the Work the Future youth and adult program, of the youth. So of those 935, that youth, the 85% approximately.
And that was of the last year? Or?
Last 12 months. So January to December of 2024.
Okay, and what jobs are those? Who are the employers that you're connecting these individuals?
Let's see. I do have a list of that, council member, but they are going to be folks from advanced manufacturing. A lot of them are in healthcare, actually. Kaiser, Sutter, Gardner are some of the examples of employers.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming up and sharing that. I still feel like if we do not continue to include workforce development, and if we use excuses like areas of focus, and I get focus, right? But a lot of times cuts that have great impact to Black and brown families are done under the guise of focus, and that's my concern. And so I'm supportive of this memo. I'm going to vote for it, and I hope my colleagues do as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let me turn to our city manager for a question.
Yes. Councilmember Campos, could I ask for a clarifying question, because I just want to make sure we're understanding the intent here. Is your adding on a fifth objective basically what we're doing and elevating the work to future work we're doing and making sure that we're focusing on that, or are you trying to go beyond that? And the reason I ask is if it's about the work to future work that we're already doing, that is definitely in our work plan, and we're not going away from that work at all, and obviously there's funding sources that the federal government puts into that work. But if it's to go beyond that, then I just want to say it will require us to come back probably to a committee and rebalance all the other key results that are right now on the table. I just want the whole council to understand, because I think we would have to downsize some of the objectives and results that we have on the other four things to make that more of an emphasis. Or if it's just making sure that we're thinking about our workforce development as we have, and continue to double down on what we have with that WIA program, that's another thing. I don't think we need to resize it, but we could come back with key results on that program a little bit more strategically through the committee. I don't think that's an issue. So I'm trying to understand, is it an expansion, or is it more of us making sure we're still focusing on the WIA program itself as we have been, to continue that work? So I just need that clarification so we understand that from a staff perspective.
Yeah, so the direction from my memo is looking at programs like Work to Future and any other programs that the city has that prepare residents to participate in the economy through training, education, and career support, and then connecting key objectives to those programs.
Okay, so I think it would behoove us to go back to committee, and we would need to probably rework the key results on the other 4 objectives to be able to, because it'd have to be a trade-off conversation. We are, with this memo, as we would be coming back, as we stated, with a manager's budget addendum to start talking about things we're going to de-emphasize, to pause, maybe stop working on in order to accomplish those 4 objectives. So we would have to, I don't think we'd have to work within what we thought we would be able to do. So we may not be able to achieve the other key results. And I think if that's what the council would like us to do, that's perfectly fine. I just want to make sure that it's understood what we would need to bring back to CED.
Okay. Appreciate the question and comment. I agree with the city manager. I also appreciate and agree with the goal of improving overall economic justice with a focus on or understanding that our community's ability to take advantage of these jobs is a really important question. I think the challenge we have is our limited funding and jurisdiction to achieve that goal. And I think to the city manager's point, we have a question about trade-offs. There is a substitute motion on the floor. We have at least one more hand up, so we will vote on the substitute motion as it is, unless it's amended before we get to the vote. My personal preference and suggestion would be to adopt the work plan with the 4 objectives that I know staff has put a couple of months of research and work into, and a lot of engagement with stakeholders inside and outside of the building, but refer to CED a deeper analysis of a 5th objective related to workforce, preparing residents to participate in the local economy through training, education, and career support, with an understanding of, 1, what investments we would make, what the trade-offs would be, and then how we would have to change the rest of the work plan. I think at this stage, after a couple of months of the office working hard to put together a work plan that maximizes their use of resources and existing staffing that they have, we'd need to identify either new funds or significant trade-offs in order to add a 5th objective. And I don't personally feel real comfortable doing that here as we're taking a vote to adopt this work plan. But I do think it's worth further discussion of, should we change something we're doing with Work to Future today? I think that's worth more discussion and analysis. Are there other resources we should devote to this potential objective? And if we were to do that, what would the trade-offs be? But I don't think any of that analysis or understanding is before us today, which makes it really hard to add a 5th objective. But I don't in any way want to sound like I'm dismissing the importance of the objective. I think it's a good one. I think we're a little challenged in what we can do. I would submit to you that probably the 2 biggest drivers of the Silicon Valley Pain Index are very high cost of living driven by housing costs, which is a different work plan within the city, and an education system that is struggling to get kids on grade level and prepare them for this economy, neither of which is within the purview of OED. So I want us to think a little more deeply about how this objective fits with the staffing and funding that the team has before we say that it shall be a 5th objective over the next 2 years. That would be my recommendation to the council. But let me turn to colleagues. We had Vice Mayor's hand up, but we have not yet heard from Councilmember Kamei. Let me go to her first, and then we'll come back to Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Campos, for elevating the whole issue of preparing our future workforce. I think it is critically important. I will say that as a former liaison to the Work to Future work, they're doing so many amazing things. I will say that all of the tracks that they have really try to do as much as possible to promote to very good, high-paying jobs. And so while I agree that we need to elevate this, I think at this moment it is really critical for the city to find ways to focus on trying to increase the revenues coming in. And, you know, I've been very, very impressed at what Work to Future has done, and they continue to do. I think perhaps, you know, having the rest of the council know more about what's going on. I know that Councilmember Ortiz is now the representative liaison, and perhaps where We need to do a better job of informing everyone in terms of the jobs that are being, the training that's being provided and the jobs that the students are getting, because I think that I certainly have been very impressed. We could always do more. You know, I totally agree with that. But I also think that there is a need to really look at how revenue can help the city, and in the next couple of years, it's going to be much more imperative. So I think that I will not support your substitute motion, but I do think that elevating it is going to be critically important.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate that perspective. Let's go to Councilmember Mulcahy next.
Mayor, depending on how this goes, I hope you'll come back to me if we have another, conversation about the other motion. But I think when I looked at it before, it's a value statement. Now there are things that we're talking about now, programs that we have that are, sort of tactical approaches to, supporting this area. But when I looked at it against the goals and objectives, or the, the very specifics, like, generate, facilitate permitting for 3 data centers, I didn't know where it quite fit. I like the idea, however, of approving this today, these very tactical, go forward plans for economic development, and revisiting, because, as a new council member, I want to know what it is that we're doing. And, looking at, I knew about Work to Future, and I know there are others, and I know that there are many partnerships out there in the community that are doing really good work around this. So I think a deeper dive through CED would be warranted. I'm on that committee and look forward to that conversation. So I won't support the substitute motion, but certainly appreciate the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you. I truly appreciate the conversation, and thank you, Councilmember Campos, for raising the issue of concern. We do at CED get a report from Work to Future every year on what they're doing, and I think it would be appropriate for CED to look further into what they're doing and how we can enhance the opportunities through Work to Future. So I would request a friendly amendment, and that is that we refer your item to CED for further investigation and discussion. That would be my friendly amendment.
So, sorry, may I
Yeah,
ask a question,
please.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Recommendation 3 in my memo is direction to the city manager to return to CED and city council with recommendations for achievable key results. So it is inviting this to go back to CED for further discussion.
I think the challenge is the second rec, which basically commits us to adopting a 5th objective. But Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Right. I believe that this discussion should be held in great detail at the CED committee, and then to come back to council with a recommendation from CED. I think that's where it needs to go from here, including the key measures. And because what we have the 4 focus groups, if we add a 5th here at the dais, we don't know what that's going to do to staffing. We don't know what that's going to do to the budget. We're getting ready to have a long discussion about the budget, so it may impact OED, and we don't know what those implications are. And this is an appropriate conversation for this committee to have. And you have Councilmember Ortiz is on the committee, Casey, Mulcahy, Salas, and myself. Rosemary? Who else? I forget who's on it. Sorry, guys. But it's a committee that our job is to vet these things out, to have a long discussion on it, and then bring it back to council. Most of the things that we hear do come back to council. So that would be my request, that you include that as a friendly amendment to refer this to CED.
That's a friendly amendment that I can support.
Thank you.
Do we need?
Okay, so just to clarify, and then I'll ask the seconder if he's okay with that, we would include all the memos, and on the memo from Councilmember Campos, we would essentially instead of having the second recommendation say adopt the fifth objective, it would be that we would be taking that proposed objective as well as the discussion about potential key results associated with it to CED for a deeper conversation that, as I heard, it's not written here, but would include an understanding of budget, staffing, and trade-offs. Were it to be adopted, what would need to be deprioritized from the other 4 goals that OED is bringing forward. Is that a fair encapsulation?
Yes.
Okay, and is that okay with the seconder?
Councilman Ortiz.
Is that okay? Okay, sounds like the seconder is okay with that. I also would be, so thank you, that's great. Good dialogue. I also would be remiss in not just mentioning, in addition to the great work that Jeff and the team at Work to Future do and the small business support work that others on the team do, our library system does a tremendous job of helping our residents get prepared for careers, achieve education, often when they are not well served by the traditional education system. And I just don't want to lose that as part of the conversation here, that our unique role, given that we don't manage the school districts and we only have so much influence over the cost of housing, the library system is a really critical component. So I think it would be worth just thinking about the various programs that they operate that would support this goal. It may end up being as much or more under the umbrella of the library system than OED, which is a much smaller team focused on growing, in many ways growing the economy and supporting employment and small business and all the rest in our city. So I just wanted to flag that as, I think, relevant context. Okay, I see a couple other hands up. Let's go to Councilmember Condelis next.
No, thank you. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Campos for her memorandum. As well as Vice Mayor Foley for trying to thread the needle on a very important theme that we can all get behind and we all agree. And while, yes, the education system's out of our purview, we're all interconnected and we have to work with one another to make sure that we're offering pathways to success for our children and doing everything in our tool belt and our toolbox, including OEDCA, to make sure we're successful. So thank you for that. I will be supporting the motion on the floor.
Great points. Agree. Let's go to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Yeah, I had some comments prepared because I just wanted to acknowledge Nancy Klein specifically. This would be the last economic development goal setting that you'll be doing here, and we've known each other a long time and really want to acknowledge you and all the work you've done for the city and for these last years of leading the department. And I know how much San Jose means to you, so I want to make sure to acknowledge that. We owe you a lot, so thumbs up. You know, you've anchored this report, and I think the goal of, or the kind of expression that the committee or the group that I was involved in was really trying to, I think, push the goals, right? There's a little bit of aspiration in these goals, and even, you know, what Councilmember Campos is raising, it's sort of all comes at an interesting time when we'll be taking a look at, you know, your replacement, for example, Nancy, and just, you know, having that opportunity to, you know, sort of see the other side about how these organizations can run, and maybe ideas will come forward to how the operation is running. So I look forward to that. I think it's an interesting time to be having this conversation and the future one around the issues that Campos was raising. So thank you for your service to the city, and we'll see you around.
Yes, hear, hear. And there'll be more of celebrating Nancy's contributions to our city. I don't see any other hands. We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Campos, second from Ortiz. I think we're all good on what is in it. So, Tony, let's vote on that motion.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. And by all good, I meant all clear. I didn't want to assume anyone's vote on that, but glad to see it passed unanimously. Okay. Great. So thank you again, Nancy. Great work on this. Let's move on to item 8.2. This is the approval of a multifamily housing incentive program for 905 North Capitol Avenue. Great to see our incentives are actually moving some projects forward. Eric, you have a brief presentation as I understand it? Yes. Wonderful.
Okay, Eric Sullivan, Housing Director. Just a brief presentation here regarding the first of a couple of projects that we're bringing forward here in the next couple of months under the Growth Areas Multifamily Housing Incentive Program that Housing, PBCE, OED, PNRS, and DOT, so a one-team effort, brought forward in December of last year, and now we're seeing some progress. So briefly, as I mentioned, the program was designed to try to catalyze projects to move forward, and through the collaborative work across the departments in December, we were able to really specifically tailor this to get to catalyzation and moving projects forward while also kind of limiting some impacts on the city revenue side given our current fiscal state. So the current program does a 50% reduction in the building and structure construction tax, as well as the commercial residential mobile home building tax, and then the IHO fee reductions for in lieu fees with at least 5% of affordable units being built on site up to 100% AMI. The project is being developed by Hanover Company. It's a 7-story project with 328 market rate units and 17 affordable units with just over 3,000 square feet of office space in it. And a fantastic design, if I might say. In addition, the total value of the proposed tax credits that are being waived under the incentive program is just over $4.9 million. And so this project is being brought forth for council and mayor for consideration, and that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. And I'll just note, just to build on what our housing director just said, in December, we had a discussion, debate, and ultimately the council chose to move forward the multifamily incentives. Last year, we had 0 new multifamily housing starts. 0. Not one building permit for market rate multifamily. We now, and we're still, what are we still in Q1 of this year, have 2 projects, assuming this approval today, moving forward, totaling roughly 750 units. Those are homes, places for people to live. That's less pressure on rents for everybody else. It's a great thing all around, but I think it comes with the recognition that we have to be able to right-size our fees and processes and regulations and figure out how to be flexible and meet the market and allow that investment to flow if we really want housing. So appreciate the council's willingness to adopt this strategy last December, and it's great to see it already bearing fruit. Tony, do we have public comment?
Yes, Scott Yondel. Come on down. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Mahan, and members of the council. Great to be up here again. I'll keep my comments brief. Let me just say thank you to the council for your decision in December. Thank you to the city staff, to Director Sullivan, also to Nancy Klein, who was instrumental in this as well. This was, an incentive program that was born out of an economic fee study back in October of 22. In June of 22 was when this project was originally entitled and approved in the face of rising interest rates. And we have not been able to get this project capitalized and started, but with the help of this incentive, we have been able to put the capitalization in place. And with your vote today, we expect to break ground on Monday. So we're very excited about that. And with that, I will once again just leave you with a note of thanks. And we're looking forward to getting this housing started. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. All right, let's turn to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, recognize my friend Scott, who just spoke, and with Eric. They won't be surprised to hear my mixed emotions about this project, which I will readily admit. It's a project on Capitol Avenue that, in my opinion, is a little out of place in terms of its scale, its size, and scope. And we did a lot of conversations during the process of approving this project. This project wasn't approved by council because it was, in a transit zoned area where we really didn't have control over that zoning. Obviously, if I were obstinate about it, this would be an opportunity to not move the project forward, but I'm not doing that at this stage. I mean, I think it, I'm a big supporter of density housing, as you all know, and I'm very excited, obviously, when I see progress on the Sealy project. This is one that's not popular in the community, and I'm just wanted to acknowledge that up front. But it's also really important that we get housing projects moving, and that's why I was fully supportive of this incentive program when it came last year, knowing full well that meant this project would move forward. For those of you who aren't aware, this is right at the corner of Capitol and Penitentiary Creek Road, right by Penitentiary Creek Park. It will be, as far as I can tell, the tallest building east of 680 in all of San Jose, at least for now. Eventually, there will probably be others. Surrounded by 1- and 2-story townhomes and homes. So that's why there's been some hesitation in the community. We're going to my office will certainly be hearing complaints when the construction starts, I'm sure, but the project right next door, the townhouses that are already underway and are being built look great, and we're excited that those will be ready soon, and obviously we're excited to get more housing inventory in stock. This will be a good test of how transit-oriented development along our light rail corridor in East San Jose works, because obviously this is one of the first housing projects like it with this that will break ground with this reduced parking requirement, and there's a lot of concerns in the community about it, and that's why one of the reasons why I've joined with Councilmember Ortiz and others of discussing our residential neighborhood permit programs because of projects like this in the middle of neighborhoods where this is being placed. Having said all that, I will move acceptance of this recommendation to move this project forward.
Second.
Awesome. Well, Councilor Cohen, I'll just say, I think what you just said is frankly leadership, being able to acknowledge that there are trade-offs, that not everybody's happy, that this may not have been exactly what you or others wanted, but I think in net, I think you're absolutely right, and I appreciate you making the motion. And, having 345 households now have a place to live across the street from light rail, the Penitentiary Creek Trail, and I see on my map here just down the block from a Denny's is not a bad deal. So I appreciate you being willing to support the project here, and in net, in the long run, it's a great thing for our community when we can create more homes for folks. So thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Campos absent.
Okay, so we now are, thank you all and congratulations. We are on to items 8.3 and 8.4. We will hear the items concurrently, one staff presentation, but we will take separate votes on them. Eric and Jared, whenever you're ready, let's jump in.
Thanks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor and Council. Jared Ferguson, Principal Planner with Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. I'm here with Eric Sullivan, our Housing Director. Here today to present you with a status report on our Housing Catalyst Team Work Plan and our Housing Element Annual Progress Report. So first, some background. In 2018, the Housing Catalyst Team was established as a part of our Housing Crisis Work Plan. And that work plan was really our set of policies and strategies centered around increasing housing production. And that strategy, associated with that strategy, we created the Housing Catalyst team, and composed of staff from Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, our Housing Department, the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, and Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. And we meet on a bi-monthly basis to go through our work items and collaborate on work to promote housing production. And that first work plan ran through the end of 2023 alongside our previous housing element. And so in November of 2022, we provided our final update on that work plan and proposed the creation of our Housing Catalyst Team Work Plan that would be the successor to that work plan and right alongside our new housing element that was under development at that time. And so in June of 2023, Council adopted our 6-cycle housing element, and staff proposed the first iteration of the Housing Catalyst Work Plan to the Community Economic Development Committee, and which was subsequently approved by the City Council in August of 2023. And then in January of 2024, the state HCD certified our housing element, and then in February and March of last year, we provided a report to the Community Economic Development Committee and to City Council. And the Housing Catalyst Work Plan is really meant to show the near-term work that is currently underway that's in our housing element and work that we plan to initiate soon, and also a place where staff and the council can add additional work items related to housing production that isn't contained in our housing element. And now I'll pass it back to Eric.
And so as we continue to frame up this work along the lines of the housing continuum, I know council members, I've seen this slide before, this work fits within our overall work to expand continuing production, to make investments around preservation, and to look for strategic ways to advance our overall housing melon to get to abundant housing stock. On the next slide here, you'll see kind of where our current status is related to our RHINA goals. Overall, as mentioned prior and I discussed in prior meetings, we continue to fall short, as with many other municipalities throughout the state, in meeting our goals for both our affordable housing development as well as our overall market rate development. As was mentioned just in the prior motion brought before council, we're finally, hopefully, getting some market rate development started, getting some momentum going. We know we're going to have just about 2,100 units of affordable housing completing construction here soon. We're going to try to move forward with more NOFA funding for more affordable housing to keep momentum going on both lanes, both on the market rate side and on the affordable side. But where we are as of today is we continue to just fall short of meeting those overall objectives.
So going a little bit deeper on the data, this next chart shows building permits issued for units in 2024. And the building permits issued is really the key metric for our RHNA progress. That's when the RHNA units get credited towards our overall progress. So the blue bars show the actual permits issued in 2024, and then the orange bar shows our annual goal, and that's 1/8 of our 8-year planning period goal of 62,200 units. So on the right there, our annual goal is 7,775, and we met about 28% of that with a little over 2,200 units. And the above moderate category there, that's our market rate category that Eric was just talking about. And you can see, as the mayor mentioned too, our progress there has been very low, especially in terms of our historic production there as well. We did meet our low income category, or 1% short, but 99% of that. And then moving to the overall progress. So this is 2 years into our 8-year period. You can see on the right there again is the overall total, so 62,200. That's our total RHNA allocation for our regional housing needs allocation for the whole 8-year planning period, and we've met about 9% of that so far. So getting into our Housing Catalyst work plan, the complete work plan is included as attachment A in the report. And this first slide shows the measures that staff has developed associated with the work plan. There are 2 measures. The first is impact, and that measures the estimated effect that staff believes a policy will have on its completion, on production or preservation or protection. So, for example, a high impact item may result in the creation of 100 units annually, and a low impact item we estimate may result in less than 50 units. And then there are other items that may be legally required or may need additional analysis by staff in order to determine their overall impact. And then level of effort is the other measure meant to measure the amount of staff time necessary to implement a work item. And so as we look at our work plan, we look to prioritize items in that work plan that are high impact and lowest effort first. So moving into our specific work items, so we did complete a number of items last year as part of our work. So first, P14, the City Council in December adopted a new overlay to allow residential uses in several of our neighborhood business districts to complete that work. P24, we completed some additional zoning work around allowing permanent supportive housing in quasi-public lands. R6, we completed work around applying our mobile home park general plan designation to the remaining 56 mobile home parks throughout the city. We completed work in H13 around our regional homeless response coordination and planning. We completed zoning updates around our emergency shelters to comply with state law as a part of our housing element under H14, and completed I-10 around having a member of our housing commission with lived experience with homelessness on that commission. And then moving to our current work items specifically. So as a part of our certification by HCD, in the letter that they send us saying that our housing element was approved, they listed and enumerated several specific programs out of the 130 in our housing element. And so as we move into the second year of the housing element period, it's our understanding that HCD is going to be paying particular attention to those programs and our progress in implementing those programs as they look at our annual progress report. So these work items are those that were listed in that letter. We do feel like we've made substantial progress on the work that we've committed to do and remain committed to continuing doing that work to achieve compliance. And so the first item, a very significant item, P7, was our city infill housing ministerial approval ordinance. So in December, the City Council approved this ordinance that created a new ministerial approval process for multifamily housing in our growth areas. So that was a significant work item, and we have some more work to do around that. P4 is additional affordable housing tools in North San Jose. So this is work in addition to those overlays that we created in North San Jose as a part of our housing element process that would allow mixed income or affordable housing on some new sites there. For this item, we really want to, since those overlays were put in place just over a year ago, our approach to this is to really see how those overlays have an impact in the market and then respond with additional tools through this work item as necessary. Item P9 is around affordable housing production in Dearborn, and Housing Department's forthcoming new construction request for proposals will prioritize new affordable housing in Dearborn. Item P41, reviewing and revising our permit conditions and findings. We've started work on this. We have to update these findings and conditions to be consistent with, to be objective rather. And we started this work and believe we can finish it by the end of the year in keeping with our timeline that we've committed to. And I4 is our housing balance report, and this examines changes and trends in our city's overall housing stock, and the Housing Department's going to be presenting this to the Community Economic Development Committee in April. And the last two are really significant work items that we also feel are very important, which were highlighted in the letter from HCD. The first is P35, we've called small multifamily housing, and so this is allowing up to 4 to 10 units on sites that don't currently allow that level of density. So this is our missing middle, medium density strategy. And we really think that this is going to be a key strategy moving forward, given our market rate performance so far as another outlet to achieve more units in trying to meet our RHNA goals. And so the first step in this is where we want to understand the market dynamics of this and understand the feasibility of this type of development. So as a part of the upcoming 2025 cost of residential development report, we're including several prototypes of this type of housing. And then based upon those findings, we would use that to inform our policy work moving forward. And then the last significant item is around evaluating our urban village planning process. This is a very significant work item involving trying to figure out how we get to more of those urban villages that we haven't completed planning work on yet. And there are 3 strategies we discuss in the memo in terms of how we feel like we can achieve urban village planning work more quickly. So the first is through combined station area planning. There are 2 corridors with unplanned villages, Highway 87 light rail, and several along North Capitol Avenue light rail. And we feel like those could be planned together in one effort that would save time. The other strategy is around what are called neighborhood urban villages. So these are small villages throughout the city. There's about 20 of them, and 19 of them are unplanned in our general plan. And we feel like there's an opportunity to do the work together to plan all those villages as one combined effort or through one policy framework. So we're working through that. And then lastly, there are still a number of villages that are significant and really do need to be planned through our traditional urban village process. We have 2 of those efforts underway now to plan our Saratoga Avenue El Paseo urban villages, those 2 together, and then for Alum Rock East. And now I'll pass it back to Eric.
And some of our continuing work around anti-displacement items has been brought forth before council before. One is our community development capacity building with grants that were made to Somos Mayfair and the School of Arts and Culture for Mexican Heritage Plaza, just to name 2. Our work around soft story to preserve over 14,000 units that primarily house ELI and VLI families in order to provide retrofit upgrades as we're continuing to move that forward. Our work around eviction prevention and where do we have interventions in courts to settle disputes between tenants and landlords. Our work around tenant preferences and tenant protections, as well as continuing funding to preserve and expand more affordable units in at-risk communities. In addition, some newly added items, as just discussed prior, are incentive programs for more market rate development, as we just saw on the prior item here, as well as ways in which we can better automatize our needs to address for tenant protection audits. This is in response to our rent stabilization program and where do we improve overall data management for the program to ensure that we can get to more efficient execution and allow for more streamlined communications with both tenants and landlords as we're continuing that work.
And so just to conclude, there are 2 items before you here. So first is item 8.3, and our recommendation is to accept the status report on work to implement the Housing Catalyst Teamwork Plan. And then item 8.4 is accepting the report on our progress on our housing element, and then also report on the Housing Successor Redevelopment Agency annual report. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for the comprehensive report and all the good work. As a reminder, we'll vote on the items separately, but the presentation, public comment, and council deliberation is on both 8.3 and 8.4. Tony, do we have public comment on either item?
Yes, Sean?
So the chart where it talks about the housing that's been made or meeting the goals that you're supposed to meet, I think that's everything. Because when you look at it, off the chart is the richest kind of housing. And these little teeny tiny marks are the poor people housing that you've built. And the housing that's, the housing that people need to get out of homelessness or to actually stay marginally housed, little teeny goals. And when we talk about jailing unhoused people, people who fell out of that little tiny margin of housing, that little tiny bit of progress you made, those are the people that you're going to jail. Those are the people that you're barely making any progress for. And you've got off the charts for all the rich people, the highest rent percentile. You've got plenty of housing that you've made for that. That right there, in a nutshell, is the problem. And I just don't understand why you can't see it and why you're just going to ignore it. Like little teeny tiny bits of progress. We've only built this much. Yay, we've done a great job. But all these people out here who are unhoused, who are dying and hoping for housing, who are huddled with their families under tarps in pouring rain. It is 38 degrees tonight. All those people would love for that margin to be a little higher and for that giant margin to be much, much shorter. That is a synopsis of what is wrong in San Jose.
Okay, thanks. Coming back to the council. Remember, we'll take motions on the items separately, but let me turn to colleagues for any questions, comments. Okay, Councilmember Dewan moving for approval on 8.3.
8.3.
Okay, I see Councilmember Campos. Do you have a comment on 8 or either item?
No, he said.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for that report. I think it's always pertinent to discuss, what our housing goals are, where we're at in meeting those goals, especially because now more than ever, we are really feeling the pressure and the weight to achieve, our city's objective of, reducing the amount of people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness on our streets, also ensuring that we are creating, an environment that is going to sustain the job growth that we're looking for, that is going to help ensure our community is thriving, and that requires, housing as part of that safety net. And so what I see with our housing catalyst is a critical tool in addressing our city's housing crisis. And as we just heard, the deeply affordable housing is an area where we need to always be doing more. And so my question to staff is, we had a housing element that was not certified by the January 2023 deadline. Could we please hear what are the impacts and penalties of noncompliance with the housing element?
Yes, so when we don't have a certified housing element, we can be subject to what's called builder's remedy, where projects can be proposed that don't need to comply with our zoning or general plan. If you continue to be out of compliance and don't have a certified housing element, there can be additional penalties levied against cities. So our ability even to issue permits can be revoked if we are not complying with housing element progress.
Thank you for that response. It sounds to me like a very severe penalty, including things like the builder's remedy, which we have seen in my district, and I'm sure in other council districts like District 10, our neighbors to the west. And so when we are not in compliance with the housing element, we are losing our local control and ability to develop the housing that we know we need for our city. There's also continued efforts to ensure that we are building housing at all levels of affordability, and again, reiterating that our city's most urgent housing need is that deeply affordable housing. And so how are we working to ensure that city-owned land is prioritized for deeply affordable housing rather than being leveraged for market rate development?
The city has a number of city-owned land parcels that were formally committed to affordable housing projects that have not moved forward for any number of reasons, including the lack of availability of tax credits as well as bond cap. So the city as a gap financer can't drive those projects forward. All we can do is provide gap financing when that additional funding and alternative sources of funding through equity from tax credits as well as bonds line up, and then the city can provide gap financing. So until then, those lands then get reconsidered, added into potential other future projects where we can expand and produce more affordable housing and more general housing. We've had a number of projects as the city over the years has purchased lands over the last 3 or 4 years where projects have just gone nowhere because of the lack of subsidies and equity.
Thank you. I could not agree more that it is important to play our role as a city in leveraging funds, leveraging partnerships, and working to build the housing that is so desperately needed. The previous item uplifted that housing costs are particularly burdensome, surpassing state averages by 65% and nationwide by 225%. And so these pressures that our residents are feeling not only impact their lives, but impact our community stability. And so it's important that we, as a council, understand the role that we can play in addressing our housing needs and our housing goals, especially those that we are obligated to fulfill under things like the housing element in our RHNA goals. And I think it's just incredibly important that we recognize that we do have a role to play and that there are penalties when we are not achieving our goals. We want to be in compliance with our housing element, and that's going to take the right level of investment, the right level of policy making that's going to move the needle forward on creating a more stable housing environment. And so I thank you for again, your report and answering my questions.
Thanks for your comments and questions. Councilmember, let's go to Councilmember Salas.
Thank you for the report. Thank you very much. I read that we saved 194 households avoided eviction last year somewhere in your report. Does that start with the city, or does that start and end with the city, or how does that, at a high level, how does that generally work that you actually have saved almost 200 households from eviction?
So that is part of our eviction diversion program, where the city, and working with dispute resolution specialists in the courts, are able to divert cases that are going forward for eviction by working with both landlords and tenants.
And that's all city function? That is a city function in your department?
Correct, yes. So that is a city-funded program that we administer through the housing department.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands at this moment. We have a motion on item 8.3 first, and then we'll come back to council for a motion on 8.4. Tony, let's vote on 8.3, please.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, coming back to the council, we'll entertain a motion on 8.4. Great, thank you. Let's vote on 8.4.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Eric, Jared. Thank you for all the work you've done. Continue the conversation soon. We are going to be taking a very short recess because we have noticed our final item, which is 3.3, approval of the annual mayor's March budget message, to be heard no sooner than 4 p.m. So it is a time-certain item. I apologize to those of you who are ready to give your public comment, and we're looking forward to those. We have about 19 minutes, so we will recess until 4 p.m., and then we'll pick up with our final item, which is 3.3. Thank you all again for being here, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, just want to encourage colleagues to come back to the dais. We'll start in about a minute. Thank you all for being here. Welcome. So let me offer just a few preliminary comments before we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council for deliberation and ultimately motion and a vote. So we're on our final item, which is item 3.3. This is the Mayor's March budget message, which begins it's kind of early in the budget process, and then we have follow-on town halls with the community, budget study sessions, multiple months of discussion and deliberation, and then a final vote in June. I want to welcome everyone who's here, and just some ground rules before I offer some initial comments and we go to public comment. We have a lot of folks here who I know feel passionately about many of the topics in the message, and I appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge that just as we on this dais don't all agree, not everyone in the audience agrees. And so we have some guidelines for public participation to maintain order in the chamber and make sure everyone is able to exercise their First Amendment rights. So we would ask first and foremost that, actually let me start with how to participate. There are cards down, you'll see two kind of clear boxes here at the bottom of the auditorium seating where you can find a comment card and submit those. They are in multiple languages. Stephen will make sure they get to the clerk for public comment. Tony, when it gets to public comment, will call a few names at a time. In order for folks to hear when it is their turn and for us to stay on schedule, I'm going to ask people to keep order and quiet in the chamber. We appreciate it rather than cheering and booing, which can get very disorderly very quickly. We prefer if folks can express themselves with their jazz hands for support or some other mechanism. I also see we have signs in the audience. That is okay, but again, please be respectful of your neighbors. We don't all agree. Everyone is entitled to their public comment time. Please do not hold your sign up in a way that is going to block folks behind you. You can keep it in front of you, in your lap, or if it's very large in front of you, but do not block the folks behind you or take a seat with it. Please be respectful with signs. No cheering or booing, ideally. We want to make sure everyone can be heard and we respect everybody's First Amendment rights. We will limit public comment. We have over 140 cards, I believe, so we'll be limiting public comment to 1 minute per person, or we will be here until tomorrow. So we'll do 1 minute a person. And let me just offer some initial prefatory comments before we jump in. First and foremost, I want to thank a few folks. I want to thank Jennifer McGuire, our city manager, Assistant City Manager Lee Wilcox, Budget Director Jim Shannon, and Bonnie Young, and the rest of the budget team for all of their hard work thus far. This is really a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that we know where every dollar is coming from, where it's going, that it's properly accounted for, and that we're in a position to make good trade-offs, good choices, and understand the implications of them with limited resources and a whole lot of need. And that's only possible because we have very diligent professionals in the budget office, in the city manager's office, who are doing that work 365 days a year, and I'm grateful to them. I want to especially thank our city manager for responding quickly and prudently to recent revenue trends. Months ago, as we saw our sales tax revenue slowing, our city manager enacted a hiring freeze, restricted overtime usage, and limited consulting services for the remainder of the current fiscal year to put us in a better position. And since then, she has worked closely with departments to prepare potential spending reductions for the coming fiscal year in advance of our budget deliberations so that the council has clear budget options and trade-offs in front of us. I also want to thank My team, led particularly by my budget director, Stephen Keynes, and Chief Policy Officer, Mackenzie Mossing, and their teams, they've worked very hard since late last year with the administration to prepare us for this March budget message, which, as you all saw, is very detailed, and I think they've done great work. And want to just thank them for many long nights and weekends. And then finally, I want to thank my Budget Brown Act. Traditionally, the Mayor's Budget Brown Act really gets going after the March message because most of the work happens through the budget study sessions and the June message and all the final trade-offs we have to make. But my team and I in our first few years have chosen to bring colleagues in early, and I have to say, Vice Mayor Foley, Councilmember Kamei, Councilmember Cohen, and Councilmember Candelas all made this message better. And I incorporated ideas from each of them, took their feedback and suggestions, and while we don't all agree on everything, obviously I do appreciate their engagement and feedback, and I think they all made the message stronger. So thank you for that. So achieving an overall balanced budget across the next 2 years will require a multi-year strategy. Let me explain why. The city manager's budget office projects a shortfall of $46 million in fiscal year 25-26, and even if fully resolved with ongoing solutions, we would still, according to the current projection, face an additional ongoing shortfall of $53 million in fiscal year 26-27. That means the 2-year projected fiscal shortfall is just under $100 million, and that really is due to slowing revenue growth coupled with continued cost increases for delivering essential city services. During the, or just following the pandemic, we saw our 2 largest sources of revenue, property and sales tax, grow quickly. We had annual growth rates of 7 to 9% for those 2 sources, but they have now cooled in the last year, and growth in these 2 categories is forecasted to range from closer to 2 to 4% over the next couple of years. So as we work to balance the budget, we will have to make some trade-offs, and we will have to find efficiencies and be very mindful of our limited capacity to deliver on the goals our community has. Do want to just note the importance of the direction to look for efficiencies and audit our contracts and take a hard look at existing consulting services. This was something Councilmember Ortiz noted in his blue memo that came out today, and giving direction to the city manager to look at services and contracts that might be candidates for renegotiation, rebidding, consolidation, elimination, or bringing in-house if it saves us money. I believe this year's shortfall will be relatively manageable. Doesn't mean there won't be any trade-offs, but as long as we are willing to be flexible in our use of Measure E dollars and align those expenditures with past council direction, which has prioritized the construction and operation of interim housing and shelter, our EIHs. Council has given direction multiple times in recent years to build out that pipeline. In fact, this year, we will be adding over 1,000 new, safe, managed places for people to be, many of them individual rooms with a door that locks. We will also be issuing a notice of funding availability for $50 million for new affordable housing this year. So we are making big investments in safe places for people to go. In order to do that in a way that is sustainable, though, we need to shift our allocations of Measure E funding in an ongoing way to meet the cost of operating that additional interim housing and shelter. That's the first big ask in this budget message, and it's part of an overall budget balancing strategy. I'll note 2 other big proposals you've probably heard a lot about in the last couple of weeks. A corollary of asking our community to invest up to $100 million a year in alternatives to the streets, safe, dignified places for people to go, is that when they're available, we resolve homelessness in the neighborhoods that have been asked to take on those solutions. That we go to those neighborhoods and say, we're building this interim housing and shelter here, but we will expect people to come indoors. That is the social compact, that is the trade, that's the agreement we've made with our neighborhoods. That has also been passed council direction, that we will have local preference, And we will ban camping in the immediate vicinity of a site. And we will hold people accountable for coming indoors when we ask our voters to spend tens of millions of dollars a year to build safe and dignified shelter and housing and keep operating it for our most vulnerable neighbors. Finally, third big proposal is the notion that each year we as the council, just as we are asking our city manager and senior staff to do, ought to set clear, measurable goals, actually track our performance, report back transparently, and tie our pay raises to performance, just as we are asking our city manager and most senior administrators to do. Those three things, prioritizing basic dignified shelter and interim housing for those living and dying on our streets through our Measure E funds, having a responsibility to come indoors when that has been built out and is being operated at great expense to our community, and being clear about our goals, measuring our performance, and tying our pay raises beyond cost of living to measurable improvement are the three key things I ran on for mayor 3 years ago. I think we've had a citywide referendum on those ideas, been consistent in continuing to talk about them, and I will continue to champion them because I think they're the kind of change we need to deliver the outcomes our residents are demanding and to build trust in government in a city and state where more than 2 out of 3 people think we are on the wrong track and that government has not been sufficiently accountable for delivering the outcomes that they want to see their tax dollars produce. So that's a little context on the budget message. You can read it. It's a longer read than that. There's a lot of great stuff in there that has been overshadowed by the bigger proposals, but that's okay. I appreciate all the memos and good thoughts from colleagues and look forward to the discussion and debate. But first, and importantly, we get to hear from all of you, members of our community. So thank you again for coming out. I know we have a lot of new folks who have walked in the last 10 minutes. Just want to reiterate, we're going to ask everyone to remain respectful. We don't all agree, and that's okay. That's what democracy is all about. It's a beautiful process. I'm going to ask folks not to cheer or boo so that we can hear folks and they can hear our clerk as people come up and get their opportunity to exercise their First Amendment rights. You can express your support with jazz hands or some other gesture, and just want to make sure everybody has that opportunity. We'll be limiting public comment to 1 minute. We have over 140 comment cards, as I understand it, so we're going to hear from a lot of folks tonight. All right, thank you all again for being here. Tony, are you ready to begin calling names for public comment?
Yes, I'm going to start with about 5 names. When you hear your name, just come on down. You do not have to come up in the order you're called. Those people who are waiting, we have reserved seats in the front row, so please take a seat while you wait your turn. You'll see a timer on the stand and a timer up on the screen. I'm going to start with Sandra Asher, David Forderer, Elizabeth Funk, Joanne Price, and Julian Lake.
Can understand me. Thank you.
David's main concern with the idea of moving the population that's homeless into different areas, there are some that suffer with severe mental disabilities. And this is something that David's worked long and hard at the city, county, and the state levels, is to represent these people, because in many cases they're not really understood, they're overlooked in many cases, and in some cases they have no idea of what's really even going on. They're not giving any alternatives. They're hard to be able to understand at times, and I think there needs to be some real thought process that comes about that will help these people that suffer with this condition, that really need the housing, need to be somewhere safe, as everyone has agreed, that has already taken place. So that's what David's main concern is about.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, City Council. I'm Jill Price. I'm co-founder with Dignity Moves. I'm standing here in support of the Mayor's budget. I think it's mythical to think that there is zero price to pay leaving people languish on our streets. Like data suggests that the cost of leaving someone outdoors is twice as much as bringing them indoors and into a safe, structured living environment where the efficiency and the efficacy of services is tenfold. San Jose has already benefited from the advantages of this approach, a 10.7% decrease in unsheltered homelessness versus a 10.3% rise across the state. That's a saving of $15 million to society. But this is not just about money. This is about restoring dignity, rebuilding communities, and being smart with our resources. If we continue to let this crisis define us, it will define us, but if we take action with fish.
Good afternoon, Mayor, fellow City Council members. My name is Julian Lake. I'm here on behalf of the Bay Area Council. The Council believes that this proposal, the Mayor's budget proposal, gives San Jose the opportunity to make history by becoming the first city in California to achieve functional zero unsheltered homelessness. For too long, homelessness has been treated as an unfortunate but unavoidable reality. But we now know the devastating cost of inaction. Unsheltered individuals face severe health risks, with mortality rates nearly 3 times those of those in shelters, and the financial burden on emergency services, law enforcement, and public health exceeds $240 million annually. This budget proposal is not just an investment necessity with $225 million in capital funding and $235 million in annual operating funding. Let's turn the page on encampments and build a future where no one is left to suffer on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Funk, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Dignity Moves, and I want to applaud you for considering finally being the first major U.S. city to end unsheltered homelessness. It's a bold plan. You've heard me talk about it before, and it's unfortunate to talk about human suffering in terms of dollars and cents, but this is a budget discussion, so that's where we are. I've also just come back from Washington, D.C., where the realities of budget cuts are very real, and it's going to force our hand to start thinking about practical solutions that don't drain our fiscal accounts, especially locally, because we're going to need to have cost-effective solutions that, quite frankly, we can rely on ourselves. And we've talked a lot about the cost of leaving people on the streets. You don't see it in any one budget. It's not coming out of Eric's budget. It's coming out of a dozen other budgets, but it's going to bankrupt us if we let this continue. And we're not going to be able to continue to rely on our permanent supportive housing plans and strategies that have been largely funded by our folks in the federal offices. If San Jose boldly embraces this plan, I can tell you from experience.
Next speaker. While you come down, I'd like to call the next 5, Veru Vupala Vijaya, Ramesh Kanda, Sal Caruso, and Alan Mawid. Go ahead.
I'm Sandra Asher. George Casey represents my district. I'm with the Real Coalition and Surge. I reject the mayor's big lie that the homeless problem is caused by mentally ill, drug-addicted people who refuse shelter. The mayor touts accountability, but ignores the core principle that disabled people have the right to decide what accommodations they need and what housing is accessible and appropriate for them. Many shelters, especially tiny homes, fail to accommodate disabled individuals, forcing them to refuse shelter for their own safety and dignity. The mayor's solution: jail them, echoing San Francisco's 1867 ugly laws, banning street begging and disabled people from public spaces. Like the mayor's proposal, it led to the incarceration of disabled individuals for the crime of being in public. We demand you address the root cause of homelessness with real evidence-based, lived experience-based solutions, ensuring that disabled people are not forced.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sal Caruso, and I've lived 52 of my years here in San Jose, and the city has transformed dramatically. This is not the prettiest picture I've seen and version of San Jose. It is getting better, which I'm grateful for. I'm here to support the mayor's budget ideas. There is no dignity in watching the homeless or the unhoused, caked in human waste, walking about our streets, suffering miserably in the cold. There's no dignity in that, but there is dignity in providing housing for them. And I applaud the solutions, and there's going to be many solutions for many different types of scenarios, including the homeless veterans, the homeless handicapped individuals. Those all need to be explored, but we can't exclude any options at this point. Everything needs to be on the table for a logical and rational approach. So I applaud the opportunity to speak to you, to be able to say in a few words.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members, thank you for listening to me today. I represent the VEP Neighborhood Association as well as the District 2 Neighborhood Leadership Council, and I come here today before you on behalf of both to confirm our full support for the mayor's March budget message. In particular, we believe that everyone should do their part to end the homelessness crisis and to end the homeless encampments in our city. We believe that the unhoused should be required without exception to come indoors to receive dignified shelter and the services they need to get back on their feet. It is the right thing for the health, safety, and well-being of our housed and unhoused neighbors, as well as for the city of San Jose. We ask you, the council, to do your part in voting yes on the mayor's March budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Deborah Brown, Ali Victorine, Carmen Gaines, Chuck Cantrell, and Acela Reyes. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Ramesh Konda. I represent Indian community association called Association of Indo-Americans, and many of you have attended our events in San Jose downtown. I'm here to support Mayor's March budget, and I also appreciate Vice Mayor here, Campos, supporting the budget. One of the reasons we feel is the housing crisis. Like, we see a lot of people still in the streets, and Mayor has, obviously, council has been working hard to support them. Anyway, we reduce the housing crisis and give them shelter and respect and just a human being like every one of us. So I support Mayor's March budget. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Isela with Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm a member of the nonprofit Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition. We strongly support the Big Tent Coalition letter, the Real Coalition letter, and the memo by Council Members Cohen and Candela. The city must reject any proposals to further criminalize unhoused residents and instead focus on real solutions, building permanent affordable housing. Homelessness is not a crime, it's a policy failure. Criminalization only deepens racial disparities, cycles of poverty, and over-policing of Black, brown, and disabled communities. San Jose should be expanding housing services, not punishing people for being poor. I know how close so many families are to losing their housing. During COVID, I lost my stepfather and became the sole provider for my disabled mother and younger brother, all while being a full-time student. We couldn't afford to stay in the community we grew up in. Affordable housing isn't just for those already unhoused, it's for families like mine, one paycheck away from losing everything. Measure E was passed to fund crucial housing needs, not to close budget gaps. Shelters provide temporary relief, but without real investment in housing, we're just pushing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Chuck Cantrell. Black people are down to only 2% of our county's population, but we are 19% of our unhoused community and 23% of those convicted of crimes in our community. Jailing unhoused people will lead to the greater numbers of Black people in our prison system. Imprisoning our unhoused will be a major contributor to continued population decline for Black people. For the crime of being unhoused, they will be dragged off to prison where they will get 8 cents an hour for their labor. Remember, our state recently voted to continue the prison slave trade with passing of Prop 6, which allows slavery in our prisons. You're good people, but when good people make bad things happen, ordinary people must try to stop them. We must get you away from the edge of tyranny. If you care about the survival of Blacks in our valley, you won't do this. Enslaving our...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Deborah Brown. I'm a resident of the Seven Trees neighborhood, and as I stand here and I look at all of you, I don't know how much representation the homeless people have, but I can tell you that I see them every day that I'm out there on the street. Tonight, someone will be out there freezing to death or sick and helpless, and my hope is that you as a unit, who the city has given you the permission to run this city, that you will take those funds that you have. I do support a lot of the mayor's initiatives. I've looked at other cities and what they're doing, and they have good ideas as well. My prayer is that we will do whatever we need to do to get these people off the street, not to force them, but to send them to jail, but do what you need to do, work together with the mayor and get this problem solved. And I know you can do it.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor and Council, my name is Carmen Gaines, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose, currently residing in District 3. Professionally, I work with the artist nonprofit Local Colors since 2019, and I volunteer with the San Jose Arts Advocates and encourage you to adopt the recommendations in our letter submitted to public record, highlighting the 2022 reports of creation of the 4,700 jobs and $292 million in economic impact. As you explore options for cleaning neighborhoods, gateways, and drive investments for jobs and housing, please look at the evidence of the reciprocal impacts of San Jose's arts and experience economy. Employ and collaborate early and locally on upcoming 2026 major events. I also stand against the responsibility to shelter policy that lacks compassion and exposes the already vulnerable to more forms of violence and privatized incarceration. Support, trust, support San Jose Bridges, and be our elected advocates and liaisons for all residents on county and state levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Allie Victorine, President of the Seven Trees Neighborhood Association of District 7. I am here to support the Mayor's budget message. I completely agree with the 5 key focus areas, most importantly, reducing unsheltered homelessness and increasing housing of all types. I support a plan that focuses on prevention, emergency interim housing, and safe RV parking, while also building for the future. I applaud the effort to balance San Jose's budget in a way that minimizes the impacts to our city workforce, including police and fire personnel, who are the ones implementing the council's ideas. As a retired teacher, I agree that our city must consistently set and enforce clear expectations for behaviors. But just as students in a class have different needs, so do our housed and unhoused residents, which is why I strongly support a rich, focused discussion among the council and with other government and nonprofit partners on the best ways to hold our unhoused residents accountable. Thank you for moving our city forward.
Next speaker, I'd like to call Sarah Fields, Darcy Green, Derek Clark, Carol Watts, and Tony Romello.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Fields. I serve as the Director of Public Affairs for Life Moves. I am here on behalf of actually several organizations that submitted a letter earlier today, including Abode Services, PATH, the Bill Wilson Center, and Amigos de Guadalupe. We are all service providers here in San Jose, and we share your goal of ending ultimately ending unsheltered homelessness. However, we take some concern with the approach highlighted in the budget. We all know as service providers, one of the most important things we can do is build trust with our clients, especially in the outreach world. The threat or the suggestion of arrest really serves to hinder that process. Further, the proposal to arrest by creating or increasing someone's criminal record and history puts them further away from a job, further away from housing, and further away from the goal.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I'm Carol Watts, and I'm Vice President of the League of Women Voters of San Jose, Santa Clara. We strongly supported Measure E, believing it would provide long-term, efficient solutions for affordable housing to address the root causes of homelessness. Has Measure E spending improved the crisis? What effects have past adjustments to the use of money have been caused? See our letter to you with more details. We ask that a long-term and transparent cost-benefit analysis of major projects be performed to ensure that taxpayer money is effectively spent to achieve the end result of reducing homelessness. This analysis should be done before the Council makes any changes to Measure E policy, and it should respect the 2/3 vote requirement in Measure E. Also, please update the performance dashboard and the investment in homeless programs on your website. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, council members, I'm Darcy Green. I'm here to object to this cruel and dangerous plan to criminalize unhoused people. This is not care, this is state-sanctioned punishment. There are more than 5,500 unhoused people in San Jose and fewer than 2,900 shelter beds. There are no real choices here, only coercion. This is a public health crisis. Disabled, sick, and traumatized people will further be harmed, not helped by criminalization. And we know exactly who will suffer most, and maybe that's the point. This isn't just bad policy, it's a warning sign. This is how authoritarianism takes root, by targeting the most vulnerable. Please don't be the ones that open this door here in our community. San Jose can and must do better. We need housing, not handcuffs, healthcare, not jail cells. San Jose's strength has always been in its people, not its punishments. Please stand with our community and not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Tony Romero, co-director with Luna. I urge you to reject the proposal to further criminalize unhoused residents and ask the city not to turn away from investing in the only real solution to homelessness, building more affordable housing. We live in the most expensive city in the U.S. There is a wide gap between the working class and the wealthy. People who are not privileged enough to have stable jobs have to endure poverty, inequalities, and high levels of stress. How can the most vulnerable make it if the city brings this type of policies that criminalize for not being privileged enough? According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, African Americans make up about 70% of the homeless population, despite being only 2.5% of the local population. In 2022, the Latino community comprised 47% of the estimated homeless population in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, while representing only 25% of the overall population.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Gabriel Manriquez, Cesar Navarro, Faisal Yazadi, Harun Ahmad, and Fayez Khan. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Derek Clark from Bill Wilson Center. John Chambers, the former CEO of Cisco, would say, while hard work is important, results, not just efforts, are the true measure of leadership and success. And we cannot create like another system of criminalization where we create jail to homelessness. We created that in the past where we were jailing people because that's the only place we had to put them. We're still dealing with those results today. We cannot recreate that again. We have to work together to create a more robust system where we're all working together to come up with a better solution. We have people sitting on the waiting list for homelessness that we have not solved as a city. So we need to work together to solve that crisis first before we create another jail to homelessness cycle in this city. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Luna. We support the Big Tent coalition letter and the Real coalition letter and are supportive of the memo by Councilmember Cohen and Candelas. I also stand before you today to express my deep concern about efforts to criminalize homelessness, a practice that is not only unjust but also ineffective. Criminalizing homelessness does nothing to address the root causes of this crisis. Punishing individuals for simply trying to survive is not only unjust, but also an ineffective use of city resources. We must invest in real solutions, permanent supported housing, mental health services, and accessible resources that help individuals rebuild their life. San Jose has an opportunity to lead with compassion and dignity. I urge you to reject policies that criminalize homelessness and instead commit to solutions that address the real needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, honorable members of the council. My name is Cesar Navarro. I work with Luna, and I'm also a resident of District 3. I support the memo by Cohen and Candelas, and I urge you to reject the mayor's proposed budget and his responsibility for shelter policy. I agree that interim housing is necessary for getting our unhoused population into permanent affordable housing, and I repeat that it's a transition to permanent affordable housing. The city already has a shortage of affordable housing units, and the mayor's budget proposal will further exacerbate the shortage. The mayor ran on the platform of common sense and data-driven solutions, and I don't see very much of either here.
Thank you, speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Haroon Ahmed. I'm from the Evergreen Islamic Center in San Jose. I think the question really we need to ask ourselves, and the point is that accountability and compassion have to go together. I don't think we can go either side too much. That is the balance that I think our leaders, which is you, we have to find. I think if you go in any direction too much, I think that's where we are going wrong. So I hope we can all find that balance where accountability for everybody, and everybody is different, as we know. God made people different. As long as we are holding people accountable but showing compassion, I think we'll be in a good place. And secondly, I do want to congratulate the mayor and the team for the efforts they are doing in the direction of solving this problem, which we know is a very real problem. So those are, I think, my main points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call Saeed Chowdhury. Yes, probably that. Arslan Munir, Adon Joffrey, Ofisa, and Elizabeth. Last name starts with M. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and the esteemed City Council. My name is Faiz Khan, and I'm part of the Evergreen Islamic Center as well. I just wanted to echo what my compatriot said earlier on, that while we are held accountable as a private individual working in my company, we are held accountable every day for what we do, and we'd like to have the similar, manner that the City Council is held accountable for. So my proposal is to the Mayor Matt Mahan's March budget proposal. I'm a proponent of that. I'm really concerned about the cleanliness and the safety in the city, and like to propose that the city approve the budget so that they can actually implement the proposal in action and basically clean up the city, then provide safety to all the community members that we're living through. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adnan. I am also a resident of Evergreen, and I represent the Evergreen Islamic Center. I'm one of the board members. I'm here to fully support Matt's March budget proposal, and the couple of things that caught my attention, which are very near and dear to me, is accountability and safety. As far as accountability is concerned, I mean, it's the end of the year or beginning of the year for some. We're going through performance appraisals at our work also, and the math is very simple. No impact, no raises. I think, I mean, that should be a fair thing for the council as well. The other thing is the safety. At EIC, we're making a lot of progress in offering programs for our youth to keep them off the streets, so that's prevention. And for reaction, I mean, we need more police presence, so I fully support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and respected council members. My name is Faisal Lizedi. I'm from Domingo Candelas' District 8. I also belong to the Evergreen Islamic Center. The reason I'm in support of Mayor's March proposal is mainly two things: compassion and caring, right? And me, as a man of faith, as a man of practicing Islamic faith, we are going through this month of Ramadan where we fast all day. And this month shows us, it compels us to think about the fellow human beings, right? It gives you an opportunity to feel the pain that our fellow citizens might be going through. So in this attempt, this budget attempts to help our fellow citizens. That doesn't mean helping them is a crime. It's by no way is criminal to try to help a fellow unhoused member of the community, mainly because one, you're helping a fellow human being, two, you're cleaning up the neighborhood, you're making the neighborhood safer for our children to walk to school, back to school. It's a combination, it's a holistic approach to solving our society's problem.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mr. Mahan and City Council members. My name is Arsalan. I'm a member of Evergreen area, Evergreen Islamic Center, and also the District 8 for Domingos constituency. I'm here today to speak on Mayor's budget, particularly the initiative that we need more police officers. Right now, as per the data available to us, San Jose is actually one of the lowest police available to our residents. So based on that, I understand police department not only in the state but also in the whole country, we are very low in the number. So I urge you to support Matt's budget message in full, which including police academy size from 30 to 40. And this is a crucial step in strengthening the public safety and ensuring we are all living in a safe environment. And I think this is important for us and our families. So let's make a meaningful progress and make San Jose cleaner and safer for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the council members. My name is Saeed Chaudhry. I am from also one of the members of Evergreen Islamic Centers area. And I'm here to support our Mayor, Matt Mahan's budget of March. Amongst the proposals, I would say that I would like to talk about three things that we should definitely emphasize the efficiency and performance rated salaries. And number two, I would also like to increase the police number. And thirdly, also emphasize the housing deficiency. I just want to say one more thing, that I have personally been dealing with the building department, and I have some personal proposals to increase their efficiency. Thank you so very much. I support Brother Matt Mahan for his budget. Thank you so very much. Please support him.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call, before you start, Amanda Flores, Ashley Robeson, Sam Ho, Nam Juan Nguyen, and Roxanne. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm a lifelong community member of San Jose, a grassroots organizer with Planned Parenthood Marmonte, and a member of the Race Equity Action Leadership, Real Coalition. I'm also a former D1 resident, but unfortunately I couldn't afford to live there anymore, so I had to move out. I do want to thank Councilmember Campos. You're absolutely right. Investing in our city, community, creating generational wealth is a San Jose for all. but our mayor's budget message does not relay that message whatsoever. Please don't turn away from investing in real solutions, not quick solutions, easy fixes which clearly just hide the problem and not address root issues. We need to invest and deal with affordable housing, preventative services, and meaningful investment in alternative responses and community-based violence prevention. Don't balance the budget on the backs of people who are already breaking here in our community. Brown, Black, disabled brothers and sisters, I'm sure you all remember the 3-strike rule that we already were reminded what this causes.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
And City Council members, my name is Ofisa. I'm the advocacy coordinator at Asian Americans for Community Involvement and also a member of the Real Coalition. I'm here today to strongly support the Big Tent Coalition letter and the Real Coalition letter. We believe the city must reject any proposals to further criminalize unhoused residents. As a provider of safety net health, behavioral health, and wellness services, we work with underserved populations in San Jose on a daily basis. We understand that being unhoused is a public health crisis, leading to higher rates of chronic illness, infectious disease, and severe mental health struggles. Without stable housing, managing medical conditions becomes nearly impossible, increasing the risk of substance use and preventable emergencies. Permanent housing is essential for stability, enabling access to regular care, reducing stress-related illness, and supporting long-term well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Very nice to meet you guys again. The reason I came here today is that I want to show my support to Mr. Mayor and his financial budget for the city. This is my city. I live here more than 40 years. My family, my granddaughters, my daughters live here. And we think that we will live here forever, even after my death. So the fate of the city, the prosperity of the city is my concern. That's why even I'm on a wheelchair. I try to come here to say thank you to the mayor. And I fully support the mayor planning on the budget of the city. I think that I knew him many years ago before he ran for election. I switched from his competitor to his side because that I see that, yeah, thank you.
Mike. Can you just push the button? There you go, you're red.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you. My name is Sam Ho. I'm a resident of District 9, Vice President of the District 9 Leadership Group, as well as the Vice President of Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association. I want to thank you, every one of you, because I know you care about our city. You want to do the best for our city. We do need to address our homelessness issue, safety, business, and also cleanliness for the city. In order for us to get there, we have to take care of our homeless people. I fully support the mayor's budget message because we would like to be able to give them the best house that permanently accommodate them. But we have limited dollars, and we have to use the best we can to address them so that all 4,000 people will have a place to sleep at night before they can get any better. So let's support that message and do the best we can to make our city the best city again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ashley Rosen. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Chairperson for Leave SV. I reject the mayor's budget. All we needed to do this whole time is get the people in the thousands of shelter beds we currently have out into permanent housing, and then we've got around 3,000 open units for all of these people. You made a promise with taxpayers' money to be used for permanent solutions. This is a temporary solution. Interim housing is not housing, it's non-congregate shelter with no way to keep or cook food or ability to have visitors or family visit. You are compounding the problem so much so that there will never be a solution big enough to fix it. If this goes through, I'd encourage HCDC not to add more funds from their budget to interim housing and to use their budget solely for PSH to make up for what we're losing here. Do not criminalize homelessness. It's counterproductive to everything that you guys are trying to do.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, esteemed electeds. I know I usually come as a firebrand, but today I come in peace. I think this is a complicated issue. I urge you not to return to the 1840s when this council passed the law that says no person shall appear in public wearing the dress not assigned to their sex. So we've already had that, and you heard the prior speaker talk about the disabled. We're also that. I've been arrested twice by your police department for walking while trans, so I'm very concerned about the arrest component of this. But I'm also lived next to 2nd Street Studios, and it's out of control. I have 9 people. I came down to support Councilmember Dwan's proposal that didn't make it today. Something needs to be done, so I'm asking that you choose a moderate in-between position. I'm concerned about the arrest, and I'm also concerned about doing nothing. I suggest that you retrain.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members. My name is Amanda Flores, D5 resident and organizer representing West Valley Community Services. I just want to ask, where is our empathy? Why are we even talking about the possibility of arresting victims of poverty and not even providing safe and welcoming housing without wait lists that are years long? Do you think they want to be in this predicament? We cannot make progress this way. We need real effort in investing the money that you would spend on arrests into livable, safe, and welcoming affordable housing. That also includes sweeps. Don't forget Rafael Molina is now dead after trying to keep himself warm after the city threw his heater away that his family bought him. Say his name. I genuinely hope that you guys have a real commitment to the well-being of the unhoused and not only trying to come up with quick fixes as we get ready to welcome the World Cup and Super Bowl next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just a reminder, we're going to make sure that people can hear when Tony's calling them. Did you call the next person, Tony?
Yeah, before you speak, let me call the next 5 people. I have Sam Guzman, Eugene Torres, Patty McNeil, Ariel, and Batman. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm here to speak in support of 2 budget items.
I'm sorry, one second. Can I ask everyone to please quiet down? There should be one person in the entire chamber speaking at a time, and that's whoever has public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to speak in support of 2 budget items. The first regards performance pay raises for elected officials and city leaders in San Jose. I understand that some affected officials oppose this and want to study the proposal before enacting it, though I'm at a loss to understand why, frankly. The private sector has always used pay incentives to improve performance. It's long past time that our elected officials are held to the same standard that all of their employed constituents are subject to. Please do your jobs and expeditiously approve and enforce this budget issue. Okay, the second one regards responsibility to shelter. As a resident of San Jose for over 50 years, I've watched homelessness increase dramatically throughout the city to the point where many residents consider it the #1 problem here, affecting our safety in public spaces, water quality in our streams.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor Mahan and Council, I'm Patty McNeil, member of the McLaughlin Corridor Neighborhood Association in District 7. I'm here to support of the mayor's budget message for March. I've seen the heartbreaking reality of homelessness along Coyote Creek near my neighborhood. People are dying from extreme weather and ravaged by addiction. These neighbors are living in squalor. Fires rage through encampments nearly every week during the summer, endangering our neighborhoods. Coyote Creek is now filled with unimaginable amounts of trash and pollution. These folks need emergency shelter now. To the council, I implore you to support the mayor's proposal of pre-engineered modular structures. It's time to bring our unhoused neighbors inside. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. I am one of many residents in San Jose who deeply opposes the Mayor Mahan's violent and unjust proposal of criminalizing the unhoused. For anyone out of touch, many of us live paycheck to paycheck and are one circumstance away from losing our homes. We recognize that we are no different from our unhoused community members and that an attack on them is an attack on all of us. This proposal is not just misrepresentative of the citizens of San Jose, but actively antagonistic to us. The violent nature of this proposal has already been revealed on March 10th with Officer Widmer's brutalization of Oscar, an unhoused elderly man. Allocating resources to policing unhoused members would increase these incidents. It is a dismissal of responsibility to our housing crisis. We demand you begin repairing our trust through further investing in safe and affordable permanent housing, starting with Officer Widmer's salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eugene Torres, Director of Programs at Family Supportive Housing and a member of the nonprofit Race Equity Action Leadership, Real Coalition. I'm here in solidarity with those that want justice and peace for our current and future unhoused neighbors, as well as those that struggle to make ends meet on a daily basis. The city's current path serves only the owner and privileged class, not the working class, or most vulnerable in our community. City leaders need to lead with their hearts and focus on building permanent pathways towards safe and secure affordable housing, not in placing more barriers for those already challenged enough. Today I read funding for the 10-year emergency housing voucher that was given to many families through our shelter program is going away. Where will all those families be going? Where will they be able to afford rent? They'll be joining us next year in this work, or in your work and being criminalized, hopefully not. We support the Big Tent and Real Coalition letter, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The idea of arresting people who are already at their lowest point simply for existing is ill-conceived, unproductive, and inhumane. The people you are talking about arresting are your constituents. And with that in mind, I would like to ask you if you are proud of how you're serving your community. Because people who are proud of their proposals don't normally bury them 3 hours into a budget meeting. There is no reason to target those who refuse services with punitive measures. It makes no sense to focus on the small minority, about 10% of unhoused people who may refuse shelter, when there are over 5,000 currently on the streets and only 2,000 or fewer new beds being made available. Thank you.
Catherine Hedges, Rob Lindo, and Churchill. Go ahead.
We are talking about individuals living on the street who have no choice but to live on the street. That instance of choice is very important here. There are not enough places for people to go currently. And there are more than enough people willing to go there. less than 10% of people who are unsheltered in San Jose are unwilling to accept services. That minority also has valid reasons to be concerned about entering into these services. Individuals with pets might not be able to get in. Individuals may have had bad experiences in the past with congregate shelter and might not know the difference between an apartment with a door that locks and a congregate.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Catherine Hedges, a member of Surge in District 3. I support the letters in the Big Tent Coalition and the Real Coalition. I'm autistic, and as a member of the developmental disabled community, I would have been banned from being in public under the ugly laws because people didn't want to be around people like me. This is exactly what's going on with criminalizing homelessness. People have said so much about how they don't want to see unhoused people, that makes them feel unsafe to see unhoused people. Let's just put them in jail. As many previous speakers have said, very few people who are unhoused actually don't want housing. The problem is we don't have housing. We have roughly one apartment for every 4 people who are unhoused. This is a game of musical chairs where 3 people are going to lose. You can't jail the other 3 people just because they don't have a space.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Magaña, Manager of Policy and Advocacy at West Valley Community Services and a member of the Real Coalition. I'm here to urge you to reject any budget proposal that criminalizes our unhoused neighbors. San Jose has over 5,000 people without shelter, yet fewer than 10 shelter beds on any given night. If there's nowhere for people to go, where do we expect them to be? We must lead with compassion. We support the Big Tent Coalition letter, the Real Coalition letter, urging the city to uphold its all of the above strategy. Shelter and interim housing alone are not enough. Deeply affordable housing is the real solution. Arresting people for being homeless won't end this crisis. It would only push people deeper into poverty. I know this firsthand. When I was living in my car, the requirement to check in at 7 p.m. for a place to sleep meant choosing between my 2 jobs, college, or a place to sleep. I waited on a wait list for 3 years. Had I been cited or arrested, I might not be here today. This is a reality for many of our unhoused neighbors. Voters knew the answer when they passed Measure E. Criminalization is not a solution, housing is. I urge you to invest in real solutions.
That's your time. Next speaker.
I'm Kylie Clark. I'm with SVCN and the Real Coalition. We support the Big Tent letter signed by 60 organizations and the Real Coalition letter. This message disregards our community's need for affordable housing and criminalizes homelessness, a lethal combination. Make no mistake, homelessness is a result of a lack of housing. Using our Measure E funds for temporary shelter instead of affordable housing ensures it will be just that, temporary. Worse yet is criminalizing people who are homeless. Violence is not the answer, and you are punishing people for denying conditions that you yourselves would not accept. That is not accountability, that is punishing poverty. Policies like this that remove all context are dangerous. When I was a case manager for folks who are homeless, every single woman that I was managing had been sexually assaulted in a shelter. Are we going to punish her and arrest her for refusing to go back? What if someone has a job that has late hours? What if they have a pet? The community is watching you, and we don't want violence. We don't want incarceration. We want housing, and we want compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City staff. My name is Rob Lindo, and I am Vice President at Casino Matrix, and I am also the Chair of the San Jose Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors, and I'm a resident of D3. It's good to see you all. I'm here because I want to support the Mayor's budget message because I believe it strikes the perfect balance between fiscal responsibility while also addressing our city's most pressing challenges. Given San Jose's significant budget deficit, we urgently need to hold bold leadership that prioritizes essential services and actively listens to our residents. and this budget does both. The budget message rightly emphasizes economic development as a key focus and highlights the development of a sports and entertainment district or development in our city, which is going to be important for our economy. By diversifying our economy, we strengthen city revenues and the position of San Jose as a premier entertainment destination. And I also appreciate the attention that the budget gives to streamlining permits and for small.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, let me call Laura, Robert Aguirre, Nyot Che, Ashley Guerrero, and Oscar Q. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Brothers and sisters, I'm here. This is my third address to you personally. I am your new face of homelessness in San Jose. You have got to do something about this. I have 40 police officers wrapped up in an internal investigations affair. Case, 40 police officers in less than a year. It's unacceptable. I am your biggest ally. I am your biggest asset to your community because I care about the people that live in it. We are in this together. It's not a matter of criminalizing anybody. I have a warrant out for my arrest, and I'm going to publicly address it to my district, District 9, Vice Mayor Pam Foley, and to the Mayor Matt Mahan. I need your help. I am done. I go turn myself in. There is not enough resources. I am your advocate for the new face of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thanks. Thank you all for the very important job that you do. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, stakeholders, and residents. I'm Laura Shimolewski, representing Team San Jose and 2,500 Jobs. I want to take a moment to thank the Mayor for his leadership and vision as reflected in the budget memo. His commitment to more vibrant, safe, and thriving San Jose is clear. I urge Council to please support his initiatives. We at Team San Jose are especially embracing 4 key priorities: investing in the experience economy and studying convention center expansion. The Mayor's plan to bring more events, programming, and safety measures downtown aligns directly with our mission. Expanding homelessness and blight solutions, the Mayor's focus on fast, effective solutions is critical to our mission. We support these efforts by ensuring San Jose remains a destination where visitors, residents, and businesses all feel safe. Boosting small business support, the Mayor's emphasis on streamlining processes and providing support for our small businesses is something we strongly support through our work with local restaurants, arts organizations, and cultural institutions.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Ashley Guerrero, and I'm here on behalf of Somos Mayfair, supporting the Big Tent Coalition letter and Real Coalition letter. And I urge the City Council to vote with compassion and not reallocate the existing Measure E funds for emergency interim housing. I fully understand the urgent need to provide housing for individuals living on the streets, but it's important to remember that emergency interim housing, if not paired with critical services like mental health support and substance abuse treatment, will only create a cycle. Without proper support, people end up back on the streets, continuing the cycle of houselessness. As someone who, at the age of 11, faced the threat of eviction, I know firsthand the emotional and psychological toll it takes. I vividly remember pleading with our landlord, asking him to spare my family. Despite our pleas, we received no compassion. While fortunate enough to find shelter with relatives, the conditions were not ideal and should not be acceptable. If we fail to address the housing, I just ask you to vote with compassion.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Accountability for who? Safety for who? Is there a purpose behind continuing the cycle of poverty? Of a reminder of accepting the inequality of wages, accepting the term affordable even though we can't afford it, accepting housing that's unhealthy for our families. We need long-term solutions. Interim housing will not solve that. We need housing that validates our humanity in our existence. Rafael Mulana, a former police officer, was actually homeless and died of being houseless. So if police can't afford to live here, and we're talking about increasing police and interim housing, where are they gonna live if they can't even live here? We need housing that actually address displacement, and I say District 10 because that's where I live. We need housing that actually solves a problem, not continues it, because we do this every year.
Thank you. Next speaker. You don't have to be behind the podium if you want to go to the side.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nakche, and I'm here. I'm a resident of District 2. As a member representing San Jose Vietnamese Running Club, I'm here today to speak in support of Mayor's March budget message. I'm also here today because I believe people refuse to take accountability of their lives and get the help they need because they either have a mental health issue or addiction, and sometimes they just have unfortunate circumstances that led to being homeless. 200 homeless people annually has passed away in San Jose. And there are tents everywhere now, especially in District 2, where I personally witnessed while traveling on the road with my wheelchair for exercise. Their health conditions are getting worse as they're suffering more each day, and we need to get them help that they deserve and need from this county so they can be indoors. As a San Jose resident who cares about getting people the help they need, I'm asking that you vote for the mayor's budget message in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, hello. You know, when Trump was asked about replacing the ACA, he replied with, I have a concept. Didn't have a plan. Well, I think what you have here is a concept. You don't really have a plan. So if somebody gets arrested for trespassing, what is their term of sentence? How long will they be there? And when they get released and they still refuse, are you going to arrest them again after 3 tries? And how long does that merry-go-round continue, okay? When you have police coming out and you have 6 or more police officers responding to one unhoused person, and you complain about not having enough police officers, I say, well, the way you're deploying them is why you have a problem. The issue of people being arrested does not solve the problem. It only exacerbates the problem, and I think you've heard from enough people to know that. But yet, I believe that you're going to ignore all the comments from people that are trying to plead with you, and you're going to.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Miguel Hipolito, Delma Hernandez, Maria Beltran, Diliza Gonzalez, and Cindy Bautista. Go ahead.
I'm here to echo the voice of everyone else saying that criminalizing homelessness may be fast, but it's not effective. As someone who has been, unfortunately, unhoused themselves, the only way that I was able to get housing is through community support. I had to couch surf, and it was, what I needed was affordable housing. That's what I needed. I didn't need anything else. And I'm just very proud of the community for showing up to tell you guys that we are here and we will always have our neighbors back, unhoused or housed. We will always be there to support them, but we need the support of our tax dollars as well, not to go into criminalizing these human beings.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tilsa Gonzalez, and I represent Sacred Heart as a member, and I am a member of the Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition. We stand in support of both the Big Ten Coalition letter and the Real Coalition letter, as well as the council members' Cohen and Candela's memo. We specifically reject any proposals that will further criminalize our unhoused residents. As a person that was homeless twice here in San Jose, I needed a permanent housing, not something temporarily, and not knowing that I could get arrested for not having a house because there's not enough in San Jose, it's just a laugh in my face when I'm a community person that has given so much for my community, especially because of my color or because of my ethnicity. We need real solutions. Stop dividing us. It's not either or, it could be both if you do your work right. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Cindy. I'm with the Pasos Committee and with Sacred Heart Community Service. Faith communities and organizations in San Jose have long been a beacon of hope, providing food, shelter, and support for those in need. This act of generosity must be strengthened and not weakened. San Jose has the potential to be a model of justice and humanity, and will be judged on how we care of the most vulnerable. Right now, we face a crisis, a shortage of shelters and affordable housing. Criminalizing people who have no place to sleep only deepens the injustice. Many immigrants' families also live in fear of losing their jobs and their homes, and criminalize them will only push them further into danger. We need better solution, permanent housing and support, not temporarily fixes. I urge you to support the Big Ten coalition letters and the Real Coalition letter, and we supported of the memo of Council Cohen and Candelas. The city needs to lead with compassion and create lasting change with human dignity comes first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, my name is Delma Hernandez, and I live in District 5 in the east side of San Jose. I'm here to reject the mayor's memo and protect Measure E, a voter-approved and balanced effort to support addressing San Jose's housing crisis. I'm with South Bay Community Land Trust, where we preserve affordable housing by taking land off the speculative market for long-term community stability. 2 years ago, when the mayor threatened to divert $36 billion from Measure E, the community fought back, including council members Ortiz, Cohen, and Kamei, and Candelas. And thanks to this effort, we were able to secure $5 million that helped protect 18 low-income families on Virginia Avenue in Eastside San Jose from displacement. Families who have been deeply rooted in this community for decades. And thanks to Measure E, as of January 10th of this year, we officially acquired this 18-unit property, keeping 68 residents, including 20 children, housed. Measure E matters. It keeps families in their homes and prevents homelessness. We need more affordable.
Speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. I support Measure E. Mayhem, what are you doing? Why not support Peter Ortiz and put them in shelters instead of putting them behind bars? It doesn't make sense. Yep. Shake your little head. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Beltrán. Soy un líder de Siren y de Pasos. Necesitamos más
A todos mi nombre. Es Maria. I am a Sarin and step leader. We need more affordable housing to be built. We call on city leaders to be leaders like as compassion, not with cruelty, and invest in solutions. I doubt they will last longer. Excuse me. We need real solutions, not temporary ones. No imprisonment of people in crisis. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Susan Price, Keeson Manathep, Karen Matsueda, and Brian Larson.
Hi, my name is Orlena Mejia, and I'm the president of Lone Bluff Center Neighborhood Association. I believe that we need to make it easier, faster, and therefore cheaper to build. We need to streamline our permitting process and reduce the regulation that is standing in the way of housing being built at all income levels. As a San Jose resident who cares about addressing our housing crisis, I'm asking that you vote for Mayor's budget message in full.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Brian Larson. I am a member of Surge and a resident of District 3. I'm here today in opposition of the mayor's budget plans and to support the Big Tent and Real Coalition letters. Temporary housing programs we know don't work. We've talked about it. We all know there's a lot of layers to this problem, and I find it disgusting that we sit here and we're talking about human beings that we're going to arrest and put in jail just for exercising their rights not to accept services they know won't work for them. The other thing I would say is, we all agree, our common ground is we all want housing for everybody. I know that we're all here because we care. Regardless, I urge us to look for alternatives. And, one thing that I know about is maybe we can explore ADUs, because ADUs are not enforced in this city as far as I'm concerned. They're used for Airbnb.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Dominic, and though I recently moved to District 7, throughout the last 4 years, I studied at San Jose State University, where I lived primarily in and around the San Jose State University campus. So I saw the reality of this problem on a day-to-day basis with all of our homeless residents. So trust me when I say I know that this is a real problem. But threatening to lock people up just for living where you don't want them to is not a real solution. Go where we tell you or go to jail is not a real choice. We are proposing to build temporary transitional housing with permanent affordable housing dollars, and we can't even be confident people will want to use it without the threat of their basic human rights being stripped away. I know that this is a hard problem to solve, but you need to honor what your constituents voted for with Measure E and protect the basic human rights of homeless residents. These cannot be negotiables. I'm asking you to please be on the right side of history and do not support this forced shelter initiative. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Susan Price, and I live in District 6 in the, not Willow Glen. It's in the area east of City College. And several years ago, we were having problems with a complex that had been broken up and sold into different landlords, and the result was chaos. And one of the landlords in particular had tenants that threatened other tenants, and he didn't maintain his property. And so we went to RELI, Jaime Angulo in particular, which has been newly created at that time. And Jaime coached us, and there was initially a meeting with the landlord, with Jaime and the RELI staff, but he just was unresponsive. So then Jaime coached us that the next step was to small claims court. So we took this landlord to.
Thank you. Next speaker. That's your time.
Council members, Vice Mayor, and Mayor, Karen Matsueda here from District 3 and also Surge. Thank you for focusing on creating a San Jose where everybody can thrive, including our houseless neighbors. And thank you for stating that we must address the underlying systemic issues in order to make a lasting impact. I am distressed, though, at your ideas that violate that very principle. Please fund both interim and accessible, affordable, permanent housing. If that's outrageously slow and expensive because of our policies and processes, let's fix that. Otherwise, we're just kicking the can down the road. Remedy the shelter shortage rather than punishing the people that don't take shelter. Accountability and punishment are not the same thing. Housing and dignity are really human rights. Let's do that so that we can all thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kisel Manatep, and I'm a proud resident of Council District 8. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the Mayor's March budget message, especially its commitment to enhancing public safety and addressing blighted and nuisance properties. San Jose is facing a serious challenge when it comes to police staffing. Our city has one of the most understaffed police departments in the nation, which directly impacts our response times and neighborhood safety. Without expanding police academy class sizes, we won't be able to rebuild our ranks or provide the level of protection our residents deserve. Increasing class size is a necessary step to ensure our city has the resources to keep our families and businesses safe. At the same time, public safety is not just about policing, it's also about addressing blight and public nuisance. That's why I urge you to fund the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, RLEI, which fosters accountability by mediating between negligent property owners.
I'd like to call Lori Katcher, Elisa Koff Ginsburg, Brendan Bell Brown, Sherry Lewis, and George, last name starts with S. Come on down.
Hi, I'm Lori Katcher. I live in District 6. I'm a Surge member, and I am here in agreement with the Big Tent Coalition letter. 3 of you on this dais graduated from the same high school that my son had the privilege to attend, where the motto is men and women for and with others, emphasis on the with, which is why the most disturbing piece of news that landed in my inbox on March 6th was your newsletter, Mayor Mahan, which reads, holding homeless neighbors accountable. Of all the people in San Jose, that's who you picked for your top line? You missed the Jesuit message. In Father Greg Boyle's book, Cherished Belonging, he writes, heal wounds rather than punish them. We've nearly outlawed the hopeless, he says. This punishment system needs to be dismantled, end quote. I invite you all to hear this message now. I want my tax dollars to fund permanent housing, not handcuffs. Cherished belonging here in San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Oya Kavdar, and I do support the mayor regarding putting the homeless into jail. Because I am a 30-year member of this community. I am 55 years old. I am disabled and I am homeless. I am tired of trying to find a place after 9 p.m. to use the bathroom. Please put me into jail. At least I will be in a safe and secure place, and I don't have to look for a bathroom after 9 p.m. as a woman who is disabled. There is no help, Mayor. If you want to put people into jail, put it for the right reasons. If there are people, you know, who cannot be in a shelter where next door is a.
Thank you. Next speaker. That's your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association, a network of nonprofits that form our county's mental health and substance use safety net. I urge you to reject the proposal to further criminalize unhoused residents. This will not result in more people being housed. It will only serve to further traumatize vulnerable people. Do not turn away from investing in the only real solution to homelessness, building more permanent, affordable housing. Creating options for people to exit shelters to long-term housing is the most efficient, effective, and humane way to open up shelter space and cultivate the hope necessary for scared residents to trust in and engage with the service system. There are hundreds of people waiting for shelter. Please focus on offering limited units to them rather than focusing on filling our jails. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sherry Lewis, representing the Access Condominiums community. We're here in full support of the mayor's budget message regarding homelessness and accountability. We continue to express empathy for the unhoused community genuinely in need. We also express concern about the negative impact the antisocial conduct that some of the unhoused communities have on the quality of life of our community at large. Despite years of effort, there are still streets and business districts in our neighborhood that people aren't comfortable using and park trails that we don't dare walk due to the very real safety concerns. It is not just the unkempt conditions and frequent fires, but the dangerous, aggressive, and territorial behavior of some living there. If at the end of years of work, individuals are allowed to simply refuse services and current behaviors and conditions continue, we will have failed in our responsibility to serve our community at large.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Shireen Manilani, Andre Solomonov, Leah Tennisgetter, Jeff Levine, and Bob Brownstein. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. George Shimkevich, District 6, on behalf of Monte Vista. I'd like to express our strong support for the Mayor's budget memorandum. We'd also like to acknowledge Beautiful SJ for the work combating homelessness. For too long, we have felt that the homeless have more rights than tax-paying citizens. For example, South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition has removed 775 tons of trash using 31,000 volunteer hours at 473 cleanups. We're homeless housekeepers. If a citizen generated that much trash, they would be subjected to extensive fines. The homeless have started 6 major fires on the trail by our community, endangering multi-million-dollar homes and causing a 3 times increase in liability insurance, driving up the cost of living in San Jose. We need to house the homeless and provide dignified treatment for those who need.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You can find me as Brenda Bell Brown on LinkedIn. I represent LEAC, WVCS, and VTA CBO Working Group. To all who observe, Ramadan Mubarak. Let me say, at the risk of sounding ignorant, that your formulaic structure for housing is all wrong. With all due respect, consider having the greater portion of housing units be designated to low-income housing. As for me, I'd rather just have a standalone little house with a picket fence in the front. And to you, Member Campos,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Testing. I'm an educational administrator born on this street. A failed society has women and children living in the streets. An insane society arrests them. Shelters are full and are too dangerous for women, impossible for those who are still trying to work. Section 8 has been closed since 2006. Let that sink in. Billions are spent building a handful of units. That doesn't solve the problem. There are not enough places to go. Simple math problem. Housing human beings starts at $20,000 per person, the most exaggerated figure we can get to for luxury housing within therapeutic support, and an assigned social worker still is under $45,000 a person. But to incarcerate is over $150,000 a person. Let that sink in. To leave them to die on the streets is $67,000 a person because of hospitalization. We're wasting our understaffed police force on this, turning victims into criminals while violent crime goes on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jeff Levine. I'm a long-term District 3 resident, and our city this year is facing a budget deficit, and next year we're going to have to make some tough choices. There's infinite demands for services from all corners of San Jose, but I urge the council to focus on the most critical issues facing our city, and I believe that the mayor's budget message addresses that in an equitable and well-thought-out way. So what can we do? I want to take a minute to urge the council to adopt the proposal that Councilmember Doan has laid out in a memo advocating for large-scale structures to be a fundamental part of the city's going forward homeless plan. I also applaud my council member Salas for his support. Homelessness is a seemingly impossible problem to solve, but this proposal can make a difference now, today. It can be implemented within months and potentially house up to 600 residents at a cost of less than $30,000 per day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Andres, and I'm a resident of District 8. I'm here to voice my support for the mayor's March budget message, particularly the proposals to expand police academy class sizes and fund the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, RLEI. San Jose has one of the most understaffed police departments in the country, making it difficult to meet the safety needs of our large community. Public safety should be a top priority, and adding more officers will help ensure faster response times and safer neighborhoods. Investing in our police force is an investment in the well-being of our city. I also support the funding of the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, RLEI, which tackles blight and public nuisance properties that affect our neighborhood. RLEI has proven its value, delivering a 28% return on investments for the city by reducing calls for service to police, fire, and code enforcement. By supporting both police staffing and the RLEI program, we can take a more balanced and proactive.
Thank you. That's your time.
Bob Brownstein. The only way we're going to make sustainable progress in the problem of homelessness is through serious collaboration between the city and other governments and stakeholders. That's why I strongly support the memos of council members Cohen, Candelas, and Campos, which respectfully seek to achieve agreements that will move us forward. One of the fundamental flaws in the current budget message is that it discourages collaboration. It directs the city manager to engage with other governments and stakeholders, but only to secure acquiescence in the city's flawed framework. All other perspectives are to be rejected. This direction is the antithesis of collaboration, and the city needs to listen to other views. The public has good, practical, and legal reasons to question stuffing a budget message with non-budget policy issues that are not even a
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Leah Tennisketter, President and CEO of our Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber strongly supports the Mayor's budget message because it takes a balanced and strategic approach to maintaining fiscal responsibility while directly addressing our city's most pressing problems. Growing revenue is the proactive approach to address the budget deficits, and that's what the Chamber advocates for. We are particularly encouraged by the focus on economic development, especially expanding San Jose sports and entertainment economy. With these major sporting events coming in 2026, it's hundreds of millions of dollars that can support our general fund. If we invest in the infrastructure for going forward, this further improves our opportunities. At the same time, we also applaud the attention and strengthening of our neighborhood business districts, streamlining permitting, attracting data centers, reducing blight, and funding the interim shelter system. Critical steps that all foster a vibrant and inclusive business environment. The budget is for.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dev Yao, and I live in District 7. I've been here for 12 years, and I support showing up for racial justice. I support the Big Tent letter, and I also think that Measure E funds should be used for permanent housing, although I understand the budget crisis at this time. What I have been struggling with is the idea of arresting homeless people for trespassing. I don't think that's going to work. Trying to hold unhoused accountable is not the way to go. They are the victims. We caused this problem, and we are accountable to them for their unhoused. I attended Otto Lee's message, and he emphasized the need for kindness. I heard that Bishop Buddy's message of mercy. Citing the homeless for trespassing is neither kind nor merciful, and it won't work anyway. I urge the council to say no to charging the.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is David Parent. I represent a small strip of Monterey Road in District 2. We all agree that there's a crisis and everybody has good intentions, but people are suffering and dying right now. Unfortunately, calls for long-term solutions only aren't going to work. We need tents, RVs, tiny homes, and permanent solutions. Not everyone has the ability to move into permanent housing right away. There needs to be steps in, as well as steps out. The status quo isn't working. There's no compassion or love. As far as police action, maybe we can hold off on that until we do have enough tents, RVs, tiny homes, and shelters. I've listened to the issues on women's safety.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Reva Kunduru. I'm the Policy and Research Associate with SV at Home. In San Jose, many households are just one emergency expenditure away from losing their homes. Homelessness continues to rise because people cannot afford rent, not because they choose to be unhoused. The mayor's budget message focuses solely on interim shelters, which are insufficient and unsustainable to address a housing crisis. Without pathways to permanent housing, shelter becomes a revolving door rather than a solution. Only 1 in 4 shelter residents move into permanent housing, yet the budget message diverts nearly all Measure E funds to interim shelters with no clear plan to cover the estimated $235 recurring annual operating cost. Research shows that homelessness prevention and long-term solution must be the priority, and supporting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, San Jose City Council and Mayor. My name is Mariela Lopez, and I am here on behalf of SV at Home. I'd like to acknowledge how complex our housing crisis is. As such, our solutions need to reflect that. There is no one-size-fits-all to the solution. The mayor's budget message, unfortunately, fits within that one-size-fits-all framework in the direction of putting too many eggs in one basket, that is for interim shelter. And it says there, right there in the name, interim, it is temporary. Our profession has already figured out that the only way to make interim shelter work is to have more affordable housing options, both to prevent more people from being pushed into homelessness and to ensure that there are enough pathways out of shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd also like to call Elizabeth, last name C, it looks like Colorado. Anil Babar, Emily Ann Ramos, Pasquale, last name starts with M, and Jeanette. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Larry Whitaker, and I live in District 9. I'm a member of the San Jose Vietnamese Running Club. I am here today to speak in favor of the Mayor's March budget message. We need to make it easier, faster, and cheaper to build more housing. We need more police officers. Currently, we have one of the lowest staffed police departments in the country. The Mayor's budget message has direction to increase academy classes from 30 to 40 officers. I'm asking that you vote for the Mayor's budget in full today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Colorado, and I'm an advocate for the Lived Experience Advisory Board of Silicon Valley. I strongly oppose diverting Measure E funds away from permanent affordable housing in favor of short-term Band-Aid solutions like shelters and safe parking and sleeping sites. These are temporary fixes that don't solve homelessness. They just keep people cycling through survival mode with no real path forward. I know this firsthand. My father is currently unhoused, and despite wanting stability, policies keep blocking him from securing permanent housing. Barriers like past conviction, disabilities, and income restriction make it nearly impossible for him to move forward. What happens when someone refuses shelter 3 times? Do we just abandon them or incarcerate them, making it even harder to rebuild their lives? Many aren't refusing shelter, they're refusing a broken system that doesn't provide the real support they need. Without mental health care, addiction treatment, job training, and case management, a shelter bed is just a temporary bandage. And let's talk about accountability, tying city officials, raising to homelessness reduction metrics. That sounds more like a political game than a real commitment to change.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Pasquale Mendivil, and I lived in San Jose longer than anyone.
My name is Pascal Mandeville, and I lived in San Jose longer than anyone up there has been. And then my mother taught me the most important.
To have a heart.
They taught me to be good to people, to have a heart.
And that's where our head comes in. But first, we have to use our heart.
There's other alternatives to the mayor's proposal, and that's where our head comes in. But first, we have to use our heart and be good to people.
Incarceration here is
Incarceration is not the answer.
As a stepping stone to latch on to the current wave.
But this is incarceration here is being used as a stepping stone.
For political gain, incarceration is not the...
To latch on to the current wave of cruelty in our country for political gain. Incarceration is not the... Thank you. Next speaker.
As a resident of District 6, I'm excited to support this budget message. It prioritizes the reduction of unsheltered homeless, increasing community safety, improving the quality of life of our neighborhoods, and promoting the creation of jobs and housing. These goals will ultimately improve the quality of life for all San Jose residents. I want to encourage the council to support this budget message. It provides the support the residents need, but also demands the accountability from them. This balanced approach is what San Jose needs to get through what will indefinitely be a challenging next few years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Emily Ann Ramos with SV at Home, advocating for a systemic approach to our housing and homelessness crisis. To make shelter work, it must be part of a continuum of solutions that include more affordable housing options, both to prevent more people from being pushed into homelessness and to ensure that there are enough pathways out of shelter. A systemic approach is more effective and cost-effective. Investments in homelessness prevention, a targeted and cost-effective approach can keep people in their homes, can dramatically reduce the number of residents falling into homelessness. Affordable housing stabilizes families and individuals with lower income and helps prevent homelessness. It also provides a place for shelter residents to move on that helps make interim shelter more functional and effective. So we appreciate the leadership of Council Members Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Doan, and Casey in their memo recognizing the importance of affordable housing and calling for reinvesting any savings into home.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Sandy Perry, come on down, Drew Siegler, Deborah Townley, Steve Pinkston, and Manuel at SV at Home. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Jeanette Holsworth, District 6, asking you to reject the proposed use of funds and the policy of arresting people that rightfully refuse shelter that doesn't work for them. Last week in my front yard, SJPD Officer Grant Widmer brutally attacked an elderly unhoused man named Oscar while he was restrained. The mayor used the event to double down on disparaging the unhoused, blaming and slandering the victim. You can shake your head if you'd like, and praising a law enforcement agency that blatantly lied about the situation. Heartless. The rhetoric used by Mayor Mahan and council members supporting his initiatives, like my own, Councilmember Mulcahy, are the reason that unhoused people, as the mayor says, don't want to cooperate or come inside, where the current mortality rate is twice that of California jails and often separates families. The city has built zero trust with the unhoused, from language and attitude to outright defending the brutality in my yard on March 10th. We're not short on funds, but common sense. There's 200 months of rent in Officer Widmer's salary alone. I figured that out with Google and a calculator. Stop blaming the victim, take accountability.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'm here on behalf of SV at Home to comment on the Mayor's budget. So, while we support certain proposals outlined in the budget, like extending entitlement periods, the CEQA process improvements, this budget ultimately undermines San Jose's housing goals. So, we are particularly concerned about proposed changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance that prioritizes middle-income housing over deeply affordable homes, and the continued reallocation of Measure A funds away from permanent housing. Doubling down on interim shelter expansions without solid plans for long-term operations or permanent housing will not solve the homeless crisis. Sweeps, citations, and encampments crackdowns are not solutions. They are cruelly disguised as policy. Without robust investments in affordable housing and homelessness prevention, more people will continue to fall into homelessness than we can house. We urge you to protect Measure E funds for permanent housing and ensure San Jose's policies align with its commitment to equitable growth. The crisis cannot be solved with temporary fixes. We need real, lasting solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sandy Perry. I'm with South Bay Community Land Trust, and I urge you to reject this budget message. It's based on one lie after another, that homelessness in San Jose is a choice, that arresting people will get them help, that permanent housing costs the city $1 million per unit when it actually costs the city $200,000 to $250,000, that Measure A is a failure when it's in the process of housing 5,000 to 10,000 formerly unhoused people, and without it, our crisis would be twice as bad as it is now, and that hatred, brutality, punishment, and division is the solution to homelessness. These are lies from the pit of hell. People who support them have no place in a progressive city like San Jose and should go join the Trump administration in Washington, D.C.
Hi, my name is Drew Siegler, organizer with Surge Santa Clara County. I live and work in District 3. I have a real problem with the proposed misappropriation of housing funds for temporary solutions with exorbitant ongoing costs, and an even bigger problem with the proposal to arrest unhoused folks. I support the Big Tent and Real Coalition letters. I keep hearing the word accountability, but I wonder where the accountability is for the city hemorrhaging tens of thousands of people in the last few years because the cost of living is too high. I wonder where the accountability is for failing to prevent homelessness by not implementing COPA or tenants' rights of counsel. Or is accountability only for society's most marginalized and powerless people? That's your choice, but figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Matt and council members, my name is Reverend Steve Pinkston. I'm a member of the Silicon Valley Faith Leaders Collaborative. I'm here to speak against the criminalization of our neighbors. Who are our neighbors? Mahatma Gandhi, a Hindu, offered this talisman. Recall the face of the poorest and the weakness, and ask yourself, is the step you contemplate going to be of any use to him? Will he gain anything? Will it restore him? His Holiness the Dalai Lama shares, the essence of Buddhism is this: if you can, help others. If not, then at least refrain from hurting them. Judaism's Talmud says, that which you hold as detestable, do not do to your neighbor. This is the whole law. The rest is but commentary. Islam's Quran shares that righteousness is this, that one should give away wealth out of love for him to the near of kin, to the orphan, and to the needy.
Next speaker, I'd also like to call David Burkhard, Corey Walbach, Laura, last name starts with C, Trista Bauman, and Jean Hunt. Go ahead.
Dignified, mainstream, affordable housing, effective services, compassionate and professional staff, promoting recovery while respecting autonomy, inclusion, equity, equality, and stopping the perpetuation of the false narrative that the poor are drug addicted and insane is the well-rounded and hopeful answer that will end homelessness and revive community. No arrests of unhoused people, especially while mayor and council are not held accountable to provide housing and shelter. No encampment sweeps without safe, clean, and welcoming alternative places to go. Fund both temporary shelter and permanent housing to address the housing crisis.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Corey Wolbach. In a past life, I was in your shoes in a different city. I know how hard your jobs are. I'm also now the civic leadership manager. Just got a promotion, forgot the new title, at SV at Home. You know who we are. We recommend increasing the city's investment in homeless prevention rather than jail. Prevention is the most effective, the most cost-effective, and we all know the most humane way to reduce homelessness. Rather than expanding interim shelter with, frankly, enormous, understated, underestimated, and unfunded operating expenses, as important as interim shelter is, and because it's important, instead, we recommend the city focus on sustaining the existing in-service and under-construction interim portfolio. These are challenging times, but San Jose is up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. He's in the next group.
Hello, my name is Tristia Bauman. I'm the Directing Attorney of Housing at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'm also an attorney with 18 years of experience working to protect the civil and human rights of unhoused people. I represent 4,000 residents, most in San Jose, who are at risk of homelessness because they are evicted, not because they're mentally ill or drug addicted, but because they can't afford housing. And we all want functional zero. And I'm here to say that functional zero requires a balanced system whereby shelter is a pathway to housing, what my clients don't have, not a temporary service used to justify criminal penalties and property seizures. Accountability means investing our public dollars in what works to accomplish what we all want, which is to end unsheltered homelessness. The Law Foundation and Public Interest Law Project submitted a letter pointing to data showing why the mayor's proposal is ineffective and inefficient, but I point you in particular to our discussion of serious legal concerns that we have, constitutional due process concerns, concerns with the Fair Housing Act, and the American.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Council, for seeing me again. You may remember me, some of you, from the last year when we had this discussion. I'm here this year to support Mayor Mahan's budget message and the memo by Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Doan, and Casey. In particular, the things I have interest in is on the use of Measure E funds, successfully chosen last year by this council to divert some of that money to interim housing. We now see that actually coming into play and actually working for us. In the short term, sure, but at least it's getting people off the street, which is where they need to be, off the street and in a shelter. We can continue to do that with continued diversion of Measure E funds to short-term housing. The second thing that I have attention on is the issue of accountability. And I particularly like it that the mayor's message talks about it at the low end, those that are homeless, and at the upper end.
Thank you. Next speaker. David, before you go, I'm going to call 5 more names. I have Gumby, Alex Stadinsky, Rourke Clayton, Neil Collins, Orlana Mejia, and just to let everybody know, we have 124 speaker cards left. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Burkhardt. I'm here on behalf of the hundreds of volunteers of the Community Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT, also known as the most affordable public safety program in the city. Last year, your generous funding helped us train. We continue to train, and we just ask that you remember us as you finalize your budget, and that you individually in your district support your local district CERT team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Satinsky. I'm the CEO of the San Jose Downtown Association, representing over 2,000 businesses in downtown. We are in strong support of the mayor's budget message. I want to highlight a few of the initiatives that we find key. One of them is Measure E, reallocation of budgets. As important as permanent housing is, we must create more housing and shelter today and now to meet the demand of our houseless community out on the street and make sure that they have a roof over their head. The mayor's business forward approach is very appreciated, especially the small business support, removing some of the CEQA barriers, reform SUP and CUP permitting process, and the downtown revitalization efforts through stitching districts, through improving public spaces like Plaza de Cesar Chavez and St. James Park, and also addressing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Well, not the mayor, but council members. My name is Rourke Clayton, and I'm the president of the Glenside Riviera Neighborhood Association. We were established a couple of years ago during the mayor's, well, the then council member's campaign, which advocated for common sense approach to local government with accountability. As neighbors, we recognized that making our community cleaner and safer was going to be basically up to us and would require our collective efforts and organization. I believe the mayor's budget aligns with this common sense, all hands on deck approach, and we fully support it. Thank you.
Before the next speaker goes, I'd like to call Joe Brown, Eva, last name T, John Linth, last name L, Mike Kraus, and Naheem Hintza. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Neil Collins, and I'm a resident of D10. I'd like to share a couple personal experiences with you. My wife and I both work off North 1st Street, a few miles apart from one another. Earlier this year, her office was in lockdown because of an unsheltered man wielding a machete outside. And last year, I had to persuade an unsheltered man to leave our work parking lot because he was exposing himself. These are just a couple examples of individuals that need help and services now. Neither of these individuals are ready to be placed in permanently subsidized housing. The quick build interim housing communities that the mayor has proposed is where these individuals can find the services that they need. And I'm seeing results. I use Highway 87 every day to go to my office. Prior to the mayor being elected, I used to see a series of encampments next to the pathway that children walked to Gunderson High School. I once saw an individual in the encampment wielding a full-size axe chopping wood.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, good evening, or should I say it is evening now. My name is Mike Krause, and I'm the president of the Penitencia Neighborhood Association. It's about 615 members, North San Jose and District 4. I came here to really address 4 issues. The one issue is we accept the mayor's approach and budget that he's proposing here. The second item I want to tell you about is our community is tired of homelessness, especially along the Penitencia Creek Park. I mean, there's vagrancy, trespassing, safety issues, fire. There's a lot of reasons there. The third thing I want to tell you is I don't think the nonprofit organizations that you are working with are effective at reducing homelessness. They're enabling them. I don't know. And then the fourth thing I wanted to tell you about is please fund the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nahum Hinsa. I'm a third-year political science student at San Jose State. And of course, please, public, don't boo me. But I'm speaking in support of Mayor's March budget message alongside the support of Vice Mayor Pam Foley, because I want to specifically emphasize on the clear crisis of homelessness that we're experiencing in this district and in the city. We have to treat it as a crisis, as many residents made concerns about it in surveys, town halls, all that stuff. Respectfully, we can't keep being blindsided, ignorant, and focusing only on homeless prevention 5-10 years down the line when we have a crisis right now. Accountability is a two-way street, and we need to start holding the homeless accountable by accepting the housing, because homelessness is not an option. They can't just stay there and then die, unfortunately, because just 2 weeks ago down the block by Dr. King Library, when I was skateboarding the class, I see an unfortunate woman had to be resuscitated by paramedics, most likely to overdose. And is that something we have to keep?
Thank you. That's your time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Eva Terrazas, Chief Public Policy Officer of Pacific Clinics. As a behavioral health and housing provider, we know that the incarceration of unhoused individuals will compound the trauma they have already been subjected to and will negatively impact their physical and mental health, destroying or diminishing their ability to move forward in their recovery and successfully live and work in their community. It has been repeatedly proven that affordable housing and supportive services cost less than criminalizing homelessness and are more effective at getting people off the streets. I agree with the comment that Bob Brownstein made about cooperation with other entities, including government, nonprofit partners, is essential in being able to address the issue. It's multifaceted, it's multi-pronged, there are no simple answers, but criminalizing unhoused individuals is moving in the wrong direction.
Thank you. That's your time. I'm going to call the next 5 cards. Adnan Joffrey, Arslan Munir, Kate Schneider, Joseph Martinez, and Lanny Ballard. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joe Brown, and I am the president of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors, and I'm a resident of District 9. I came here today to speak in support of the mayor's March budget message in the Campos Salas Mulcahy Don Casey memo. We are all stewards of our taxpayer dollars. This is particularly true when our city is facing a budget deficit. As such, the expectations is that reasonable decisions will be made with our public funds, ensuring the efficient, ethical, and transparent use of these funds. We have around 6,000 homeless people in the city of San Jose, but it is the 4,200 unsheltered of those individuals that causes the most concern. It is not acceptable to take feasible, cost-efficient options such as emergency interim housing and congregate shelters off the table. New and creative technologies, materials, and construction methods should be considered. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Lonnie Ballard. I'm a resident of District 2 and a member of Surge. I'm thinking that we do need to prioritize focus on funding for permanent affordable housing. Folks need to have a place to call their own, a safe place where they can take their belongings and take their pets. However, it seems that jailing our unhoused community is a distraction and an unnecessary expense. And the thing is, it doesn't feel like a solution to me. Where would they go after that? You still have the same problem. Rest of the unhoused is unacceptable. Any funding to address the problem needs to be directed to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it okay? Good afternoon. I am Kate Schroeder with Soul Sun Indivisible. I live in D3 and I oppose any policy that further criminalizes the unhoused. My perspective is as a special ed teacher in San Jose Public Schools. Using our police to arrest, detain, fine, or incarcerate a parent is devastating to any family, but it is particularly disastrous to children. I have seen firsthand how a parent's incarceration or legal entanglements affects the physical and mental health of my students and their academic success. It is catastrophic even when their housing is stable and supports are in place. When their family is at risk, it is traumatic and ruinous and makes it nearly impossible for my students to learn. Are we really ready to lay the burden of the legal system on their shoulders? It is costly, sometimes violent, and often unsympathetic to the needs of kids. Children will bear the cost of this inhumane policy for decades, but so will the very soul of our community.
Thank you. Next speaker, I have Twan. I'm also going to call more names. Twan Van, Danny Costa, Celeste Walker, Karen Gillette, Bobby.
Good afternoon.
Wait, hold on. Bobby Aparicio.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Martinez.
Let the clerk just finish, and then you can go.
Bobby Aparicio and Francesca Paste. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Martinez. I'm part of District 3, Masted Goodyear. Part of the homeless program is they don't need a handout, they need a hand up. Being formerly homeless at one time, I'm also a military Marine veteran that was homeless. And I know what it takes, and I know what I've been there, I know what it is. Today I work with combat vets, and with what they go through their mental health, that we really need to focus on that and need to get a balance with the police department to get hand in hand with the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Member. My name is Ton Van, and I'm a resident of District 9. Currently, there are several thousand homeless residents in San Jose, and one of the problems is when housing available, they refuse to get in. If they refuse to get in, we have to find out why, but punishment, I think, is not a solution. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm District Director Celeste Walker, speaking on behalf of Assemblymember Ash Kalra, who represents much of San Jose in the California State Legislature. Our office supports Councilmember Campos's memorandum and shares her concerns about adding policy proposals that aren't directly tied to the city's core fiscal priorities. Assemblymember Kalra also raises his concerns about the mayor's proposed responsibility to shelter policy, which would effectively criminalize homelessness. And yes, issuing a criminal citation, arresting an individual, and jailing them is criminalization. It's better to admit this and discuss the policy preference on its merits. Assemblymember Kalra's experience as a public defender and elected official for over 28 years has shown that jailing people for being poor does not work, especially for the poor. Homelessness has surged since the pandemic, not because people refuse shelter, but because of the extreme cost of housing and income inequality. The city should work with the county and the state to build more shelter, address rent.
Next speaker. I'm also going to call, since it looks like we have a lot of people who left, so I'm going to call names a little more frequently. I do check the front row, so if your name has been called, sit in the front row. If I don't see people there, I continue to call names. David Torres, Jeanette Conzette, Wes with Valley Images, Anna Marie Russo, and Hemet Deji. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Francesca Paste, an unhoused advocate. Mr. George Casey, I'm from District 10. Nice to meet you. Mayor, I'm concerned your bold push to arrest homeless who resist shelter housing is not bold. It's going backwards. It was tried and failed. Your bold push recently emboldened some police to viciously attack an unhoused resident. Your rhetoric seems to appease the wealthy and powerful housed residents. Bold would be to build 6,000 wooden cottages and put them where the unhoused are living, in their neighborhoods. Bold is asking the unhoused what they need. Bold is ignoring the NIMBYs to get the job done. Bold is doing what's right for those in need. Common sense is not asking one person 3 times if they want housing when 6,000 unhoused residents exist. Surely we can find 1,000 takers. I brought 3 here too.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Mahan. How you doing? My name is Daniel Costa. I'm with SOS Survivors of the Street, and I'm here to commend Mayor Mahan for the focus on accountability, finally. The most precious thing I possess, besides my beautiful wife, is the understanding that accountability, that a lived experience of homelessness gives you a view that not everybody else has. And that view is that accountability is a drug. Non-accountability is a drug. You know what the most precious drug to me when I was homeless was? It wasn't crystal meth. Wasn't any of that. It was not having to be accountable to anybody. That was an addiction. That kept me homeless for a long time. That and the understanding.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is David Torres. I've lived homeless in San Jose for over 15 years. Tiny homes and temporary housing are okay, but they're time limited. It would be more cost effective if you would purchase vacant homes and place large encampments in them, so they'll be more comfortable and more cost effective. Homelessness should not be a crime. It's how our cities were started by immigrants who came here with nothing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have lived in San Jose my whole life, and that's a long time. I'm a resident of District 6. My name is Anna Maria Russo, and I am thrilled to live in this city, but we need to make a change. We need to improve the quality of life in San Jose by cleaning up our neighborhoods and deterring graffiti and illegal dumping by coordinating efforts between San Jose PD, code enforcement, and Beautify San Jose. The mayor's budget calls for comprehensive enforcement strategy involving Caltrans, San Jose PD, California Highway Patrol, and DA's office. I'm here to support the mayor's budget message and the Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Doan, Casey memo. Please make San Jose what it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Ms. Rayan Mendoza, Jeremy Bruce, Marlena Eckel, Denise Morris, and Greg Peralta.
Hi, my name is Jeanette. I've been homeless in San Jose since 2014, in District 4. For the last year, in 2004, we were located in our location was where the city supplied porta potties and trash pickup. We were in a spot that the mayor, that managed, our case managers and advocates could easily reach us. But on January 16th, we were abated. We moved 3 times in 3 days. We are so hidden now that our advocates and our advocate Francesca can't stop and help us with any of our needs, and it makes it difficult for us to be there. You know, and the thing is that you know, to arrest us after 3 times, I don't think is right. But how about the ones that don't even get asked first time? Because I'm here to say that I'm willing to go to housing and I haven't been asked once.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Greg Peralta, and I'm a resident of District 6. I'd like to tell you real briefly about an incident that I witnessed recently. On the corner of Race Street and Park Avenue, as I was waiting to make the turn, I looked up and saw an individual with their pants down below their ankles, squatting. That's something that should have been done in privacy and with dignity. And we're seeing more and more incidents like this and beginning to accept that that's just the way it is. Well, it's not. It shouldn't be. For their own safety and for the overall safety of the community at large, the homeless, especially those with mental health challenges, need to accept the services being provided or being offered by the city. I also ask that you please support the mayor's March budget message and the Campos, Salas, Doan, and Casey Mulcahy memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. My name is Misraim Mendoza, and I'm with Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment. We are living in extraordinary times. Our immigration community is under attack from threats from mass deportation from the federal administration, and it's only ramping up. Having adequate immigration legal services for our community, and the most important during these uncertain times. I ask the Council to please invest $2.5 million in immigration legal services in the budget. We also urge the Council to take more collaborative approach to solve the unhoused crisis by working closely with the county to find solutions. Any undocumented, unhoused community members arrested could face the possibility of deportation once they are in the criminal justice systems. That's why we need to remove this from the budget process and have more a holistic approach. Thank you for your attention.
Before you speak, I'm going to call 5 more names. I have Doug Goss, Ali Victorine, D. Brown, Saeed Chowdhury, and Fayez Khan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Bruce, Director of Policy and Organizing with Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment. Like my colleagues said, we are living in extraordinary times. Our immigrant community is under attack from the threats of mass deportation from the federal administration, and it's only wrapping up. While the $250K in the budget message is a great start, we do ask the council to have adequate legal services and ask the city council to invest $2.5 million in immigration legal services. Second, Amigos was proud to join other interim housing providers in a support letter, as well as the Big Tent and Real Coalition letters, urging the council to take an evidence-based and meaningful steps to address our housing affordability crisis. This means maintaining affordable housing investments, preserving some levels of investment in Measure E, and refusing to criminalize our unhoused community members. We also support the memo by Cohen and Candelas to urge the council to have a meaningful.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan, City Council. My name is Doug Austin. I'm a proud resident of District 10. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the mayor's March budget message, particularly when it comes to addressing our housing crisis. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Pam Foley for her leadership in supporting this message. Housing affordability is one of the most pressing issues, and we need bold action to solve it. We all know that housing in San Jose is too expensive, and too many people are struggling to find an affordable place to live. The process for building new homes is slow, complicated, and full of red tape, which only makes the problem worse. We need to expand the ministerial ordinance into downtown, the airport, and urban villages to streamline the development and get housing built faster for all income levels. CEQA and other bureaucratic barriers are also standing in the way of progress. If we want to make a real impact on our housing crisis, we need policies that promote efficiency, reduce cost, and encourage development. Mayor Mahan has.
Thank you. The next 5 speakers to make their way down: Riley Knight, Gabriella, Elizabeth, Mark, and Greg. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Riley Knight, and I'm a supervisor with the Residential Garbage and Recycling Program with ESD. I've been with the city for 7 years and a proud member of IFPTE Local 21. The city can close the budget gap that they are currently looking at by properly accounting for vacancy rates, encumbrances, and expenditures, and I believe transitioning away from costly private contractors. I ask that you please support the Ortiz memo. City workers are behind city services that we enjoy. We need retention and growth for staff, not cuts and layoffs. Right now, San Jose employs 7.3 people to every 1,000 residents, and being able to provide services at that level is not attainable. It's not sustainable either. And that has been an ongoing rate for 12 years among all large California cities. I ask that you invest in city workers and services to ensure that we keep San Jose an amazing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Police don't reduce crime or keep us safe. If they stopped over-policing areas with Black and brown people, they wouldn't be so thinly staffed. Accountability. You as first, as elected officials, be accountable to the people instead of big business. Be accountable to the housing element, RENA low-income housing goals. If you didn't keep messing with Measure E funds, we'd have more money for affordable housing. If you diverted money from the inflated police budget, you'd have more money. I work as an intake coordinator for a family shelter contracted by the city of San Jose, and only one person in my 2.5 years has refused, and for legitimate reasons. How dare you threaten to arrest unhoused people who are survivors in every sense of the word? Stop sweeping people who are fighting to survive. Focus instead on all the folks who do want to be housed, and leave your institutional racist, white supremacist, classist policies at home.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Gina Zari, Kwang Win, Dimitri Kruglak, Pancho Guevara, and Chand Trehan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Gabrian. I'm the chair for Lived Experience Advisory Board. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my own self as a person, having been unhoused since I've come to Santa Clara County at the age of 17, always working. and being in a shelter because the system of, how it's designed to not have access to ever thrive or even survive. So I'm also in recovery from drugs and alcohol. Recently, I'm going to be 17 years sober, but I've been sober most of my life, and I know what it takes. What helped? Do you know why I did drugs? I did drugs because I was in court losing my kids, because I was in family court without an attorney. I needed the drugs to survive for 2 years so I don't blow my brains.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, Gina Zari, Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. The vast majority of our unsheltered neighbors have psychological, mental health challenges or addiction. That clouds their judgment. To not require them to accept the services the city provides is inhumane. That's what's inhumane. Last year, a couple years ago, my office was invaded by people who protested us because we were supporting emergency interim housing. Some of those people have already spoken. So imagine my surprise when I got an email with pictures of emergency interim housing, and they look beautiful, nicer than my first 5 apartments. This is not inhumane. This is generous, this is gracious, this is getting people off the streets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Esteemed Mayor and the members of the Council, my name is Dmitry Krugliak and I'm from District 3. I speak in support of the Mayor's budget proposal, and I'll be brief. We need to be solving homelessness now, not later. We cannot wait forever to build free apartments at unsustainable cost. Quick build communities is the only viable way to actually solve the problem, and I further applaud the Mayor's principled stance on accountability in homelessness. Let's just get it done. Let's get the homeless off the streets and out of our creeks without delay. We can do this if we set our budget priorities right. I support the Mayor's budget message. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan and council members, as a resident of District 10 for the past 40 years, we have witnessed the progress and improvements that have enhanced our community. We are especially encouraged by the Mayor's focus on accountability in the current budget plan. Prioritizing key performance indicators is foundational for delivering excellence. Effective measurement and evaluation of these indicators drive continuous improvement. And it's reassuring to see this emphasis in the Mayor's approach. Excellence is not a coincidence. It requires intentionality, ownership, and planning. What stands out about this budget is its focus on top factors critical to resident satisfaction, making it clear that performance and accountability are at the heart of this initiative. Having worked in the global organization where excellence was the core value, I have.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
My name is Poncho Guevara. I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service, support the Real Coalition. Please read our letters. And we support the Cohen, Candelas, and Campos memos. What are we doing here? This is heartbreaking that we're having a conversation that is so far outside of reality. We are years away from having any kind of social shelter capacity to be able to house people. And we're talking about locking people up and criminalizing their very existence. This is absolutely immoral. The thing that I was reminded of in all this, I actually thought this was kind of a joke, because I remember something that former State Senator John Burton did responding to Governor Wilson's attacks on the poor. He proposed a bill to make it a felony to be poor. He said the governor believes that people are poor because they want to be, so let's discourage people from being poor by making it a crime. A guy would go into his garage, come up with a great idea, create a tech company, become a millionaire. If only it was a crime to be poor. What are we doing here?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kwon Nguyen. I'm here as a resident of District 6 and as Chairman of the Board of Directors of Immigrant Resettlement and Cultural Center, otherwise known as IRCC. I would like to express my strong support for the Mayor's March budget message and his commitment to accountability, public safety, and solutions for homelessness. San Jose needs measurable results. We must ensure that resources are used effectively to get people off the streets and into proper care, including mental health and addiction treatments. Expanded police staffing and streamlining housing regulations are critical
Thank you. Next speaker.
for all residents.
I'd also like to call Judy Trehan, Greg Miller, Brian Braga, Elaine Mowid, who I've already called that name, and Danya Rajan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I've lived in San Jose since 1987 and in District 6 since 1999. I've never come to a City Council meeting before. This is my first one. I'm here to support the Mayor's proposal. For too long, we've had unhomed neighbors living on our sidewalks, in our creeks, and parks. We can do better. We must provide housing and services to help these neighbors to overcome the challenges that put them there in the first place. The Mayor's proposal is humane, common sense initiative to help those that are unwilling or unable to finally get the services they need. We owe this to our unhomed neighbors, we owe it to our tax-paying residents, we owe it to our future.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and the City Council. My name is Judy Trehan, and I'm a longtime resident of District 10, 40 years this year. Mayor Mahan, I applaud you for your plan to provide homes for the homeless and your plan to keep the homeless accountable. When we care about the homeless, as well as keeping the homeless accountable, we are caring for the health and safety of all of us who live or visit San Jose. I fully support that we need to require the homeless to come indoors when offered safe, dignified shelter. I appreciate Mayor Mahan's common sense approach with his budget plan, and I fully expect that our leaders should be held accountable for progress. It's my understanding that an arrest isn't the end of the line. It can be the start of getting help for mental health and drug addiction through the court system.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello to the Honorable Mayor and the City Council. This is my first time too at the City Council. I found it very pressing, the cause to come and support the Mayor. I feel saddened because many of my neighbors feel misinformed. The Mayor is not trying to criminalize homelessness. If you read his memo or if you try to understand in detail, he is not criminalizing all the homeless. There needs to be accountability on part of the City Council and the homeless people. when the city and the taxpayers pay the money for the projects that we build for the homeless, and they look really nice, and they get the support to move out of encampments, get into stable jobs, get the help they need to accept it. It could be a gentle push and also an accountability and the promise made to the general public. We here are compassionate to the 0.5% of the population here, but somebody needs to speak about the 99% of a million of us here. Our children need a safe path.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So, hi guys, my name is Brian Dragas. 3 years ago, I had a Cindy Chavez yard sign, and I did a backyard meet and greet. However, 1,000 units is great, and I really appreciate the mayor's focus on this homelessness issue. People need to take shelter when provided, period. And no one is arrested. There's a lot of people kind of misstating things. No one is arrested for being homeless. It is for trespassing and not taking shelter. There has to be shelter. It's against the law to arrest somebody simply for being homeless. If there's shelter, they need to take it. It's that simple. Trespassing and trashing property is not a right. The housing is provided, needs to be taken. It's very simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call David Knoll, Enrique Navarro, Father John Padiga, Terry Mortola, and Danny Garza.
My name is Greg Miller. I'm from District 5. The first part of the problem of rampant homelessness is people making inadequate wages while landlords raise the rent a rate higher than the increase in renters' wages. This leads to more and more rent-burdened people, and they end up living in their cars and camping outside. The solution proposed by the mayor solves nothing, but imposes a new burden on the unhoused, criminalization, and all the consequences of being fined and jailed and having a record. They need the stability of a decent, affordable housing in order to get their lives together. Working with the county, state, and federal governments, the city should prioritize the creation of permanently affordable housing and devote Measure E funds to this purpose. The most cost-effective way of creating affordable housing is by investing in preserving existing affordable housing. Good interim housing is also needed.
Thank you. Next speaker. Your time is up.
Good afternoon. My name is Enrique Navarro with the Government Affairs section at the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. There are now 7 memos on this item, creating a convoluted jigsaw puzzle of requests from what started as a single memo containing the mayor's budget message. For the sake of common sense, we find that it is helpful to go back to basics and focus on the core priorities identified by the budget message as supplemented and strengthened by the Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Duan, and Casey memo. Combined, that is already 6 votes for common sense, composed of both political sides of the City Council. From the budget message and the group memo, we support the consideration of cost-effective shelter alternatives, such as the pre-engineered modular shelters, and the request for analysis of impacts to the general fund between the pursuit of various housing priority choices, permanent supportive housing, emergency interim housing, and lower cost alternatives to EIH, which would demonstrably illustrate the overwhelming cost and efficiency of the permanent supportive housing approach. We encourage the rest of the council to join these 6 in this simplified approach to success for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Father John Pedigo, Executive Director of PACT. The Torah says, if there is among you anyone in need, a member of your community, do not be hard-hearted or tight-fisted towards your needy neighbor. You should rather open your hand, willingly lending enough to meet the need, whatever it may be. Likewise, in the first letter of John, if anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need, but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? With the lens of morality, we demand that budget and policy reflect the best of humanity, not pander to the basest human inclinations that marginalize the most vulnerable among us. We don't kick people when they are down, nor do we bury our collective heads in the sand. We must support sensible, integral, and practical policies that move us toward real solutions, not bury the problem with criminalizing unhoused persons. Measure E funding should be used for its intended purpose, not cover gaps in the budget. Push tenant protections, don't push people out. We cannot support a budget that doesn't support the values of our community.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you speak, let me call Nick R., David Parker, Diane Gaskill, Venkat Madapati, and Terry Gong. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Dave Noel, longtime resident of District 9 and president of Erickson Neighborhood Association. I urge you to support the mayor's budget message. My personal experience and surveys consistently show that the vast majority of residents agree on the mayor's focus areas. Neighborhood leaders are encouraged with the progress to date and understand how difficult that has been. However, most residents are angry that they haven't noticed any improvements yet, so please stay the course with urgency. Mayor Mahan's pragmatic recommendations will feed a virtuous cycle that will help us afford things tomorrow that we can't afford today, and help end the suffering and blight resulting from unsheltered homelessness. I would like to call attention to 2 items. First, I'm thrilled to see the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative listed in the memo and hope you will support it. Second, I'm deeply concerned about park maintenance funding and disagree with any reductions such as development fee waivers unless they are offset elsewhere in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Namaskar, Mayor Mahan and council members. Thank you for your service to our beloved city. My name is Venkat Madipati. I'm a member of Sankarai Foundation, a non-profit organization, and also part of AIA, Association of Indo-Americans. And I'm here to support Mayor Mahan's budget proposal to tie the performance to the pay rise. That's very common in even private sector, and that encourages people to do good innovation. So innovate how to serve people better and faster. So I give one example where I just wanted to replace my water heater, conventional water heater, with heat pump based, more environment friendly, and I went to website to apply for the permit. It's very confusing. So whether I pay for 1 permit, 2 permit, 3 permit, then I sent a mail to city. They said, oh.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'm going to call 5 more names. Jake Tablick, Jim Huang, Dashiell Leeds, Deb Kramer, and Antonio. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Matt and the council. You guys getting tired yet? I believe it. I think we all are. Thank you for staying and listening to all of us. I'm Diane Gaskill, a member of the City of San Jose Community Emergency Response Team, and I've seen things in the camps that would just make you cry. And I absolutely believe we need to clear out the camps and put them in shelters, but we have to follow the law, and that's not what's happening. I am the legal conservator of my younger brother who has autism, and I found him wandering the streets and got an order from the probate court and a conservatorship to place him in my home for his own protection. And that's what you guys need to do. You cannot just order somebody into a shelter unless you get a legal order from the care court and evaluation by a mental health professional. And I haven't seen anything about that in any of the messages that I've seen from you, Matt. So I would like to see a...
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Jake Tablick. I'm from District 10. Hello, Matt. Unfortunately, I'm here to oppose your responsibility to shelter policy. Criminalizing homelessness, which is what this is, does not work. It never has, and it never will. I understand the frustration that comes with seeing people not take the shelter that we've offered them, but very often they have legitimate reasons to deny that help. It may be that it cannot meet their needs, or it may be that it subjects them to unsafe conditions. That's actually part of why the state of California, under Assembly Bill 362, requires that cities inspect homeless shelters for violations of health and safety, but the City of San Jose has not once filed one of those reports. You focus on responsibility. I think that the City of San Jose has failed to meet its responsibility not only to understand why residents are not taking shelter, but to supply the affordable housing they need to get out of shelters and be safe. I urge you to support measures that work, not wastes of money and time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. I'm Jim Huang. I have been a resident of District 8 for over 24 years. I'm here to voice my strong support for Mayor Mahan's message on accountability. I worked in the private sector for over 40 years. Pay for performance is a common sense. Why shouldn't it be only different for city leadership? I have a real case of missing accountability. East Ridge Mall parking lot in front of 24 Fitness has been a persistent health hazard due to litter. This is a photo taken on August 2nd last year. Since then, I have...
That's your time. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Deb Kramer. I'm the Executive Director of Keep Kaida Creek Beautiful. And over the past 10 years, not only have we had support from the city, but we've supported the city of San Jose. And in fact, when Mayor Mahan was first elected as a council member, he wrote me, "Deb, I care about Clean Creeks and I want to work with you." And he has, including this past Saturday. I'm here today to say we support the mayor's budget specifically to clean up our communities. Why? We all know the benefits of clean creeks and parks and a healthy park environment. And during COVID, we spent more time outdoors. And also with the Regional Water Quality Control Board's permit requirements for clean creeks, we are a partner with the city. And we want to help prevent trash from reaching the bay and support housing to help people and our natural spaces. As an NGO, we leverage the power of volunteers, and it's been worth about.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds, a District 6 resident and Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Thank you for including climate smart funding in the budget message. San Jose should reverse its year-over-year trend of slashing climate smart funding. However, we express concern with plans to incentivize data centers in the 159 acres of open space in buffer lands near the regional wastewater treatment facility. There is immense potential to restore and provide habitat for birds and many species there. And in North America, we have experienced a net loss of 3 billion birds in 50 years. City Policy 6-31 states that buffer land uses must protect existing biological resources and that buffer lands should provide environmental benefits. San Jose should examine the potential habitat value of this open space and should evaluate the hydrological conditions for future sea level rise and groundwater rise. Please direct the city manager to analyze the viability of renovating or repurposing existing structures should San Jose choose to incentivize building data centers at all.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, so, I have Tin Cow. I'm not sure if it's Bale Singh or Pale Singh, David Lawn, Peggy Elbel, and Oya Kavdor. I'm going to go ahead and call a few more names. Waskar Castro, Rodney Baca, Jonathan Padilla, Sharat Lin, and Sal Caruso. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tin Cao, a resident of District 2. I'm here to support the Mayor Mark's Burch's message and his push for accountability. I live near the new building for homeless on the corner of Monterey Road and Braham Land. It's a nice place, and I'm happy for the people living there, and I hope that no one refuses to move in often. The people who choose to live outside because they have addiction or mental health issues, we need to bring them indoors and provide needed treatment for them. So I'm asking the council members to support Mayor Mark Burgess' message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Peggy Elwell. I'm from District 4. I'm a member of many organizations, but speaking for myself. The mayor's budget message blames the victims for the governmental policy failure to ensure permanent affordable housing, and I can't emphasize this enough, allowing rampant real estate vultures to drive up the price of housing through high rents and big increase in corporate ownership of housing. We simply can't hide the people who remind us of these failures, no matter what national sporting events are coming to town. Speaking of accountability, where is the accountability for the policies that drive people to the streets? Measure E was meant to provide permanent affordable housing. While there is a need for interim shelter, it is not a solution. Overall, we must protect funds for permanent housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sharat Lin. I'm with Human Agenda, among other organizations. And, you know, Human Agenda believes in, first of all, meeting human needs, and that's a criterion. So ask yourself whether an action that you're taking, does it meet human needs, or is it contrary to that? And you know, to solve this problem, we need to address human needs. We need to look at the unhoused as human beings. And this here, and I think many of you have seen it, is a copy of the notice that is posted around the city of San Jose. And it says abatement, listen to the language, abatement of unhoused and illegal encampments. Now, abatement is a term that is usually used for mosquitoes. These people are not mosquitoes, they're human beings. So we have to start with our attitudes towards the unhoused first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Huáscar Castro, Working Partnerships USA. Before anything, I'd like to state that throughout this entire budget process, we would really like to stress the importance of protecting city services and really ensuring that we as a city are doing whatever possible to avoid layoffs. Really want to stress the importance of actually having the staffing necessary to carry out all the work that we're proposing throughout this entire budget process and other work within the city. Following that, I would like to express our strong support for the single signature memo by Councilmember Campos, which also includes support for the memos from David Cohen and Domingo Candelas, which highlights a really innovative and genuine process that creates a partnership between the county and the city, knowing that that needs to happen to actually carry out all the necessary work pieces. And so we want to urge our strong support. And
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I called Mauricio Gonzalez, Joe Kerwin, Mary Shriver, Krista De La Torre, and Stephen Samud. Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, my name is Jonathan Padilla. I'm a lifelong resident of D8. I come here today in favor of the mayor's budget message. I'd just like to say that I think tensions are very high. We're in a situation where this is very complex. But the reality is the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and again and expecting different results. How many of you have had this debate or iteration of this debate before? I know Mayor Mahan certainly has when he was on the council. For some of the newer council members, this is repeated again and again. I have faith that what we're doing here today is empowering our city manager, our government, and our police to make informed decisions and have toolbox to deal with extreme cases. This isn't about criminalization. This is about empowering the city to make the very tough calls when services have just simply failed. I think Mayor Mahan's a good person, and we should trust his leadership, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just here for moral support.
Good afternoon, my name is Joan Mauricio and I am a leader with the group de Justicia Migratoria o el Amigos de Guadalupe. We are living extraordinary times. Our immigrant community is under attack by the threats of mass deportation from federal administrations, and it's only rampaging up. Having adequate immigration legal services for our immigrant community is most important during these uncertain times. I ask the council to please invest $2.5 million in immigration legal services in the budget. We also urge the council to take a more calibrated approach to solving our unhoused crisis by working more closely with the country to find solutions. Any undocumented unhoused community member arrested could be facing the possibility of deportation once they are in the criminal justice system. That is why we need to remove this from the budget process and have a more holistic approach.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, district members. My name is Joe Kerwin, a resident of District 7. I'm here to speak in favor of the mayor's March budget message, especially when it deals with the issue of homeless. For the last 20-some years, I've been a teacher in a public high school, dealing with students, dealing with the challenges, and one thing I have learned is there's not one easy solution, but the one common thread is treating all those students with compassion and with dignity and respect, and I think the mayor's proposal does that with the homeless issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Steve Samuel, and I'd like to thank Matt Mahan and the Vice Mayor and all the council members for public service. And I'd also like to thank the whole audience here and everybody who's participated because you all care so very much. So I am from a long line of public servants, teachers, firefighters, people who believed that the highest and best thing you could be is a servant. And I believe in my many conversations with Matt Mahan that he's a very, very thoughtful, intelligent person who really cares a lot about us all. And I read a book years ago called Profiles in Courage, and it taught me that as a public official, you have to make choices that are not very popular sometimes. And I think the budget that is proposed is a very good budget. It's not perfect, but I am in huge support, and I'm in support of everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Carl, Lydia Petrovic, Benjamin M., Yuritsa Torres Mendoza, and Hui Tran.
Hi, my name is Krista Delatorre, and I'm a representative with IFPT Local 21. We represent over 1,000 city employees here at the city, and we are urging council today to support the Ortiz memo. The mayor's budget message creates a false choice between addressing homelessness and maintaining the essential services that our community relies on. In reality, the city's administration is using a self-inflicted budget shortfall as a pretext for deep service cuts while advocating for a punitive approach to homelessness. Our families, our children, and neighbors deserve better. We can achieve a responsible budget without harming the community and imperiling our services. We can start by transitioning wasteful private contracts for essential services back to the city, potentially saving tens of millions of dollars. We can accurately account for our spending, and we can make sensible adjustments to our vacancy rate. For the 12th year in a row, our city is the most thinly staffed major agency in the state. So today we're calling on the city administration to employ responsible solutions to balance a budget that invests in city workers and vital services, not one that jeopardizes our residents and the city's.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Hong Kao. I'm Director of VIP Museum. I come here today to support the Mayor Mark budget message because accountability, public safety, and solution for the homelessness are essential for the well-being of our community. As a museum director, I see firsthand the importance of preserving our city culture heritage, but we cannot fly without addressing the fundamental issue affecting San Jose. We need a stronger public safety preserve, streamlined housing solution, and better enforcement of existing policy to ensure our neighborhood remain vibrant and safe for all. I appreciate the leadership of Mayor Mahan and Vice Mayor, and I urge the Council to approve the Mayor budget in full to build a better future for San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, or good evening, Mayor, May, and City Council members and fellow community members. My name is Benjamin Munez, and I serve as a team supervisor for one of our county contract agencies that provides direct services to some of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the budget proposal and homelessness initiatives being put forth by Mayor Mam. I have witnessed firsthand the immense challenges faced by those experiencing homelessness, particularly when attempting to access critical mental health and addiction services in times of crisis. We often rely on outside agencies to intervene and call, and I can tell you from personal experience that securing inpatient placements, simply getting someone indoors to receive the care they desperately need, can be nearly impossible in certain situations. Our current system is overburdened, inefficient, and often leaves those in crisis with nowhere to turn. This is not punitive. This is just trying to get them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hui Tran, Executive Director at Siren. Let me just say right off the bat that the proposal to criminalize unhoused people on a twisted version of the 3 strikes law is part of this tenor across the country that is focused on, instead of solutions, that we can just arrest and detain and hide our problems away. Have we ever arrested our way out of a problem before? We serve low-income immigrant and refugee families, and these families are the ones most at risk for homelessness. In this moment, mass incarceration and mass deportation are the same. I do want to recognize the contribution to the city for additional funds for immigrant defense. It's going in the right direction, but I also urge the council to consider Councilmember Ortiz's request to double the allocation at a minimum. Lastly, Measure E, that is just a Band-Aid still. We're putting all the money into interim housing, and if we don't actually put it into permanent solutions, people are going to go right back on the streets. Thank you.
Kelly Colson, Jeff Schock, Kathy Mattingly, Alyssa Kroger, and Charity, maybe? I'm not seeing people moving down, so I'm just gonna keep calling names while people walk, because I think we do have a lot of people who left. Inez Ortega, Tom Wilson, Liz Gonzalez, GFM, and Matthew Cuvedo.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Kroger, and I'm a new San Jose resident. I'm here to support housing, not handcuffs. Arresting unhoused people for refusing shelter isn't the solution. Criminalizing poverty makes things worse. We need real, compassionate solutions. Between the number of housing units, shelter beds, and insufficiently housed individuals, the math isn't adding up. There just aren't enough beds or units. Nearly half of renters in San Jose spend over 30% of their income on housing alone, just one unexpected bill away from homelessness. Shelters aren't always an option. They're not always housing first either, requiring sobriety or employment before housing, like asking someone to learn to swim before giving them a life jacket. Many unhoused people prefer to stay near their support systems. Moving from these connections can lead to isolation and make recovery harder. With looming federal cuts to the VA, Medi-Cal, food stamps, housing vouchers, and Social Security, plus increasing natural disasters, this crisis is only going to
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Mattingly. I'm a voter in District 1. And thank you for listening. I could tell you about my friend who I met when she was in Safe Car Park in my parish, who suffers from Huntington's disease, extreme anxiety that it makes it impossible for her to figure out that she hasn't paid her rent, and has an animal for support. I don't need to repeat the ridiculousness of putting people in jail who are homeless and trying to figure out what you do with them afterwards. I will talk about what kind of accountability there is that doesn't provide for the people at the bottom the healing that they need in order to be accountable. And last, what possible goal can you be supplying by wasting police time writing tickets and
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kelsey. The budget vote is always tough. No one wants to be perceived as a meanie. But sometimes being in a position of leadership, you are tasked with making the tough choices that may or may not be popular. And it will never be popular with everyone. But when it works, you're a hero. Accountability. Functional organizations have accountability and transparency. Pay raises should occur through this process. Responsibility. San Jose has done and is doing its part to address homelessness. The unhoused in county need to step up and take responsibility for their part. Measure E funds. These funds are to address low-income housing. An interim home is low-income housing. It is a gateway to stability. Interim is not a bad word. I fully support what the mayor has laid out in his budget message, and it is my true hope that the council will support this budget. Don't waste this opportunity to be an example of working together for positive change. This is your chance to be a hero. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Menja and council members. My name is Maria Inez Ortega. I'm Vice President for Cadillac Winchester Neighborhood Association. I'm resident of District 1. I support the March budget by Mayhem, but we need more help with cleaning neighbors and park, safety, more support at police department, and more affordable housing. We need to remember of the taking care on the future generation with the support to keep our community safe and affordable housing. Thank you for your providing a home for the homeless. Was not accepted to help, but not all they are criminal. Don't forget to create more jobs and provide more help for mental health. The best way is to work together and find the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next. It's not.
Hi, my name's Tom Wilson. I'm a 55-year resident of this county and a 36-year resident of this city. I'm here to express my support for Mayor Mahan's March budget message. City residents are fed up with funding failure. Council, nonprofits, and homeless advocates have made little progress in dealing with the homeless crisis. In fact, their efforts have merely enabled the majority of homeless to continue to live outdoors in squalor. I believe the mayor's current proposal for delivering evidence-based pragmatic solutions and accountability metrics to be an excellent strategy for reducing the homeless population. Proven policies as seen in other successful city programs like Fremont's Enhanced Parking Ordinance, Portland's Impact Reduction Program, and San Diego's Neighborhood Policing Program should be adopted by our city. Please join me in supporting the mayor's proposed budget in its entirety. Thank you.
Check, 1, 2, check.
Mental health services are highly recommended for those suffering from homelessness, especially those that are suffering from addiction. We ask that people be given temporary conservatorship and given interim housing in order for them to recover and no longer need conservatorship, and be applied and given Social Security and general assistance in order for people to be able to afford housing, along with strong resources at mental health agencies for employment, charity, housing resources for those seeking help with addiction. Homelessness is a crime. Thank you for listening.
Hold on, we're testing my microphone. Testing. Okay, we're back on. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Gia, and I'm here on behalf of Housing Choices. So I have a friend, and his name is Khalid. He was homeless for his entire life due to the nature of his developmental disability until getting our case management services, where we helped him get housed at IMSC Village here in San Jose. With his community, he actually participated in San Jose's racial equity team and provided his lived experience insight. Let's have more of this. Let's get those who are unhoused paid opportunities to speak up and inform how our pro-housing programs roll out and invest in long-term affordable housing through Measure E. The budget proposes eliminating minimal impact services. I believe this process must have oversight. Maybe it was just not outlined in the budget, but I believe it should, so that disability housing services are not eliminated. Thank you.
Next speaker. Oh, I think we've got nobody queued up because my microphone was down. Jane Tran, Aurelia Sanchez, Ralph Longo, it looks like Luann Stewart, Fernando R., Anonymous, where are the schools? Albert, maybe Carlson? I'll stop there.
Hello, my name is Aurelia Sanchez, and I'm here to support the mayor's budget. I live in the Spartan Keys neighborhood where we have 2nd Street Studios, and I just want to say that a lot of the nonprofits, the housing developers that build affordable housing and supportive housing, what they're doing now is just not working. Come to my neighborhood, look at 2nd Street Studios, talk to the people in 2nd Street Studios. They want to get out. You know, it's blighted. I live in a ghetto. Go over to Tully Road Library. I would not go inside that library, let alone take a child. You know what? It's like everybody talks about helping, but when you want to put it in their neighborhood, When we ask them for better schools, nobody speaks up. So I'm asking for all the advocates here, come to Spartan Keys, take 3 RVs with.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Jane Tran, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here today to support the Mayor's Mark Burgess message and his push for greater accountability. I'm here today because I believe the Burgess help us take a step forward to a cleaner and a safer community by helping providing unsheltered people who are really in need a place to live. Over a decade, I have made dozens safety reports regarding homelessness to the police department and San Jose City Housing Department. My home has been vandalized and broken into at night, has been trespassed by naked homeless with mental disability. My neighborhood hillside was on fire twice because of homeless encampment activities, and my house was also impacted by the fire. As a San Jose resident who cares about ending unsheltered homelessness, I urge you to vote for the Mayor's budget message in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Albert Carlson. I'm here speaking on behalf of Sacred Hearts Housing Action Committee, SHAC. The mayor is proposing a shockingly poorly planned budget and housing strategy that fails to address the root causes of the city's housing and homeless crisis and relies on resurrecting inhumane vagrancy laws that criminalizes the poor and marginalized communities. Running away from permanent affordable housing along with inadequate funding of preventive services will just simply continue the churn of people entering and exiting homelessness, thus creating San Jose's version of a bridge to nowhere. Over and over, we hear that people are becoming homeless because they can't afford the rents or they're losing their jobs due to layoffs, illegal employment discrimination, or unnecessary evictions. For example, the recent studies of San Jose reveal that 15%, almost 900 people, are homeless because of an eviction. And it could have been prevented if tenants had access to affordable housing, better preventive services, including legal help, rental subsidies.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lori Stewart. I'm a resident of downtown and previously Willow Glen. I cannot believe the mayor and those who support holding the unhoused accountable actually think his plan will help people or the housing crisis, as if living outside is a party. A few weeks ago, Mayor Mahan broadcast dishonest claims that 1/3 of our unhoused refused housing. It's actually under 10%. Instead, this gave many of my neighbors permission to ignore the crisis because they don't want housing. Instead, how about we rally the House to support and focus on sheltering the 5,000 who make up 90%? We live in one of the most wealthy places on the planet with so much supposed innovation. What the heck? And maybe once they see them housed, the under 10% of stubborn unhoused might begin to trust and come inside. The plan is also dangerous. I'm sure you all saw the guy that got his head beat in last week. Imagine a different future. Wouldn't it be awesome if next year, when the world's eyes were upon us with Super Bowl and FIFA, we could showcase the ethical, compassion.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm a commercial property owner in the Monterey corridor. The homeless crisis makes it very difficult to conduct business in San Jose, let alone thrive and grow. Reducing unsheltered homelessness is the designated #1 focus area for the council, which is exactly what the mayor's budget addresses head-on. Responsibility to shelter is a critical tool to solving the homeless problem, and it is long overdue. The city needs this new approach and must prioritize what businesses and the community have been demanding from the city for years. It is time to tackle this problem, and the mayor's budget outlines strategies and policies to finally move us in that direction. Lastly, I support the pay for performance accountability portion of the budget. Pay increases should be tied to performance. I would not give a raise to an employee that is performing poorly and does not meet their goals. We, the taxpayers in San Jose, expect the council to meet their goals before considering any kind of pay raise, just like the rest of the business community.
Next speaker, before you go, I'm going to call 10 names. Holden Brock, Flower, an anonymous that says anti-homeless, Kim Wynn, Nina, Elena Gaffney, Steve Gaffney, Edwin, Jason Sue, and Larry Ames. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kim Nguyen. I live in D1. And I am here to support the mayor's March budget message. Specifically, I believe that all residents have to follow the law, and we need to enforce it. Personally, 3 weeks ago, one of the 3 or 4 RVs that park in my parents' neighborhood caught fire. And then the fire jumped and burned down the fence of the house next to it. Is that okay? Why are we normalizing street side living? Is that normal? I hope you support the mayor's message and budget. I really hope so. This gotta stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No to the mayor's proposal. It's genocidal.
Let's start criminalizing you all. Let's start criminalizing billionaires. It might get people housing if we tax billionaires. Where have all the trans folk gone? Jails and suicide. Not allowed to live outside. Blood on your hands. Ah!
Thank you. Next speaker.
The recent police brutality against the homeless man speaks for itself. The majority has spoken. If the homeless must be accountable for being homeless, then San Jose leadership must be held accountable for covering up scandals of criminalities, filing retaliated restraining orders to silence citizens, including the involvement of covering up Omar Torres as crime against children. San Jose City Council should be using the funds to introduce mandatory body cameras for all city council members to improve transparency and permanently resolve the miscarriages of justice. I strongly oppose the policy of arresting homeless individuals who refuse supporting housing. This approach seems to favor the wealthier Willow Glen area, protecting the property values while ignoring these needs for the areas like the east, north, and south sides. It is unacceptable claim that there's no funding for schools while closing them down, leading to the rise of gang violence, but you found the resources to be able to find housing for the homeless and or fund their arrest. If they don't comply, this discrimination against homelessness must stop. Leaders should reflect on their actions and share the struggles of the people.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jason Su with the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. We envision a river park where people connect with nature and each other. We are supportive of the focus on restoration and development of the Guadalupe River Park and the Citrine District's initiative, elements of an experience economy through pristine ecology. The Guadalupe River Park is identified in San Jose's master plan as our city's grand park. However, years of neglect have left the river park and other spaces downtown underutilized. San Jose has a chance to create a truly walkable, welcoming, and connected downtown ahead of 2026 elements within the budget message to support it. We also have a chance to ensure that these investments last beyond 2026 while working towards a sports and entertainment district that through quality fields and facilities in parks. I echo points made in the Yes on Parks letter submitted to prioritize ongoing parks maintenance, eliminate deferred maintenance backlog, and about measure funding parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Larry Ames. Budgets are challenging, and when there's a budget crisis, they're especially challenging. Like you, I feel for the homeless. But I'm here to speak about the city parks, which are also important for our health and welfare. The park budget was severely cut in the last budget crisis, and it hasn't been restored since then. So it's already taken a hit, and there's not much more to cut. This council is scheduled to have a special study session on April 8th, where you'll learn about the city park funding and maintenance issues. The mayor's budget includes a number of park budget decisions, such as setting up conservancies or fee waivers or something like that. I ask you to please postpone any park-related decisions until after you've had the chance to study this thing on April 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mayor and Council, my name is Dr. Singh, and I'm a resident of Council District 8. I'm here today to speak in support of Mayor's March budget message and his push for great accountability. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Pam Foley for supporting the message just like I am. I'm here today because I believe your pay should be tied to progress. I don't get a raise if I'm not doing a good job, and you shouldn't either. My streets are still dirty. We have thousands of people living outside, and my family deserve to feel safe. Until I see measurable improvement, you shouldn't be getting more of my tax dollars. as a San Jose resident for over 3 decades who cares about accountability and transparency, I'm asking that you vote for mayor's budget message in full.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Beth Siebert, come on down. Lisa Marquez, Han Cow, Martin Rauchwerk, Roy Abbott, Kim Guptill, Mary Helen Doherty, Greg Koopman, Lauren M., and Vasundara Tadamedi. Go ahead.
We call you mass incarceration Mahan because you think that jailing is housing. It is not. Shelters are full of drugs, full of domestic abuse, full of bad leadership, full of mold, full of strangers. It is not a pleasant place to be, and I was born into homelessness. I grew the first 6 years of my life in shelters. My mother was 15 when a man nearly twice her age forced himself on her, and I was the result. Her parents were ultra-wealthy, Old Testament Protestant Christian, and they told her, you have a choice. You can either marry him because by the laws of the Old Testament he has claimed you, or you can get out of our house. She said, I'm not going to marry my rapist. So they kicked her out, and at 15, pregnant and violated, with no one to turn to, she was homeless. And I was born into homelessness. And you actually think, never having spent a day in a shelter, you think shelters and jails are the solution? How dare you? Live a day in our shoes, and then you can talk to us. Shame on you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm sorry. Okay. Where did my thing go? Here, I'm going to let somebody else go.
Hi, my name is Lisa Marquez, and I lost my son to fentanyl poisoning at the age of 17. So in a way that I've been healing is by giving back to the community and helping and volunteering. I do support the mayor's budget proposal to get the homeless off the street, and also to hold the homeless for accountability for the laws that they're breaking. Our kids are dying. I met with a lot of parents who've actually told me, and this may sound crazy, people may not agree, but they told me that they wish their kids were locked up because their kids are out there on the street and they have no idea if they're dead or alive. I know that locking people up may not be everyone's solution, but fentanyl is killing too many of our youth. And it's getting, not just, it's a lot of the unhoused who don't want to accept the housing are the ones who are either dealing drugs or on drugs. A lot of them, not all of them, but there's a lot, and that's a problem that we are.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Greg Koopman. I'm the Vice President of Comanche Blossom Valley Neighborhood Association, and I'm the District 10 lead for CERT. I was born here in San Jose, right down there on Santa Clara Street, actually. I love San Jose. I was homeless when I was young, and I think refusing houseless cannot be an option because I care for the unhoused. Please vote for the mayor's budget message in full. I have read it. This is the same verbiage of accountability that the mayor said when he put into law, that he would put into law when he was first campaigning to be mayor. The city of San Jose heard this message and agreed by voting for him to be the next leader. Now it's your turn to forward the same message of accountability that the city of San Jose has voted for into action. Again, please vote for the mayor's budget message in full.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Matusich. I'm a resident of District 10, and I've lived in the Comanche Blossom Valley neighborhood for 32 years. I urge you to support the mayor's March budget message. I've read it in its entirety, and I believe the proposals address the issues of most concern to San Jose residents. I believe them to be comprehensible, attainable, and compassionate. I keep hearing the words criminalization, incarceration, jail this evening. I thought I was coming here to speak about and to support safe shelter. Approximately 0.5% of our city's population are considered unsheltered homeless persons, yet all of us, 100%, are affected negatively by it. So I urge you, please.
Thank you, that's your time. H.N. Lee, it looks like. Danny Wynn, Wendy Rinky, Yogi Sahu, Toshal Feen, and Sonal Nayak. Come on down.
My name is Vasundhara Tadimeti. I'm the president of District 10 Leadership Coalition. I'm here to speak for myself, and I'm here to support Mayor's budget message because I've read the 35-page document, not just the other articles that are one-sided. California has spent $24 billion on homelessness, yet the struggle continues with little progress to show for it. It's heartbreaking to see the same approach over and over with no real change. We need a strategy that actually works. Bringing the unhoused inside by providing interim shelter and focusing on mental health with clear, measurable goals is the only way we can hold the city and county accountable. We owe it to our community not to waste taxpayer money indefinitely. This approach to hold everyone accountable is about finding balance, offering real hope, and making a lasting difference. I request you to vote for Mayor's budget message in full. Thank you.
Can I give this to the mayor?
Yeah, hand it to the clerks and they'll give it to
I
Mayor.
want everybody to see, I'm a homeowner.
You'll need to unlock
I'm being
your iPhone
vacated
first.
from my home, along with 5 of my tenants, this Friday. If anybody would like to show up in my house and watch this happen, 1906 Summersworth Drive, San Jose. Does my time start now, or when? Can I delay the time until I pull up my speech, please? By the way, I've sent this email to the mayor via, is this San Jose or Nazi Germany? My name's Roy Thomas Abbott. I am 62 years old, retired disabled, 40-year resident and homeowner of San Jose, where I rent homes to homeless people. I currently have 5 people dwelling in my home who are about to be made homeless this Friday due to my neighbor's complaint about the housing of homeless people. My car was towed in front of my house and my PA system was confiscated by the San Jose police. Seen on Instagram at thomasthetrainwreck4u.com. Although I have no criminal record and no laws were broken, I was eventually jailed and held without bail for 3 months by the district attorney. During that time, I was sued by the attorney Vance Chang from the city of San Jose, and I am now, and my 5 tenants are being evicted on Friday. If we are here to prevent homeless, why would you unhouse 5 human beings? You have an opportunity to make a change.
Thank you. Next speaker. Did you need?
Hi, my name is Kim Guptill. I live in District 6. I heard someone today describing why she had to turn down a shelter option she was offered. It required her to register for a bed every night at 7 p.m. She was working 2 jobs, going to college, and could not be sure to be available to make that trek to register every night at 7 p.m. Her story stopped me in my tracks. Clearly, I've never had to deal with anything like this, so I'm asking you to imagine if this was you. I invite you to examine your conscience, especially you little Bellarmine boys who are supposed to do that every night. And I think you will see that criminalizing, and this is, make no mistake about it, criminalizing our most vulnerable neighbors is, well, evil. Portraying yourself as progressive, revolutionary, and having common sense solutions would be laughable if it wasn't so enraging. I do not know how.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mary Helen Doherty, resident of District 3.
I speak to you again in memory of my brother Bill, who was homeless, struggling with mental health issues on and off for many years and in and out of jail, when what he needed was a positive intervention. As stated in the letter you received from SB DeBug, I quote, "Incarceration does nothing more than plunge people deeper into the crisis they were already experiencing before the arrest." My brother Bill died by suicide the night before he was to spend time in jail again. Please do not support arresting and criminalizing our unhoused neighbors. Thank you. And I support the Big Tent letter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Hale. I am a small business owner in the city of San Jose for 24 years. I'm here to speak in support of Mayor's March budget, and especially his push for accountability. Everyone should do their part to end the crisis of homelessness, and that also requires collaboration from the people living on the streets. They should be mandated to take shelters as provided and get care from the county as necessary. Homelessness has negatively impacted the whole community. It has caused disruptions for many businesses. On many occasions, I have had an intoxicated unhoused member passing out at doorsteps, urinating, or trashing my business property. I believe everyone should be required to obey the laws, house or unhoused.
Thank you. Next speaker. Wait.
Hello. I'm a resident of District 14, and I live right in front of the homeless encampments on the Great Oaks. I want to express my strong support for Mayor's budget proposal. For the past couple of years, we've experienced encroachment, theft on our street, which has made us feel very unsafe. Mayor's abatement on the intersection of Great Oaks and Endicott has cleared the homeless problem right now, but I want accountability after this. This abatement has improved our safety and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Mayor Mahan. Thank you so much for the abatement on the Great Oaks and Endicott. I support Mayor's March budget, more importantly, the abatement of encampments and holding homeless people accountable in our neighborhood. Homeless people have been refusing shelter and outreach and making our life really, really tough. They were creating a lot of fires. There was a PG&E line which caught on fire. It was terrible. We cried that one night completely. After that, we spoke to Mayor. He did the abatement a few weeks ago. We are actively monitoring crimes in our neighborhood on the crime map, and they seem to have gone down. These homeless people try to encroach into our homes, like steal water, packages. We are really scared. We empathize with the homeless, but we feel scared every day to step out. Accountability.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Danny. I live in San Jose for the past 38 years, and I do have a small business here. First, I'd like to personally thank Mayor Matt Mahan and your team for all you've done to clean up our beloved city of San Jose, and we all can see a difference. But I'm here to speak in support of Mayor's March budget. Everyone should do our part to end homeless crisis. When housing is available and offered, people need to require to stay indoor or follow the law. That's common sense. If people are found with mental health, they require appropriate treatment. It's safer, and it's compassionate, and it's common sense. But when people choose to stay outside, vandalize business, neighborhood, squatting. It affects all our business. It is very difficult to conduct business when we have encampment unhoused right in front of our doors. Our customer and employee don't feel.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd like to call Julie Nieder, Dr. Harinder Singh, Bobby Atak, I think it's Atak, Reverend Dana Bainbridge, Irene Zumiga, Cheryl, Kira Kazantzis, and Sean. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council, City Manager. My name is Yogi. I am a resident of Chenoweth Avenue, District 2. I'm here to support the Mayor's March budget and his push for greater accountability. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Pam Foley for supporting this message. I believe your pay should be tied to the progress. I don't get a raise if I don't perform at my work. My streets are still dirty, thousands of family living outside. My family deserves better safety. I also support Mayor's message about increasing the police academy class sizes. That hasn't been spoken much this evening, but that is a great initiative, and I think we need more policing in the community in general. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Cheryl, and I live in District 3, and I think that the people who are living outside, or living anywhere really, that have an addiction problem and all they think about every day is doing drugs or have a big mental health problem, I think they need to find some kind of path to get to what the County of Santa Clara has, all these collaborative courts. Their whole thing is not to put people in jail, is to get them help, working with the various agencies and justice groups and stuff. I don't care whose memo it is. I just think that's what needs to happen. That's it. People need help, and we need to get them into the county somehow. And this system, the collaborative courts, it is not, their whole goal is not to incarcerate anybody. And that's what's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, Mayor and Council, and Matthew Quevedo. This should be a simple choice for anyone who's knocked on doors in my neighborhood or any neighborhood across the city. I've talked to hundreds of residents over the last few weeks who know we need to do better. We believe we need to tie pay raises to results. We believe that when we have safe, low-barrier shelter, we need to require people come indoors. Because if people can't make a choice that could save their life, we need to get them into the care of the county. This isn't about criminalization. The longer we leave people to suffer on the streets, the worse their health conditions get. In fact, over 200 people die each year from living in unsheltered homelessness in our county alone. Many of them are so deep in addiction or suffering from severe mental health issues that prevent them from making a rational choice. We need to help them. This budget will save lives, and if I was in your shoes, it'd be a simple choice. I'm asking for you to vote and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Pam Foley. I'm Barbara Tech. I'm the District 9 Leadership Group. I live in District 9, and I am here to speak on behalf of the mayor's budget. A lot of people doesn't know this, that know me, that I had a brother that had mental illness, and he was always on the streets of here in downtown San Jose. I tried to have him come to my house, but he refused it. I got a call 10 years ago that he had died from pneumonia on the streets, and that's why I believe that if he would have had other options, he would be alive today. So I'm here to support the mayor and thank Ms. Pam Foley for supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Irene Zuniga from District 7. As a MCNA board member and a very active neighbor, we support the mayor's budget. Living near the Coyote Creek, we have blight along the creek from the unsheltered. We see fires along the creek, drugs and alcohol is being consumed. As an example is the Tully Library is not a safe place to walk over with our grandchildren. It's a shame because it's such a beautiful library. We ask you to please pass the mayor's budget. We ask you to please build safer housing communities where families and businesses can thrive rather than closing the doors. We can provide resources of mental health services and dignity in a safer housing environment. And also, I'm a proud parent of Bellarmine boys, so go Bells. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Wait.
Oh, hello. I'm Kira Kazantzis. I've been a homeowner in District 3 for 20 years. Basing a new, untested, controversial, and legally questionable arrest and conviction regime on slender anecdotal evidence of a handful of people declining a particular shelter without research, consulting experts or county leaders, or engaging the community, and when we already have a trespassing law and civil commitment laws, reeks of populism, political expediency, and punitiveness. Please don't pass a budget message that includes this hasty, unwise, inhumane, and harmful proposal. Thanks.
Reverend Dana Mainbridge, Urban Sanctuary, I listened to you on TV, Mayor Mahan. You said that if we listen to what people say they need in their housing, 70% will take it. That seemed right, until you got to the part about the 30% who don't. So I ask you, Mayor and Council, as you legislate, what in light of history will seem right? American history is filled with moments when people were completely convinced that something was the right thing to do. The detainment of Muslims after 9/11, Japanese Americans sent to internment camps during World War II, including a child, Norm Mineta, who later became our mayor. It seemed right at the time, common sense. We have a troubling history of forcibly containing people when we feel unsafe. Should San Jose go down in...
Thank you. Next speaker.
"1,500 unhoused people have died on the streets since 2018. They were mostly black and brown, like former SJPD officer Rafael Molina, who was murdered in a city sweep. Only 1 in 4 unhoused people in shelters get housed. The mayor's proposal will most likely criminalize elderly folks whose Social Security wasn't enough. It will bring ICE to the tents of unhoused people whose only crime is fleeing their country for a better life. This is all for the Super Bowl. This is all for World Cup. We see right through you. Homelessness isn't a game."
Back to council.
All right, coming back to the council. I want to start by thanking everybody who came out this evening, including everybody who disagrees with my proposal. I firmly believe that everyone who took the time to come, everyone who spoke, is coming from a good place, has good intentions, and wants good outcomes for the community. And I think we are in deep agreement that incarceration is not the goal, is not a real solution. That being said, I want to set the record straight on a lot of what I heard this evening. First and foremost, I heard a lot of comments repeated about the barriers to shelter. And I want to be really clear about what we're building, the actions this council has taken in recent years, and how we have, in fact, very much listened to those with lived experiences. A number of people who spoke tonight have been misled into believing that there are these significant barriers that we're somehow unaware of, when in fact, we have intentionally designed our interim housing communities to be extremely low barrier. We allow people to bring their pets. their partner, their belongings. We do not have a sobriety requirement. We do not have a curfew. We don't require people to come check in every night to get their room. This council made a very bold commitment to massively expand safe, dignified, private spaces for people to be. This year, we will add over 1,000 places for people to be. That did require us to make tough trade-offs in our limited Measure E dollars, which I will remind everyone. We went out to the voters and said, pass Measure E to end homelessness. And we literally said in the ballot language, we will use it to invest in shelter and affordable housing. This year, by the way, we're adding 1,000 new units, and we're putting $50 million of Measure E money into new affordable housing. But we've made a difficult choice facing great need in a crisis, a humanitarian crisis at great scale. We've had to make tough decisions, tough trade-offs to try to help more people rather than provide the ideal solution to the lucky few. And when we did that, last year we sat around this dais and we had many conversations about the agreement we were making with the community. And the agreement that we have made with our community to get buy-in, to ask our residents to invest tens of millions of dollars of their tax money every year in safe, dignified indoor places for people to be, is that they will see the difference in their neighborhood. That we will focus first and foremost through a local preference approach on first resolving the encampments in their neighborhood within the vicinity of the site and getting those folks indoors. As we have opened, say, Branham and Monterey most recently, we have had teams out there for 90 days before the opening, repeatedly doing outreach, talking to people, getting them on lists, preparing them for the opening of the site over and over and over again. I was out there last week. There's still a line of tents a block from the site. We will not be able to maintain the trust of our community and continue to spend tens of millions of dollars a year to invest in interim housing and tell neighbors over their strong objections that even though they don't want these solutions in their neighborhood, we will do it for the good of the city if we cannot prove to them that it allows us to resolve the homeless encampments that have caused so much harm to the broader community. I don't want anyone to go to jail for being homeless, and there has been a lot of rhetoric over the last week that I want to punish people when no shelter is available. I'll be very clear, that is not in any way what I am proposing. What I am proposing, which I know from being out in the community, I know because I ran on this 3 years ago when I first ran for mayor, is overwhelmingly the position of our community, is that when we invest tens of millions of dollars a year in expanding and operating low barrier, dignified, service-rich housing and shelter options, that people should be expected to come indoors. People still have freedom of movement, but they can go to another city if they truly do not want to come indoors. But when we repeatedly do outreach, and we see, as we often do in our encampments after repeated outreach, a percentage of people, and I don't really care if it's 10, 20, 30%. Sometimes it's 30 or 40%, as we saw here in a stretch of the Guadalupe River last year. Sometimes it's lower. The percentage isn't the point. If we tell a neighborhood we are going to impose a solution on your neighborhood even though you don't want it, we're going to build basic, dignified interim housing, and then the tents persist because people say, no thanks, I'd rather stay here because of an addiction or any other reason, we are going to lose the trust of our residents. We are not going to get additional revenue to continue to fund these solutions. And we will see a much stronger push toward actual criminalization of homelessness, which, by the way, it's important to note, is happening in cities near us right now. I want to be really clear that we cannot look at this in a vacuum. We have neighbors who are outright banning camping without offering housing and shelter. That's criminalizing homelessness. That is saying, we're not going to offer you anything. We have nowhere for you to go, but you can't camp here. And if you stay here, it's against the law. Well, guess where they're going to come? San Jose. We're seeing that. Ask our outreach teams. Milpitas, Fremont, other places, we're seeing more and more folks come. San Jose is going to do the right thing, but we're going to be pragmatic. We will take a middle path that says we'll invest in safe places for you to go, but there has to be some accountability for coming indoors. The failure to do that is going to be a disaster, and we are not going to be able to stay the course on continuing to invest in safe places for people to go. But I just wanted to dispel that myth. On the point of incarceration, as a point of information, before I turn to colleagues, I'll just ask Nora to clarify. This is not something we're asking the DA to charge. This would be, and I know most of the public comment was on responsibility shelter, so I'm just focusing there to dispel a few other myths. I talked about low barrier and what that means. When we press charges for trespassing, that is an action of the city attorney enforcing our municipal code. People are not incarcerated for that. That would be a very unusual circumstance. Not to say it's impossible if there aren't other crimes that have been committed or it's repeated. It is an opportunity for us to petition to get that person into a behavioral health court so someone can help them. And I welcome, if the county can come to us over the coming months as we do presumably a joint meeting and we get closer to June and we have these conversations as we've been trying to have. By the way, had monthly meetings with the last board president. I have monthly meetings with the current board president. I've had multiple meetings with the most senior members of county staff on all of their investments. These are not new conversations. My predecessor, Sam Liccardo, had these same conversations for years. If the county has an alternative to achieve some form of compliance with coming indoors to dignified shelter or treatment, when it's available, I'm not saying when it's not, when it's available, great. In lieu of that, the city and our workforce, our outreach workers, our police officers, our firefighters who are out there every day responding to encampments deserve better. We need to get people into the care of the county and hold the county accountable for getting folks the help that they need. We cannot do this alone, and that accountability has to go all around. It is not going to be served by allowing people to say, no thanks, I choose to stay out here. And we will not win the support of the community if we allow that to be the case. Okay, let me turn to colleagues. I suspect there will be more that we need to clarify through this conversation, so let's get on with it. Let me turn to the Vice Mayor first.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank all the members of the public who were here and spoke. Many of them have left, but I appreciate the over 200 comments or so that we had, whether they be in support of the mayor's message or against the mayor's message. And thank you, Mayor, for clarifying what your intent was in the message. I will be crafting a motion at the end of my talking points, but I'd like to say a few words first. I want to thank the mayor for his budget message, which prioritizes and addresses the pressing needs of the city of San Jose. I'd also like to thank my colleagues who have submitted thoughtful memoranda under the budget message, and there are several of them. It's clear that we are all aligned in seeking to deliver a balanced budget that preserves existing essential services that our residents rely on, while also delivering meaningful results in addressing unsheltered homelessness. We have significant challenges ahead of us, and as the elected leaders of this city, we must determine where to best utilize our limited resources. I support the Mayor's March message. The Mayor's March budget message continues our focus on those core city services our residents expect and deserve. To sustain these critical city services, we must ensure that we have a strong and stable city workforce, because the heart of our city is its people, including the dedicated public servants who keep San Jose running day in and day out. City staff are the backbone of our community, and this budget message focuses on maintaining a robust workforce without layoffs, even in the face of economic challenges. Our residents have told us over and over that homelessness, clean neighborhoods, and public safety are the items they feel we must continue to address. The mayor's message places a focus on these concerns. In addition to the Mayor's March budget message, my colleagues brought forward thoughtful ideas in the spirit of collaboration and can add and improve the message. From the Cohen-Candelas memorandum, Recommendation 1, a joint meeting of the City Council with the Board of Supervisors to engage with our county counterparts on homelessness and efforts to coordinate initiatives including behavioral health and the transition of those into permanent supportive housing. A joint meeting to address those topics would be beneficial to all of us, and I think we owe it to our residents as they deserve this type of collaboration in our fight to end homelessness. In addition, I also support their recommendation number 4 from that same memorandum. The city manager to return with an info memo to include how we might pursue alternative funding options for promoting affordable housing developments by working with our regional partners and stakeholders. From the memorandum from colleagues Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Dwan, and Casey, I support recommendations 2D, 3, and F. Recommendation 2D, opportunities for revenue generation or operating expenses offsets from city-owned property. Recommendation 3, direct the city manager to continue fostering relationships with Santa Clara County, especially regarding unsheltered homelessness. That is actually similar to the Candelas-Cohen memo. Recommendation number 5, direct the city manager to review the City of San Jose budget principles and the budget balancing strategy guidelines, and then return them to the City Council before the beginning of fiscal year 26-27 budget cycle. It is my hope that as we continue to discuss the contents of the March budget message, we remind ourselves that this is only the beginning, our exploratory phase of the budgetary process. There will be opportunities to analyze everything in this message through the upcoming budget study sessions and again at Council in June. We will have many more opportunities to put pen to paper throughout this process. Once again, I want to thank the mayor and my council colleagues who crafted thoughtful memoranda as we work to deliver on key priorities for our residents. And now, if you bear with me, I'm going to craft a motion. And there are a lot of memos, so I'm going to try to incorporate as many as I can from all of them. First, I move my memo, which approves the mayor's March budget message, recommendations 1 and 4 from Councilmember Cohen and Candelas's memo, from the Campos, Salas, Mulcahy, Dwan, Casey memo, items 2D, 3, and 5. Also in my memo is just to clarify that the recommended 2026 charter amended language for pay for performance and the responsibility to shelter police policy framework outlined in the mayor's March budget message will be separately agendized for the same council meeting as budget adoption in June 2025 to allow for full review of staff's recommendations and dedicated council deliberation. Also, we received a memo late, right before coming to council, from Councilmember Ortiz, and I wanted to acknowledge it and include a couple of points from his memo in my motion, and that is under recommendation number 2, which is directing the city manager, his message is to direct the city manager to provide $500,000 in funding for support services to protect our immigrant community. I will include that in the memo, but it's already in the budget message to make it a range of from 200 to 500 so that the city manager and budget director can determine how much is appropriate and how it might be applied. Also from the budget from Councilmember Ortiz's memo is item number 5. I just want to point out that under page 4 of the mayor's budget message, it already identifies looking for inefficiencies and minimal impact of service deliveries through consultants. And I would add language to there that we consider moving any of those items in-house if they are efficient for efficiency and cost savings. Finally, I will include from the Ortiz memo item 6 and 7. Before I say I move, let me make sure I've got everybody's. The mayor did file a blue memo, and I will include that as well. With that, I so move.
Second.
All right. I heard a lot. I think I heard Councilor Casey first. Okay. He was the loudest. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you all. Okay. Let's go. Appreciate you delineating that and crafting a very thoughtful motion that incorporates good thinking from across all the memos. Let me turn to Councilmember Ortiz next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the public for being here, participating in the budget process, regardless of whether I agree with you or not. You know, it's important to make sure that your voice is heard, regardless of what side of the aisle that you're on. I wanted to start, and also thank you to the Budget Office, of course, and City Administration for all of your hard work, because I'm sure you guys have been working real late along with the mayor's staff, so I just want to make sure you guys get your kudos before I start with my comments. But I did want to start with a few questions, clarifying questions to our budget director on our current projected budget shortfall. The city assumes a 2% vacancy rate when forecasting for the budget, which to my understanding is much lower than both our actual vacancy rate, which I believe is 9%, I could be wrong, and what peer cities use. Can we speak to why we assume a 2% vacancy rate, especially since we're on a hiring freeze? How do we expect to get to that?
Councilmember Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. So as part of the budgeting process, we think about vacancies and savings in a couple of different ways. One is what you had cited out there, which is we look at each individual personal services. So for the cost of each position, we assume varies by department, but it ranges from sort of 0 to 3%. We discount those costs by that percentage amount. So all the details of the salary, so the health benefits, the retirement, that's all gets discounted by a certain amount. And so that's applied across departments. As you note, the vacancy rate is often higher than that. I think we're down below 10%, which is actually good, but it's more than that. But the vacancies by departments actually are going to vary. Even though there are positions that are vacant, the work is still getting done. And so a lot of the vacancies that naturally occur throughout the year are getting backfilled through a variety of means. So they're getting backfilled through overtime use, they're getting backfilled through temporary positions, maybe there's a couple retires that are doing the work. So even though positions are vacant, the work is still getting done as the natural vacancies go through the organization. And so we also will then assume that, and we can see this because when you look at the annual report that we present each year in October, you can see that the actual budgetary savings in our personal services appropriation over a 10-year period, that's about 1.5% of savings. So you can see that even though there's a higher vacancy rate, we are backfilling that by a large degree. So there is not an extra pot of vacancy savings out there that we're just letting sit around and accumulate and sort of taking that back in. Those resources are being expended on the services provided to the community. So I definitely encourage folks to look at that annual report because that data is easily available. And there's the last thing is that we do think about savings across the organization, especially in the general fund, as well as additional revenues that may come in. So we are going to assume as part of the budget process, and in any given year, we're going to be wrong to some extent. But because we've got thousands of appropriations and thousands of revenue line items, we can't be right in every single instance. But we think we're going to be pretty close, and where we're going to be wrong, we hope we're going to be wrong on the positive side. So we're going to get a little bit more revenue than what we project, and we are going to assume a little bit more savings than what we actually get. On an ongoing basis, that's about a $30 million ending fund balance that then rolls into the beginning fund balance. So that's one complicated way to say that that savings that's out there, it's already built into our budgetary projections and our forecast.
And Jim, I just want to clarify that that's an ongoing assumption. It's ongoing expenditure fund balance that's to fund the ongoing
Correct.
Services from years. So we don't consider that one time.
Okay. Thank you. My only concern is as we are making these estimates, I would hate for us to consider or expect a shortfall through this vacancy rate and then make cuts that we probably won't need. Is there any situation in which that may happen?
I'm sorry, can you say that question one more time?
My only concern is if we are, quote unquote, I would say inflating, or deflating the vacancy rate, right? We may be budgeting for dollars that are going to be there, but we're saying they're not going to be there because we're considering the vacancy rate is low. I just hope that we don't get into a situation where we're forced to, or we may make cuts for dollars that we actually have.
No, that is a fair concern. I would say the way that we budget actually budgets us closer to the bone than most organizations would feel comfortable with. The level of accuracy that we have to get to is extremely narrow.
Yeah, we've been less than like 0.5% on our revenue estimates when it's been said and done, and similarly ultimately on the net expenditure savings, because we do take that very seriously, because we do not want to overcut this organization in any way, shape, or form, especially given how needed the services are out to the community.
Okay, great, because like I said, I appreciate the budget message. There was a lot of stuff in it, but there was also a lot of stuff that wasn't in it. And so it just makes me uncomfortable to think like things like our libraries, our community centers, programs for, especially single mothers out there who rely on programs. There's not a lot of language about families and the whole family unit and what's good for them. I understand that addressing the homeless crisis is good for the entire city, but I think when you look at a budget, it's about values. And if you don't call out services that are essential to our children, to our working class families, that gives me pause. And so I wanted to just address that. I'm glad that there's already language in the budget for contracts to review that. I was going to say some things about that, but glad to hear. I did introduce into the record a memo from Local 21 that highlights contractor rates cost 8 to 17% more than using city staff. So that's on the record if people want to see that. I wanted to ask, I know this is common practice to deal with chronic backlogs in a range of services, but are we looking at what sort of encumbrances that we have in the budget? Like, are we going to address those?
Yeah, so for each year as part of the forecast, we also assume a portion of liquidated encumbrances on an ongoing basis. It's normally a very, relatively small amounts in the $1 million range. We do have the audit that was done at the end of was reported out, I think, on October 22nd. And so departments have gone through and liquidated a lot of old encumbrances that were out there. We're still sort of running that through FMS, our financial management system, to see what the actual budgetary savings were, because some of the liquidated encumbrances were just on paper, and they had actually already been liquidated in practice in the financial management system. So we're sort of going through that. We plan to report out on that, expect to do that at our next bi-monthly financial report in April to the PISFIS committee. If it's not done by then, we'll have it for the proposed budget.
Great, thank you.
And that will provide an additional one-time funding source that will help us meet our fund balance target for the current year.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's all my questions for you. In regards to the responsibility to shelter policy, I'm going to agree to disagree with the mayor. That's perfectly fine. Disagreeing is what democracy is about, but I have serious concerns about the immediate and long-term consequences of adopting such a policy, specifically through the budget process. In the short term, I worry about the impact this will have on emergency services, who are already overburdened. Officers are constantly forced to prioritize, to triage emergencies in the field, and I'm just nervous about adding another responsibility to the police force and asking them to essentially arrest or fine or cite individuals, which could take them away from other responsibilities and priorities. So I do have some questions for Eric, if Eric could come up. Thank you, our housing director. So I've been reviewing data regarding the outreach surrounding Branham. I was wondering if you could clarify a few things. For those that were tagged as unlocatable, what does that mean exactly?
Eric Sullivan, Housing Director. Thank you, Council Member, for the question. For those who are unlocatable, that category can include a couple different things. One is we went to the encampment or to the tent where we anticipated, based on the development of the by name list, where Jon Snow was going to be there, and there was no Jon Snow there, so that person was not able to be registered as being contacted. Two, they could also have been displaced, because as we go through the process of moving folks into Monterey Branham, we're also doing an abatement at the same time, so they could have otherwise been displaced. Three, they could otherwise end up in other form of public service, whether at a hospital, in a jail. So it's a kind of a catch-all for a variety of different activities that may have occurred as the outreach workers get the best information that they can. They can find the person from the surrounding people in the encampment.
Okay. So just to be clear, unlocatable does not mean they declined shelter.
Correct.
Okay, so out of the 109 individuals that were outreached, how many directly declined shelter?
So from the latest data, who were directly declined, that number was just about 10%. Let me just pull up the number here very briefly, and I'll go through it on the record here.
So 10%, which isn't 30%, for the record.
That was the percentages, and based on numbers, this is an ever-evolving process. The outreach engagement process, it is complicated. We're dealing with individuals at any given state of their lives. So as the numbers flow over the next, what's left, roughly 64 days we have, it's 90 days from the time you start TCO till the completion date based on our HCD contract. These numbers are going to go up and down constantly.
But for the record, it wasn't 30%, correct?
It's not 30% as of today. That's correct.
Okay.
No, point of information, it actually started at 32% after the first round of outreach after 90 days of
Using
prep.
data that starts, at the starting point isn't accurate data. So just for the record, it's not 30%. I just would hope my colleagues, as we debate these issues, will use facts. We shouldn't be using misinformation, and we shouldn't be exploiting the frustration of the community. There was something that said that if we don't do anything about this, that there's going to be a movement to criminalize homelessness. If we don't have politicians exploiting the community's frustration with the unhoused, we won't have policies like this before us. And really, that's the root of our problem. So I want to make a sub-motion. I want to motion my single sign-on memo and Councilmember Pamela Campos's single sign-on memo.
Second? Okay, so we have a substitute motion with a second for the memos from Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Campos is the substitute. Okay, so that'll have to be voted on first, and if that fails, we'll go to the underlying motion. Okay. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember, did you have more? My time's up. Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues that worked tremendously hard on this budget. Thank you to the public and staff. You know, my Brown Act that included Councilmember Casey, Mulcahy, Salas, and Campos. In the memorandum, one of my biggest interests is the modular shelter. And since the beginning of my tenure, I have advocating for these pre-engineering modular structure for their ability to quickly mobilize and bring up to action within days versus months and years. It's offer to bring our unshelter into a shelter, saving over 200 lives per year. It's inhumane to leave our unshelter out in the element for them to die needlessly. And it's proven the fact that not only Nevada, San Diego, San Francisco, Fremont, and many other cities and states had adopted this program, and the proven fact that it is cost saving compared to what we're doing now. We are no longer believing that we don't have the resource, we don't have the finance to do an unsustainable permanent housing, which costs anywhere between 1.2 to 1.4, without any process to help our unshelter from being out in the street, in the waterway, in front of a park, in front of school, to have some dignity, respect, and security with wraparound services, that including drug addiction, mental illness, job training, job placement, and mentoringship until they come back to be part of the community. I don't think any one of us would expect anyone to be Superman going from step one to going from one floor to 100th floor at a snap of a finger. And we shouldn't expect our homeless or unsheltered residents to go and living from out in the street, out in the waterway to a $1.2 to $1.4 million permanent housing. And still allow them to, you know, with little expectation. I think we're doing a huge disservice, and we talk about this over and over and over again. And I hear the mayor message: 1 out of 3 deny. Okay, we'll give that number. So right now we got almost 6,000 unhoused residents. So out of 6,000, 2,000 will be denied the process. What do we get 4,000 shelter for the rest? If we're talking about next year we have 1,000 shelter, and then what happened to the other 3,000? Going to wait years? That's just absolutely fiduciary irresponsible when we know for a fact that our housing department have made it very clear that it is a cost saving. It is a way to save people lives. We just have to make the decision. When I brought this 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, we would definitely got this into action. Well, I appreciate, you know, incorporated some of the stuff in our memorandums. You know, I asked for just a friendly amendment to put PEM as one of the program that we can look into next year's. I understand that we go round and round and round in circle. Everybody got their plans, right? The old saying is like, you got a plan until you get punched in the face. Well, we're getting punched in the face. We're talking about a crisis. Well, act like a crisis. We keep going, well, we got to find a spot for it. Oh, we got to do this, we got to do that. Yeah, we have lands that we can use. We keep saying we don't. We do. Yes, some places need some mitigation, some places not. I'm not asking for 1,000 shelter right away. We can start with 100 and work our way to expanding the program. And I think it's you know, we always say, oh yeah, we support. We want to get the unsheltered off the street, but yet we forget that we get in plethora of surrounding city that pushing the unsheltered to our city. Our number has risen, it hasn't decreased. So when we put 1,000 shelter, we're still missing 3,000 with 2,000 denied. And there are more coming. If we don't have those shelters, people continue to die. Are we going to accept that? That's what I'm asking is for a friendly amendment to allow PEMs to be part of the budget, so that way we have option. And we're not talking about just PEM alone. We're talking about EIH. We're talking about affordable housing. We're talking about possible, you know, permanent housing too as well. We don't just attack homelessness or unshelter in one prong, right? We use multiple prongs, like a bicycle spokes and a wheel. And I think it's important that we think of all options. We can't just say, because we always make excuses. It's not about that we cannot do it. It's about the will to do it. And that's what I'm asking for, a friendly amendment on that.
Councilmember, on that point, let me just go to the maker of the motion that's on the floor, which is the substitute. I also have a clarifying question, but let's start with the amendment, the request for a friendly amendment.
Can you define what PEM is?
It's a pre-engineered, manufactured shelter, if you will. You know, it's a modular structure. It's not congregated shelter. It's allow people to be in a cubicle with a locked door with dignity, respect, and security, right? And we can expand. We can separate women, men, children, drug addicts to mental illness. We have cafeteria. We have health care. That's what I'm talking about, getting people off the street, reducing the blight, reducing the biohazard, the hazardous waste, the crime, in a center where we can keep track of the progress of our unsheltered residents.
I guess I have a question to the city manager's office. Do we need to call out a specific solution, or are the dollars for interim housing already available for?
No, so my understanding is the motion on the floor from you and the second from Councilmember Campos, it's your memo which calls out for approval of the March budget message as well, and then offer amendments. I would say, and Mayor, I don't want to speak for you, but the way the staff anyway interprets your March budget message as looking at larger congregate shelters and doing the planning for that, whether it be around Agnew's, property around 237. The language mentions the Haven for Hope model, but doesn't restrict us to that. We believe that direction covers the SJ Love program and other things.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order here. The motion that is made on the table right now does not move the March message. Councilmember Ortiz moved his memo and Councilmember Campos's, and Councilmember Ortiz's memo does not move the March message.
Oh, yeah,
so the conversation about those two memos are not about the March message. Otherwise, it would include the item that Councilmember Ortiz objected to in relation to the mayor. So they're talking about something that isn't the budget.
1 second. That's not true. That's not true, Vice Mayor. It's not about the budget. Councilmember Campos's memo references the memo from District 4 and District 8, which does approve the budget. So please, let's not promote any more misinformation on this dais.
I still got a little bit of time left. Eric Sullivan, can you come down? I just got a few questions for you. Oh, there he is. So, my understanding, the Housing Department had pointed out very clearly, this is a viable option. It's a reduce the amount of unsheltered in our city, and it's a cost saving. Is that yes or no?
That is correct. Matt Lush and I at Public Works, we have worked together on this, and we know it's a viable option to pursue.
Thank you. That's all I have. And again, I like to make sure that my friendly amendment to be included in the mayor budget message.
I'm happy to accept it.
Thank you.
I think the March message is inclusive, as Lee pointed to, of the full range of interim options. And when we talk about Haven for Hope, I mean, we're talking about the full range of potential interim solutions. But I think it's included. I think we can all agree. Separate question is the motion on the floor is the substitute motion, just to be clear. That is the motion on the floor, which I personally am not supporting, but we will continue the conversation here. Let me go to Councilmember Condellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be making any motions, so I'm not going to complicate this anymore. But I just want to start off by thanking everybody who came out, everybody who's still here. For me, I've said this over and over. Putting power to voice is critical to what we do as a city, and hearing from our residents is just as part of the democratic process. I appreciate the mayor for including me in his Brown Act and the conversation. Where we're at, this, again, this is the beginning of a process, but, it creates a starting point to a longer-term conversation on how we as a city can address, key priorities that we hear from our residents and that we hear on a day-to-day basis representing of people. This budget message includes important approaches to closing a $45 million deficit and setting us up for success in future years. I want to quickly touch on a few items on the 40-page Back to Basics budget memo. On wildfire prevention and preparedness, I agree. We must improve our partnerships to do more around fuel reduction. Given my district literally abuts the foothills in a high fire risk zone, as reported in the Mercury News, and fire safety is always top of mind, especially for residents in the villages and in the edges of my district. Throughout my tenure on council, I've reiterated the need to build stronger, cleaner, and safer neighborhoods. Residents across the city have felt the impact of irresponsible property owners If we find ways to reduce call costs while reducing city services, we should prioritize these actions, and specifically the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, RLEI, which a few folks touched on. I'm appreciative of the mayor for including that in the budget message, because it's a tax dollar saver and reduces the strain on city services for our neighbors to empower one another. On the issue of copper wire theft, this has been something that I know our police chief has heard from me every time we talk. But I'm glad that there is a direction for action on this, so we can create a safer community. We recently, as a council, reaffirmed our commitment to being a welcoming and inclusive city with unprecedented levels of uncertainty and disregard from human rights. Investing in the rapid response network is critical to that safety net and the well-being of our immigrant community. And so, again, I'm thankful for that direction in the budget message. And, now that I touched on a few of those things, I want to touch on two of the things that most of the folks who are here today came to touch on. One is you don't get a pay raise if you don't show progress. To say that I or anybody on this council do not want to tie our pay to results or studying the issue is a burden, quite frankly, is a lie. And it's a false narrative that I took deep offense to, because it's a talking point. Performance management is important in making sure that we, as elected officials, have clear outcomes. And given the fact that we have more than a year to deliberate this topic before voters have an opportunity to act on it, is why Councilmember Cohen and I wanted to have an opportunity to be deliberate with the charter amendment language and not just do something because we could do it now. And so, ensuring accountability is a critical aspect of government. But the timing is what we had some questions on. The second policy is regard to if you're offered safe and dignified shelter, you need to come indoors. It is our responsibility to the public that we're taking a thoughtful, compassionate, and data-driven approach to creating policy with analysis from our housing department, with the other city departments that are affected, as well as from the county who are intertwined in this policy. And so since this policy was reported in the media, there's been criticism from our partners, which I'm sure we've all read. The county executive, the DA, nonprofits, and our unhoused residents who've accepted shelter. And this council has come together in unison over the past 2 years to give our unhoused residents across the city more options, to show our constituents that not only do we hear their concerns, but we're also poised to act. We have picked up considerable momentum with regards to bringing more beds online. And the biggest asset that I think we've gained is giving our outreach teams the ability to have options as they engage with residents that are unhoused. The work they do is critical to getting those beds filled. And, the collaborative work of our nonprofit partners, the housing department, and even the county ensures that we have people exiting those beds into permanent supportive housing. And so, the thought behind the memorandum that that Councilmember Cohen and I crafted was, we are seeking to do carefully and mindfully a policy that does something that's quite frankly very complicated. It's not as easy as getting people off the streets, and there's this misnomer that it could be easily done. It's not. And we wanted to properly vet the policy, because we've had in our city numerous instances where we do policy, and over the last decade we get shot down in the courts. Pension reform. And let's not commit the mistake of our past and expose our city to potential litigation. As we've heard, there's concerns. And so that's what we were asking, to make sure that we're crafting a policy that is mindful and that protects not just the folks on the street, but also the city from potential issues. And so I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues But those are just some of the comments that that I just felt were important to touch on in this budget message as we give direction to staff to come back to us in the next couple months. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to, again, like everybody else, thank all the people who came out today. The budget is our statement of values every year, and so hearing from the public about their statement of values is really important as we craft our budget this year and the years ahead. I want to start by thanking the mayor, seriously thanking the mayor for the process and collaboration that we've gone through. We work really closely throughout this process, starting in, I don't know when we started, a while ago. And I know that unfortunately, due to the Brown Act, we can only have so many of us working with the mayor, but I'm appreciative that this mayor has worked hard to bring us into a process and help us craft a statement, and have us help him craft a statement, more so than previous mayors have done. And so I'm very grateful that we're part of that. We all worked closely. Those of us who are in this group, we talked through page after page of this document. I want to thank him for working with me to improve the language around the use of Measure E money. I think we have a better understanding of what this means going forward, and that I think it makes clear sense about what our priorities are based on what we as a council have asked the city to do over the last few years. Also, crucially, putting money in the budget and preserving money for homelessness prevention, very important. That's something I think that all of us agreed. There are over 100 action items in this budget that are requested of staff, so it's going to be hard for me to go through all of them, talk about them. We'll have time, obviously, during the budget workshops in the months ahead to do that. I'm grateful that important programs like RLEI and Climate Smart are mentioned in the budget. I'm also thankful that it includes a commitment to retain our valuable city employees. And I'm taking that, of course, to mean that we will try as much as we can to not affect library and community center and park services, which are really important to our residents. And I'm certainly going to fight for that as we move forward. The details in this budget message are not simple. The considerations are really difficult as we grapple with the city's challenges in the midst of difficult budget times. And I know that this direction in this budget message set us up for not just this year, but the years ahead to be successful and continue, which, by the way, this year's budget, a little bit challenging. I expect it to get even worse in the coming years. So we have to be set up for success. I'm going to focus right now, though, on two major policy, which I consider non-budget policy items, and they were mentioned by my colleague, Councilmember Candelas, that weren't vetted through that process, that we did not have conversation about in the room until they appeared in the budget message, without the ability to weigh in and talk about things that concern us about those messages, about those policies. I'm going to start on the accountability piece, and I'm going to ask our city clerk, our Tony, a couple questions about where we are now. There was a process that this council went through to go to the voters to take out of the hands of the council the decision about our pay increase. Can you just talk about that process, why it was important, why the council felt at the time that this was a better approach, and how that changed the way we do it?
Right. So the council didn't like that the salaries were a political vote, because I vote to give myself a raise, but I also need to pay my rent. And the state legislature, their salaries are set by the California Commission on, it's like California Commission on Compensation. So the Salary Setting Commission already existed and gave a recommendation. The Salary Setting Commission would go through months, public meetings, getting feedback from all sorts of people, polling the council to see what their workload was and how much they should get paid, and then they would say it, and then the council would reject it. So the Salary Setting Commission felt like we're not being listened to. The council didn't want to vote for it either. So we had proposed a few different things. One was to just take the last base pay from the Salary Setting Commission and then just do cost of living all the time, and then nobody votes for it. There's no meetings. It's a base set in 2019, and we would just move on from there. That was one of the suggestions, but they opted to keep the Salary Setting Commission and make it where they are the decision makers. So the Salary Setting Commission is appointed by the Civil Service Commission, not directly by council, and then they set the salary, and they meet every 5 years. Originally, the suggestion was to meet every 10 years. Councilmember Dieppe is the one who suggested let's just do every 5 years instead, and so they did that. So the last 2 times the Salary Setting Commission met, they've actually set the salaries, and their goal, did you want me to tell you about their goal as well?
I think that's good enough for now. We'll probably have more time to talk about this in the months ahead. I just wanted to ask a little bit about history. The council felt it was important to take the politics out of the decision, and I'm afraid that having the council decide what their metrics are that will then be reported to a commission to use to set the salary is putting the politics back in the process. Most democratic systems resist pay-for-performance models for lawmakers specifically, and this is based on some research I've done. They've cited risks like perverse incentives, short-term decision-making versus long-term goals, and manipulation of benchmarks. And obviously, we might say that our current council wouldn't do that, but this going to the voters and changing it is a permanent change in perpetuity for how the council does this. I'm particularly concerned about short-term versus long-term thinking and also how we will react in unexpected situations. Metrics, we could decide one year that this year we want to reduce the amount of illegal fireworks on the 4th of July. That'll be a metric, right? Or how many affordable housing units get built in San Jose this year? Or like we're talking about now, reducing the number of homeless in the city. But then something unexpected happens. We have an earthquake, we have a wildfire, we have a recession, there's a pandemic that hits. We as a council change our priorities immediately. We switch on a dime. We're judged by the residents of the city on how we react to those crises and how we serve our residents in real times of need. And this process doesn't lend itself to the kind of work that a 24/7 council does, which is work with our residents on a variety of things that are different need from district to district. And so I'm concerned about the policy, and I'm also just concerned about moving it quickly when there's all these questions I have in my mind, when we have until March of 2026 to decide whether to put something on the ballot next year. So that was, again, as Councilmember Candelas pointed out, an important reason why we wanted to pull that out and say bring it back later to consider. We weren't trying to, kill it by analysis, but I think it's important to understand all these considerations. And in the context of this year's difficult budget, having to understand this and figure it out while we're also going through all the budget hearings and workshops and other things is just extra work. So anyway, that's on that item. Now I want to ask a question. I think, Chief Joseph, you're still here. Thank you for making it this long, and I hope your dog got the care it needed this afternoon. But I want to ask you a question. What tools do we currently have in our arsenal? If we have an uncooperative person, somebody's in a neighborhood, and we, as a council or as the city, decide that we need to clear a certain area, what tools do we currently have at our disposal?
Paul Joseph, Chief of Police. So depending on where the person is, we could potentially have a trespassing violation if they're on public property and we don't want them to be there, they don't have permission to be there, we can make a trespassing arrest. If they're on private property and the owner or responsible person for that property doesn't want them to be there, they could also be arrested for trespassing. And then any other violation that we might observe while interacting with them, or obviously gaining their consent to move from a particular area would obviously be the easiest and probably fastest way to resolve something.
So what I'm hearing is we currently have the ability to enforce trespassing ordinance on public property.
We currently have a trespassing law, that is correct.
Right, and then if somebody were cited and brought in, obviously I know there was question, I know that the intent is not necessarily to bring people to jail and cite them, but usually what's the occurrence when people are cited for trespassing? What usually happens after that?
So we can cite somebody and leave them in the place they're in, but obviously that sort of defeats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. So if they were moved and booked, more than likely they would be cited and released in fairly short order from the jail.
So they'd end up back on the streets, just maybe somewhere else?
They would most likely be cited and released from the jail.
Okay. Thank you for answering the question. I think that's all I have for you. I think it's important to understand that we already have tools and we've already made a commitment as a council to clear certain areas around our EIHs in order to be good neighbors for people who accept these programs in their community. We, as a council, can go to the area around the Branham EIH once we're done with the 90 days, and we can abate that area and make sure that that area is cleared. Right now we're in that period of time, which is the difficult transition where it looks like it's not working. And I'm going to say this from experience because we are right now moving people onto the Berryessa RV safe parking site. We had on 3 net residential streets right near the site, 20 RVs. And staff knows very well how frustrated I've been at the slow pace of getting people off the street. The fact that we're down to 10 is progress, but that still means that after 2 weeks, there's still 10 RVs on those residential streets and those neighbors are not happy. But we have a plan in place that after a certain amount of time, we will go and make the folks on those streets move. We don't need extra tools in our arsenal to do that. We have the tools to do that. And I will say there's an interesting phenomenon that we're learning, and I think what Eric was alluding to here is the same phenomenon. Once people are accepting the service and finding out that this isn't what they thought our traditional services were, and I'm sure this is true at Branham as well as the various RV parking site, they're going back to those areas and talking to people and saying, hey, this is actually a pretty nice service. We like it there. We have the showers every day. We're getting food provided to us. We're building a community, and we're finding that more people who were at first service resistant and saying no are starting to say yes. And so we're giving this a period of weeks. The numbers are changing, and I'm hopeful that we're going to see a significant shift in the attitudes as time goes on and people learn. There are some historical reasons why people are skeptical of shelters, but once they learn what's really in our shelters, they are, there's more people who will be successful. And I guess I'm not quite sure why we're here in this conversation at this moment. So, because Mayor, you and I have said this to each other multiple times this year. This is the year that I think our efforts are beginning to pay off. We're getting 1,000 new EIH and safe parking sites coming online in our city this year. And kind of saying right now at this moment that that's not enough is almost like we're throwing up our hands and saying, this isn't going to work, this isn't going to move the needle. I've been excited about seeing how these 1,000 sites work and see the improvement before we begin to implement additional policy shifts for the city. For every one of these 1,000 spaces we're offering, there are 5 people on the street. We aren't lacking for people to fill those spaces. Every one of the spaces will be filled. We also have tools to clear the area around those sites of people, and the county has tools, even though we haven't worked well with them in the past, the county has tools to come in and address folks who have extra need and aren't capable of accepting services. So I'm not quite sure what problem we're trying to solve. In my opinion, it's very easy to listen to the public right now who are rightfully frustrated and impatient. They seem to have an extra level of passion about homelessness that's in their neighborhood. They demand that we, quote unquote, do something. And it's easy then for us to pass a policy to give the impression that we've done more, but it strikes me as performative theater. What's much harder is showing the true leadership of being patient about the things that we're doing and watching how well they work, communicating with our residents about how it's supposed to work and how it's going to work, and allowing the programs to make a difference before we move on to the next policy change. And I'll also point out that in the budget message that we worked on together, there are 3 items in the section where responsibility to shelter is mentioned. 2 of them, of which I'm not asking to remove from the budget message, but 2 of them include being focused on good neighbor policies and enforcing laws and making sure that people who do things that are dangerous for their neighborhoods are addressed. Let's see how the better enforcement works. Let's see how that works. And I'll just say that we need that meeting with the county, and I certainly appreciate everybody agrees with that, and to learn more about the tools available before we create more tools. And I'm not convinced that we have enough time between now and June to do all the work that it will take to build that relationship and heal the long history of division between the county and the city. That's why our memo, while it might have been clumsily written, and I admit that fully, our memo suggests that we bring sides together and have some kind of ongoing working group or committee or whatever we want to call it so that we can take the time to build that capacity. And then admit to each other that we have different lanes that we're in. Try to make sure the county understands we're going to work on our short-term minimum housing. You're going to work on long-term supportive care housing, and figure out how we can work together to improve and make progress. So I think we need to have time to fully understand and vet these 2 policy items that are in the budget document. And I would not be comfortable today voting to endorse the specific language that's being proposed with a timeline of bringing them back by June with a certain level of urgency. Certainly the policies should be considered, should be brought back, should be worked on. We should understand all of the issues, but I won't support and unfortunately, what I think is a very, very well-crafted budget message if these 2 items are in there, which I think distracts us from the very important work we have to do on the budget between now and June. So, obviously there's a motion on the floor. There's a lot of stuff in that motion. I'm hoping that we can, before this meeting is over, come to an agreement that we ought to be thoughtful and deliberate in our process before we move forward on the specific language in the budget message. And so, we'll see how that goes then after.
Thanks, Councilmember. I appreciate your comments, and I think the reason for the urgency is because of the state of the crisis on our streets, and I have faith that this body, through multiple budget study sessions and a lot of time to meet with our counterparts at the county, do our own research, confer with our city attorney. I think over the next three and a half months, we have every opportunity to craft thoughtful policy that can be passed in June. If anything, I think the community's asking us to move faster. I do appreciate your point that this year we have a lot of shelter and interim housing coming online. I actually would argue that is the exact moment when it's time to communicate more clearly our expectations for everyone in the community. It's actually at this moment when we have a lot of new interim housing available that we are positioned to make clear that people need to be responsible for coming indoors. And even if it is only 10%, although I will note, while it may still only be 10% today who are refusing, and that number did go up over the last week after I shared this proposal, it's worth noting, another 20+% are not in the area anymore. And a substantial number of those folks likely left because they are not ready to come indoors. And as we have folks trapped in cycles of addiction, this is the moment to actually intervene. The notion that we should wait to build housing for every person who wants it first, and by the way, there's an endless supply from Milpitas and Santa Clara and Fremont and every other city that might consider banning camping. The notion that first we have to wait to build a brand new apartment or space for every person who wants it before we address the most visible, most impactful, most vulnerable, most costly folks might only be 10%. That's fine, I'll accept, it's not about percentages for me. But for the 5, 10, 15, whatever the percentage is, caught deep in a cycle of addiction, unable to accept even housing, when it's a private room with a door that locks, 3 meals a day, on-site case management and services, that's actually exactly who we should identify and intervene with today. And I very much welcome the meeting with the county. I've been in dozens of them with board presidents and other board supervisors and senior staff many, many times, along with Lee and Omar Passons and many others, and we should continue that. But the truth is this is a failing of the state of California. Lanterman-Petra Short Act severely restricts who we can compel to come indoors, which leaves us with a law enforcement approach to get the person into the care of the county. So Nora, I'll ask, if someone is cited and released, you still, if you were pressing charges for trespassing, which is an underlying law already on the books, would have the opportunity to petition the court to divert the person into a behavioral health court. Is that accurate? Would you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. When we handle, in our office does handle the misdemeanor trespass charges under our code, when we handle those, typically we ask the court and we work with the person's public defender. We ask typically for a stay-away order so that they don't go back to where they had been cited, and this is all done on a citation basis. We do ask if someone has a drug or alcohol problem. We do ask that they get into a program and come back to court in 3 or 6 months, that they get diverted to mental health court or drug court if that's possible, and if the judge that we're dealing with agrees with that. And then at the end of that process, we dismiss the charges, and there isn't a conviction, if you will. But in the interests of justice, we will dismiss the charge.
So there's no record at that point?
Correct.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. Again, I think if we're not clear with the community that when we put the interim housing in your neighborhood, we're going to make sure there are no encampments, not 70% fewer, 80% fewer. There will be no encampments. We're going to get people over to the county. I think we're going to have a hard time getting this community to continue to make the significant investments we've asked them to make when we have neighboring cities say, we'll just ban camping. That's a lot easier. So I'll just reiterate, that's why I will not be able to support the substitute motion, and I very much hope to be able to vote on the underlying motion from Vice Mayor Foley. Let me go to Councilor Kameh.
Thank you so much. Where do I begin? You know, I feel bad, you know, that I sort of lost a tree here maybe. I really want to thank all the speakers that came out, and I want to especially thank my colleagues for the enormous amount of thought and effort that they have put into this budget process thus far. I've been in many budget cycles in numerous public agencies for decades, and I don't think I've ever seen this level of engagement from policymakers and enthusiasm as I have seen here today. You know, every year the budget message gets longer and longer, but there is a tremendous amount of work and thought that was put in the message. So I thank you for that, Mayor Mahan. As the only council member who did not write a memo, you know, I have tried to sift through the many memos and try to get the collective wisdom of the mayor and my colleagues, as well as with all the comments. We did receive a lot of letters, very thoughtful letters from the community with the goal of really, and someone said it earlier today, balancing accountability and compassion. There is a lot, and a lot that was not discussed here today. So I think that, you know, balancing and you know, weighing different trade-offs is what we as a council need to do. And you know, I want to remind everyone that the mayor's budget message is just the beginning. It really sets the stage, but it is just the beginning. And we'll have opportunities to have further and deeper discussions, and I'm confident that we can be thoughtful and intentional in taking a more holistic approach in our budget. So I think that I have faith that, you know, we can get to a good place. Unsheltered homelessness, like every part of our housing crisis, is really a regional issue that we did not create alone and we cannot solve alone. I am therefore very grateful for the recognition of my colleagues that we need to work with the county, and in particular, we need to devise new policies to respond to this crisis. I'm glad that all the memos taken together appear to call for our continued partnerships, and I would say strengthening of our partnership with the county. And I think that begins with us, right? And reaching out to them. So, you know, I am hopeful that during this whole process, we're able to come to a better place. I don't think that any particular, I mean, there's been sort of a tapestry of putting together the different substitute motions and the motion, but I really think that I'm hoping that we'll get to a better place as we move along, as opposed to looking at one specific thing and not being able to bring sort of a collaborative approach to moving forward. So, you know, I hope that even during the meeting with hopefully the county, that we do have some options, some proposals from them in terms of the responsible to shelter that really accomplishes the goal of coming indoors, and really to develop non-criminal pathways together to achieve compliance. Because I think that, you know, we can't be at two ends of the spectrum and hope that things going to get better. That's just not going to happen. So I look forward to further conversations from my colleagues, and I look forward to the next months ahead where we will have the chance to do a deeper dive.
Thanks, Council Member. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I truly appreciate the time and the thoughtful effort that you put into preparing our mayor's budget message, and particularly the items that are related to Vision Zero, to supporting our immigrant communities and enhancing neighborhood business districts. These are all very key issues that are going to support not just the city, but District 2 and our residents in South San Jose. So I want to thank you, thank the staff from our budget department to our directors in every department who have gone through this exercise of identifying ways to cut costs while maintaining quality of service. I know that this is not easy work, and I appreciate the time and the energy that goes into this process, again, from our staff to our council and from our community. I want to thank the community members who took the time to join us this evening and provide their valuable public comments. I appreciate the several District 2 residents who showed up. Every voice and every perspective is essential to our decision-making process. And I am especially grateful to my colleagues, Councilmember Salas, Mulcahy, Dwan, and Casey, who worked diligently with myself and my team on a memo that demonstrates that our council does have the ability to generate policy which includes diverse and different perspectives. Because we each have a right to our own perspective, and it's important that our discussion is grounded in clear and accurate information, and that we follow the legislative processes that are designed to ensure transparency and accountability and thoughtful decision-making. This approach strengthens our governance and helps build trust with those that we serve. We heard earlier during public comment about the trust that is needed to ensure that our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness will come indoors when we build shelters and permanent supportive housing. And I'd like to uplift the great work from our housing department and our city's outreach team that have been working for over a year to inform our unhoused neighbors living along Monterey Highway that 1 Branham Lane, which just opened under a month ago, is that opportunity for them to come indoors. And while we can't measure trust, I'd love to get a cost estimate from our housing director about what 1 year of outreach efforts might cost our city. Or our budget director.
Well, 1 year of outreach efforts, I mean, I think it probably depends on what maybe the scope of that is. I know we do have $3.5 million of ongoing that was related to the stormwater that is now ongoing, which is outreach sanitation services. I think right now, the housing department has leveraging that funding, not all of it is for outreach, but he is leveraging that funding to transition to more of an in-house model for outreach, and so we would expect that as part of this budget process, one of our recommendations to continue that work.
Thank you for that response. My team and I had a conversation with staff from the housing department working on outreach last week, and particularly as it pertains to 1 Branham Lane, I learned that for that sliver of the city was roughly $1 million invested over the past year in staff time and resources in reaching out to our community members. And that sounds to me like we have made deep investments, unless I'm mistaken, but that was the number that I heard.
That may be a broad number that encompasses other items within outreach that are not necessarily specific to outreach within Monterey Branham in that targeted area. So I can come back with some further refinement to that number.
Thank you. The spirit of that question is just to demonstrate the level of investment, right, resources, staff time that we have invested into trying to build trust with our unhoused community. And I will reiterate, our housing outreach team is doing the best that they can with limited resources and competing priorities. They are reaching our unhoused constituents, many of whom are at the lowest points of their lives. And our housing outreach team is in the trenches rebuilding trust with the folks that we all want to help, that we all want to support in rebuilding their lives. And I understand that as we continue our outreach efforts, the data and the numbers are subject to change, and we heard earlier that the current total of number of people who have been outreached to for 1 Branham Lane right now stands at roughly 10% who have not accepted shelter, when a month ago what we had heard was 30%. So now it sounds to me like people are coming indoors when they are given the opportunity. And I appreciate our mayor's attention to 1 Branham Lane as a place of opportunity for addressing our city's homelessness crisis with creative problem solving, and it is so important that we have the information needed to make data-driven decisions. So in the spirit of transparency and accountability, I think it's important to talk about the true cost of housing, because as we heard from policy professionals who specialize in housing, the only way to solve homelessness is to build more housing. And while construction, land, and labor costs may translate to roughly $1 million per housing unit, the investment from our city would amount to roughly $100,000 per unit, with additional costs that are shared by investors, loans, and federal and state tax credits. In the past 2 years, our city has changed Measure E funding priorities from building affordable housing to focusing on shelter. And I'd like to hear from our Public Works Director, Matt Loesch, who, alongside our great Public Works team, have considerable experience in delivering emergency interim housing communities over the past 6 years, and I think we can benefit greatly from those observations. So based on your experience delivering emergency interim housing projects, what are your observations about opportunities to reduce costs?
Thanks for the question. Matt Loesch, Director of Public Works. One of the challenges we have in terms of the construction projects and the cost is location and the site costs to develop those. And so there is this continuum of costs, and we work with the housing department to say, what is it that we are to build there? What is the scope? What type of building? What funding sources? For example, we have samples like Cerrone, which is a state funded for the small homes, the small cabins, to fund those specific types of implementations there. So we get limited into what we can get built sometimes by the funding source. And so there is a continuum of costs based on what we are to develop for and for how long it's supposed to be built, and for what purposes and what codes we're applying to those particular builds.
Thank you. I know that we are asking to do so much with so little, and trying to reduce the cost of construction. How does that impact operational and maintenance costs of EIH when we are trying to reduce the cost of construction?
So I'll leave some of the operational costs to the housing director. On the maintenance side, that's stuff that our department does in terms of after we construct it, if there is any damage or anything that needs to be remedied in the building. Sometimes the lighter of the build, there is more maintenance costs. Sometimes on the more rugged of the build, there's less maintenance cost, because there sometimes are, depending on, there's sometimes rough customers in some of the buildings, and so sometimes we have more maintenance that needs to be done there. And so there's that give and take. If you build faster and cheaper, sometimes it's harder. You have more maintenance. Sometimes you build too rugged, you don't have maintenance, and so you have to balance these costs. And we work with the operations team to say, what do you want, what's optimal, what clientele are you going to have there, what do you need in terms of operations? And then we kind of move along that continuum of how we put into the harder side into the construction versus the maintenance side. And so, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, and then on the operational side, as Matt had mentioned, it varies tremendously, just like the product type varies tremendously. Traditionally, the city has built directly. You could also buy cheaper things now. There's a plethora of options that we could look at and consider on both the development side and also on the operation side, and how do those two costs fit together to look at higher efficiencies in public dollar investments.
Thank you. I have just one more question, but I think we've all had the experience of spending on something that was cheap and didn't last as long as investing in something that's a little more expensive but is going to be worth your money because you get to hold on to that longer. It's built to last. So in a nutshell, could you let us know what are the primary obstacles of reducing cost to construction?
That's a tough one. So there's the location that we're building, a lot depends. So it's much like if you're going to build a house. This is the way I kind of simplify it. So we have all the utility connections that need to go into those properties. If there are easy, close access to utilities, those reduce the cost. If there is soils and everything else that don't have issues there, that reduces the costs. And so much depends on the site development that we need to do to build the operations that housing needs. That matters a ton. then what type of structures are we putting on there for the housing department, and what things do they want? And so there's such a variability there, but site matters a tremendous amount, because those utility pieces and that site development is a massive piece of the construction.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here to answer our questions. This information is incredibly important to help us understand the reality of the decisions that we have to make. Sites are difficult to develop on because water, electricity, infrastructure is expensive and has a long lead time. And so again, I think it's important that we look at the short-term investments and the long-term investments and try to balance the costs and the savings of the kind of housing that we're building. The City of San Jose instructs a general fund budget that is constructed to support our mission. We have the City of San Jose budget principles. I have it here. Principle number 8 states that capital improvement projects, including the operations and maintenance costs, will not require a decrease in the existing basic neighborhood services. And one of the components of the 5-signature memo that we heard significant community support for is that we protect our core city services. A question to our budget director, what are the ways that we can limit impact to our general fund against our funding obligations to run and operate shelters and emergency housing?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. I think one of the things I would think that, just from an observation from a budget standpoint, is that, based on the budget actions over the several years and the services that's provided, it seems apparent that providing homeless sheltering and supportive service is now a core service of the city. And so that's, I think, baked into everything that we do. That's a decision that several councils have ratified with this, why it's in our base budget on an ongoing basis. And so I would say that is, from a budget basis, that looks like what a core service currently is. And so transitioning away from any core service would be a budgetary decision that council would weigh in on as part of any part of its budget process. So what are the most important services that the city should be providing? At the end of the day, there are just limited resources that we have available to deploy. And so that's always going to be a choice of the council, is what is important today. What is important today, that could, 10 years down the line, that could certainly look different, but that's a choice that future councils will have to make.
And I just want to clarify, we are over 10 minutes. I think your mic has gone on and off, so the timer keeps resetting. If you want to just leave it on, that way we'll get, but go ahead if you want to finish, and then we can always come back around. I see that we have sparked another whole round of hands going up. So if you could maybe ask one, if you had a follow-up on that, council member, then I can come back around to you if we don't vote in the meantime.
That was my last question, but I will put my hand up again for more comments.
Okay. So we got another round of hands up. I am hoping to get to a vote at some point here, but let's turn to Councilmember Condellis.
Thank you. I just, wanted to offer up a quick friendly amendment to the substitute motion on the floor with regards to Councilmember Ortiz's memo. Given the importance of supporting our immigrant community while also providing that flexibility to our administration, I'd love to insert the language of up to $500,000 to our immigrant community as suggested in the initial memorandum.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were first talking about this, I think somebody said that the original budget set up to $500,000, but I don't think that was true, so that's why.
I think the suggestion was to take what was in the original budget message, which I think when you add what we do today plus the increase we proposed would be 250, but to make it a range between 200 and 500. I think it was, 200 in the underlying budget message, so to make it a range between 200 and 500, but for the city manager to evaluate and bring back through the rest of the budget process. That was, so you're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I support that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying there, for adding that to the substitute on the floor. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I also want to just ask, in order to clean up the motion a little bit, I wanted to ask for another friendly amendment.
Sure.
My friendly amendment would be, well, I certainly appreciate all the thought that went into your joint memo item. Actually, it's not you're not in this one, so this joint memo of the other folks, item number 1. you know, we did work really hard as a Brown Act group with the mayor on our Measure E allocation language, and I think it does allow a lot of the flexibility. For example, the D that's in there kind of is already covered by what is the intent of the measure. And the rest of it, while I certainly think homelessness prevention is important, I don't think I'm ready yet to commit to your item C, because we don't really know next year what it's going to take. We also, doing that presumably takes away from affordable housing just as much as it takes away from operations. So I'd prefer to remove, I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to remove item 1 from your joint memo, if that's acceptable to the two of you. Just you know, to clean up the motion a little bit.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the direction from item 1 is similar to the language in the mayor's budget?
Everything except C is similar, and C, I just feel like committing next year's budget numbers now is not, it's not the right time for that. And so I would just, that's why I would take out 1, because one is basically saying do something different next year that we haven't really talked through. So that I would remove item 1 from, I would ask if you're willing to remove item 1 from the motion.
Okay, I'll accept.
I accept as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you. So I'm not really clear what we're voting on, so I plan to vote against the substitute motion and hope that it gets defeated. It's, there's a lot of things in the substitute motion that asks for staff to come back with MBAs that are not documents that can be created in 30 minutes work. These are documents that take a long time for staff to analyze, and while MBAs are certainly a part of the process, we're just at the beginning part of the process, and already we have several MBAs that are being called for in this particular budget. I appreciate the adjustment that was made regarding Measure E, which I think is really critical, but the reason I made the motion that I did was because I objected to some of the things that were in the other memos. So I have to vote against the underlying message, or the substitute motion, and with that I call for the question.
Okay. I too cannot support the substitute motion for the reasons outlined in my fairly extensive memo the other day. I apologize for that. I much prefer the underlying motion for, again, I think I wrote 4 pages on why. Tony, the Vice Mayor has called for the question. We need to vote, achieve is it a 2/3 threshold or a simple majority when calling the question? I'm going to test everyone's parliamentary procedure. I'm sorry, it's late. I've forgotten for calling the question. We need to vote on calling the question and then vote on what would be first the substitute. I just can't remember if it's simple majority or 2/3.
I need to look it up real quick.
Okay, you and Nora can race on what are maybe a simple majority, but is it 2/3? What's the name? Is ours Rosenberg? But I think, don't.
The ironic thing is I'm actually was working on a guide earlier. Two-thirds.
Okay, we have a ruling, 2/3. So, just to be clear,
I will never.
The vote we'll take now, which requires 2/3, which we define as 8 out of 11, is that correct? Is that 8 out of 11, would allow us to vote on what is before us, the motion on the floor, which is the substitute motion from Councilmember Campos or Ortiz? I forget who moved it. Ortiz moved and Campos seconded. Okay. All right, but let's vote first on calling the question. Tony? So we're voting to vote. Okay, looks like people are ready to go to bed. We have exceeded the, looks like that's unanimous. Okay.
Yep, votes unanimous.
We're ready to vote. Okay, so now we vote on the substitute motion from Councilmember Ortiz. Tony, let's vote on the substitute.
Motion fails with a vote of 5 to 6. We're about to display the votes on the screen. I can't see who did the vote until it's on the screen. Are you displaying the vote? Because I can't see it until you put it up there. Okay, so I'm going to read it out loud for those people who can't see the screen. We have 5 for and 6 against the substitute motion. The people voting for the substitute motion are Cohen, Ortiz, Duan, Candelas, and Campos. And I usually only read one side.
Substitute motion fails. We still have hands up. Let me see, Councilmember Duan, did you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify that. I wanted to have a friendly amendment to both the underlying motion and the substitution. And since the substitution is felt at this point, I'm asking for a friendly amendment to put PEMS as one of the priority for this year's budget.
And I think the interpretation before, if I'm not mistaken, for the substitute, which would apply to the underlying motion, was that the budget message language was inclusive of the sort of mass congregate shelter option as one of the things worth, I don't know if that's a fair description, but the sprung structure, the prefabricated
modular shelters.
The PEMS, I think, is the acronym. I think we agreed that that would be included in the analysis. Is that staff's understanding?
That is our understanding.
That is our understanding, but what the difference would be is that we would not be providing an MBA.
Correct.
Correct.
But it would be included in the analysis contemplated in the March budget message. Okay.
But I know that on your supplement memorandum, right? Your supplement memorandum said pursuing PEMS requires site identification, upfront construction costs, and ongoing operating costs. We simply cannot commit to this year.
Yes, I don't think any of our proposals contemplate a new allocation of funding for additional shelter this year, because as we've just been discussing, following through on the pipeline that we approved over the last 2 years consistently is already going to need to be built out, will consume significant operating costs, and I don't think anyone in any of the memos has added new shelter capacity. I certainly did in the March message. I asked us to go explore the Haven for Hope model, which could include congregate. We have said that we're for all of the above and we want to explore all options. My message, and I don't think any of the memos up here would commit us this year to an additional allocation of beds for the very reason that I think many colleagues have raised around the fact that operating costs are substantial and we need to build out and figure out how to control the costs on what is already in the pipeline before we commit to new ones. So what I was suggesting was, since we simply can't commit to adding a PEM location this year, PEM's location, pre-engineered modular shelter, we would instead of asking staff to go spend many, many hours doing a detailed analysis for something that we don't have the capacity in the budget to add this year, we would instead consider pursuing it in a future year after we've built out this pipeline or in the context of a Haven for Hope model on a new site as described in the mayor's budget message, which identifies multiple potential sites where we could in the future choose new shelter. But this year's budget doesn't contemplate, we're not saying 50 more beds, 500 more beds. As we did last year, we signed up for 1,000 new beds. This year there's no commitment to additional beds because we need to make sure we can build and operate the ones that are already approved by the council, by last year's council. Does that make sense?
Yes and a no, and let me ask you this, Mayor, is Haven for Hope, how long does that take to build out? If we were going to that model, it's a brick and mortar, right? It's going to take years. I know, for example, the old Agnew's facility where I used to work, it would take right off the bat over $10 million to mitigate, just to demolish the building. That's not even starting building.
So I think my proposal for looking at Haven for Hope as a model is that it's kind of all-inclusive. It has a low-barrier courtyard. It also has permanent affordable housing. It has daycare. It has health care. It has congregate shelter. It's got kind of all of it in one big campus. So it's kind of an interesting model to look at, all-inclusive with co-location of all services from city and county. I think it's worth us studying. But I'm not asking for an MBA on it at this point. I wouldn't have any problem with us saying we want to similarly study that specific pre-engineered modular shelter. But I think to your point, whether it's Agnew's, whether it's 237, whether it's Singleton landfill that needs to be remediated, any research done this year would take time. We'd have to evaluate costs. We'd have to understand if our budget could even sustain the build out of even the next 50 beds. And it's almost certainly something we'd have to take up in next year's budget cycle, not this June. The March message is laying out an ambitious vision, but it has to be things that can primarily land with a decision in June for next year's fiscal budget, which is why I'm not asking for an MBA for that solution or for Haven for Hope this year. I'm just saying we should study it. So I would ask that we study it, but not require staff to go do a detailed budget analysis for it, because I don't see a path for us approving it in June as part of this coming fiscal year's budget. That was the distinction I was making.
Well, I hear you, and thank you for that elaboration on it. And my goal is not about anything except for reducing the amount of unsheltered, revitalize our city, clean from blight, crime, garbage and bio-waste and hazardous waste and fire hazards, and reduce the amount of services that we are now spent over, I would say almost $80 million per year for unsheltered services out there. And again, I thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, and for the maker of the motion, Vice Mayor, I assume you are comfortable with the idea that it would be studied but not a formal MBA?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that was certainly something that was inclusive of the language in my message, I think.
And I assume the seconder, Councilmember Casey, approves as well.
Yes, thank you for checking. Apologies. Yeah, good call. Okay, we have hands up. Let's see if we have any friendly amendments to entertain, but we do have a motion before us that I would like to vote on soon. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Is now an appropriate time to make a sub-motion? Is that something I can do right now? No?
Substitute motion failed. We have a motion on the floor that we'll vote on, but I want to give folks an opportunity before we call the question again or just take a vote because we're out of hands. I want to give folks an opportunity if they have clarifying questions or a friendly amendment to ask for. We can entertain those. We still have a couple of hands up.
Okay. Well, I would like to request a friendly amendment that includes my single signature memo.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. It requests something that should be discussed. The the 4-year general plan review should be done, but that should be done and discussed during the study sessions. So I think you should bring it up then so that council and staff will be discussing it at that point, but I won't be including it in the motion.
Okay. What about a friendly amendment that would include from the 5 signature memo recommendations 4, 2, and 1D? So that is our budget principles.
I believe the underlying motion included, was it 4? I'm trying, let me go back to Councilmember. It was 2D, 3, and 5.
Yeah. So I'm requesting a friendly amendment to include recommendation 4, 2, and 1D.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find your memo in my pile. I know. Tell me again which ones you would like.
So 1D.
1B like boy or D like David?
D like David.
No.
Number 4 and 2.
I did accept 2D, not the rest of 2, and will not accept number 4. From the joint memo, just to reiterate, it's 2D, 3, and 5.
Okay.
Councilor, do you have other friendly amendments at this point?
Those were my attempts at friendly amendments.
Okay. Admirable attempts. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
All right, thank you. And I know you want to move quickly, but I think it's important that we, do this thoroughly. So I'm not. I know. I understand procedure. What I'm gonna ask for, and I know that what I'm gonna ask for is not going to be accepted as a friendly amendment. So I will make a motion to amend the main motion to include items 2, 3, and 5 from our memo in order to separate these 2 items from the budget process, but continue to move them forward.
So from your memo with Councilor Condella's, sorry, what were they again?
It was 2, 3, and 5. I mean, 1 and 4 was already moved in the main motion, so.
2, 3.
1 and 4 were moved with the main motion?
Yeah, you moved them with your main motion.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm moving the rest of our memo as a amendment, not a friendly amendment ask, because I know you won't accept it, but as an amendment. And, the case is the same case I made before. I believe that we ought to be more deliberative and thoughtful about this process and move this and move this forward, but move it forward in a more, thoughtful way.
So you're moving to amend the motion?
I'm moving to amend the motion, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd like
And I've
to.
seconded it, just to clarify.
Okay. Nora, can we take other hands, or do we need to vote on that first? We're going to further? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
I didn't even know we could do that, Councilmember Cohen. I'm have to start doing some amendments. I'm just joking. First off, I just want to clarify which items. I know Vice Mayor Foley did a very thoughtful synthesis of the items. Which items did you take from my memo again, just so I could confirm that?
If you say please, I'll tell you.
Pretty please. Yeah, sugar on top, yeah. I didn't even know that.
I'm told it's 2, 5, 6, and 7. With the modification of up to 500 with that one item.
Okay, thank you. Would you be willing, I understand that you don't want to, you've already said your statement in regards to the MB, well, can I even do a friendly amendment right now?
No, the underline,
No?
Now you have an amendment,
All right. That's good. Okay. Then I rest my case. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you want to comment first?
I do. I understand your concerns, Councilmember Cohen, but I have strong objections to establishing another committee that, I don't know how to say this other than appoints yourself as chair.
Okay,
it is the mayor's prerogative to appoint a chair and to establish committees. I have real difficulty when we're talking about focusing and trying to be an efficient organization that we're going to create yet another layer of bureaucracy with another committee, a committee that in this memo you appoint yourself.
I apologize.
So I strongly object.
I'm going to accept a friendly amendment that maybe you're not asking for. But
I'm not making a friendly amendment. I'm asking everyone to vote against it.
It got late, and so I forgot to make the amendment of that item. My intention was to reword the item number 2 to...
Are you allowed to amend your own motion?
Yeah, can I? I can amend my own motion,
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
Look, my intention is not to chair anything or to, what I would just change the language to direct the city manager to facilitate the meeting between the county and whatever structure it ends up taking is fine with me. So the motion, I think there was language that was actually in.
I already had that in the motion, was to have a meeting between the county and the city. So you're saying you're going to remove that item completely? Is that what you're saying? Because that's why I object to it, is putting another committee, empowering another committee with another layer of bureaucracy, and yet not having anything more getting done to address homelessness.
I'm good with removing item 2 as an amendment to my amendment request, but the point is that number 3 refers to a committee, so I'm just trying to make sure that number 3 has a place to land. So number 3 is referring the proposed responsibility to shelter for discussion as part of these meetings with the county and the city. So to craft the policy before bringing it back. So my amendment would be to change it to say, as part of the joint meeting with the county between the county and the city, discuss other potential, the responsibility to shelter amendment, bring that back after the discussion is complete for council consideration. So that would be I'll remove number 2 and just make number 3 say that we will be bringing responsibility to shelter policy back to council for consideration, along with the work plan that includes A, B, and C. And removing completely number 2.
Okay, I think I'm following. Look, the procedural gymnastics are impressive. I think I get the desire to push. I don't support the amendment. I think it's trying to get at the substitute that just failed via other means, and I will not be voting for the amendment. Unless there's other commentary, I'd like to vote on the amendment, and I hope it will be voted down, and then I'd like to vote on the motion that was originally formulated by the Vice Mayor. Okay, let's vote.
Motion fails 5-6 with Cohen, Ortiz, Dewan, Candelas, and Campos voting yes.
All right. You want to call the question?
Can I call the question?
Okay, we're going to vote on calling the question. This is getting silly.
I wanted to make a request to bifurcate the motion.
All those in favor of voting?
So this is the call to question. Motion passes 8-3 with Cohen, Ortiz, and Candelas voting no.
All right, let's vote on the motion, please.
Motion passes 7-4 with Cohen, Ortiz, Candelas, and Campos voting no.
Okay, thank you all very much. I apologize for the late night. Thank you to my colleagues for all the discussion and debate. We're on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Do we have any comment cards for open forum?
Robert Aguirre and Harry Neal.
I see Harry coming down. Harry, if you get there first, go ahead.
I see Robert too.
Is Robert here still?
Yeah, I see him.
There he is. I see Robert. Okay. Colleagues, I just ask you to wait patiently. We have a couple members of the public who would like to comment.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to speak in regards to the ongoing strike for our public transit. Mayor Mahan, since you are Vice Chair of VTA's board, I know that you have a little bit of weight to throw around on this, a little bit. I would like to note that based on the APTA numbers estimating about a $1 invested in public transit is $5 of benefits. The strike is costing us, by today, it should be about $70 million. It is not the fault of the strikers. I am standing with them firmly. Mayor Mahan, please compromise with them so we can end the strike and get our transit back on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago, I had operation, so I had surgery, and I was in bed watching the proceeds that were going on for the HCDC, and raised my hand thinking they were going to call on me, and twice they just said, no hands up, so they went on with the meeting. So I actually had to get dressed, get out of bed, get dressed, and drive down here, only to find out that this council has voted to not allow people to virtually be able to comment. And I think this is a disenfranchisement of the public and many of the constituents that can't get here, especially right now that we have a VTA strike going on. People don't have a way to get here. And by your decision, I think you're probably violating ADA laws that would allow people that are handicapped or otherwise who wouldn't be able to attend from making comments. And I think that's...
Okay. Thank you again, colleagues. I hope everybody has a great night. We're adjourned.